Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Everyone always keep falling in love again. The fuck's wrong with them? I don't understand. Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'ma drink at this place. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? If I had an option to be someone else, I would, and let go of you. I know that I'm obvious, fuck it, I'm made this way. But why didn't I stay when I had the chance? Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done in my drink at this pace. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? The only one that's left in the rain. The only one that's left in the rain. Am I the only one? 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 Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? Doesn't matter where we go and destination unknown. I don't care where the motor stops, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. Look around, where's the people at? I want a taste of the good life. Hit me with it right now, I'm in it. Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. stops when you move like that, yeah. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, 'cause right now I'm in it. Yeah, I'm fucking in it. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. I said Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun, with a light your fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invincible at last. Fueling every your gun, caught the wire. Aim for desire, hold your gun, caught the wire. Aim for desire, hold your gun, caught the wire. Aim for desire, hold your gun, caught the wire. Aim for desire. To make you believe. With my heart like the drive, we do what we want, but we're not free. With our hearts on
Hyperdrive.
Hello, chatto! It is Sundat. The clocks have gone back, and I wish I was still in bed. They've gone forward. But either way, coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK Budapest, we've recovered from that early misspoke at the start of the stream intro, and I'm continuing to plow on, even though I have no idea what I'm saying. We've got Champions League football, Europa League
MTK
football, Conference League football,
Up to
all of
Harold
the football.
Dolphins.
There's a person talking in my ear. I don't know what they said. All of that coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK Budapest, and we're dancing. Now, in my defense, I saved that quite well and didn't. That was kind of like, you know, when a motorcyclist gets a full-on tank slapper on and the whole thing's wobbling, but eventually they managed to get it straightened up again. That was me right there. I still crashed into the barrier, but at least of all the intros that have ever existed, it was one of them. I think we can all agree that it was definitely in the top, all of them. What a save, what a save, what a save. Chat to save up for 5 seconds. It's okay, Crazy Brit. Let's see. David Neom, thank you very much for the 7 months. Firstly. Sorry, there was a Stream Deck update and it broke all my buttons. And Crazy Brit, of course, thank you for the 28 months. That's mad. I think the recovery alone earned me a point back, right? Surely. Micro Crystallographical, thank you very much for the 3 months. I never get bored of saying your name.
Morning, Matto and Chatto. Hope we all have a wonderful Sundat.
I hope too, but it's too high hope. Yes. It's early. It's the clocks went forward, and thus it's technically only 9 o'clock for me right now, which means I've been up a lot longer than I should be for a Sunday morning. But congrats on everybody else who actually forgot or remembered that. I suppose if you're in the UK, it wasn't that matter. Was it just the UK whose clocks went forward today, or is it other countries too? Because I know that America did their thing a few weeks ago, and I don't know whether that, when everyone else does their daylight savings or whatever the hell it's called. Oh, is it Europe as well? Oh, I see. That would explain why there's not really any issues for everyone else then, because all the EU folks are just like, oh well, there we go, we're all at the same clock time anyway. I wasn't sure if it affected like the Aussies or something as well. We'll know when Leaf rocks up in and out. She's still in bed. Well, say still. That's Australia, I suppose, so maybe not. Clock turned, yeah, apparently so. You ain't no special. Oh, I am, just not in that way. I'm excellent, Bill. A bit dehydrated this morning. Feeling weirdly dehydrated for some reason. Oh, God. Be a banging episode of Songs of Praise. Oh, I'll get you started right now. The Lord is my shepherd, mate. Liam, thank you for the 5 months. That's very kind. Oh, how are we all on this Sunday morning? It's weird, because it's international weekend. There's been no football yesterday, so we have virtually nothing in terms of the realms of football to talk about. Scotland won a game. Faroe Islands nearly won a game. England won a game. Of football, no less. And I didn't watch it. I forgot it was on. I was watching Scorpion with Pog, and then my phone went, oh. Or rather, my phone. Yeah, I do that because even though this isn't even a smartwatch. I'm so used to my old watch like giving me score notifications. I just totally forgot the game was on. All's quite indeed. I know. We'll have to do an entire stream where we don't talk about football, otherwise known as most of my streams. Yeah, it did look like we were under a lot of pressure in the second half. Just drink water. Oh, don't worry about that. I've got no shortage of water to be drunken today. Ah, dear. I saw that San Marino scored a goal, and it looked like it was onside as well. I follow San Marino on TikTok. Their national team has a TikTok account, and they are fully on board with the memes. It's great. The Jack Grealish miss was quite something. I watched the highlights of the England game, in my defence. It looked like we were actually playing quite well and could have had 2 or 3 in the first half. Well, we certainly had 2. Also, the Welsh scorer, was it Nathan Broadhead? I don't know who that is, but fair play to him. That looked like Wales getting a 1-1 draw away at Croatia is a really solid result for them. I'm pretty impressed with that. Oh, thank you, Johnny. Yeah, Asian video, of course, went out on Friday night as well, which was nice. That seems to have done solidly, which is nice. We'll just have to see how the algorithm deals with it. But yeah, things seem to be going okay. Oh, it's debut for Wales. Oh, no wonder then. That's even better. Didn't know who he was until he scored. Who does he play for? Like, genuinely, who does he play for? Johnny! Thank you for the 11 months.
Good morning, Matt. Good morning, chat. Welcome to the house of Jaju. Praise him and all shall be well.
We give our spirit unto him. Ipswich Town. Oh, wow. Okay, fair one. Bill will know all about him. I hope. He's just like, no, I have no idea who he is either. You do get those players, though, that end up playing for, like, usually Wales and Northern Ireland especially. Like, they'll have their debuts for Northern Ireland and Wales before they've ever played a club game, for example. Because I'm pretty certain that Fulham's Luke Harris has been in the Welsh squad. I don't know if he's actually played for Wales yet. I don't think he has. But he could get to the point where he probably ends up getting more for Wales than he does for Fulham in the meantime. Oh. Yeah, the fact that I was very surprised that this is spoilers for the Agent video, so if you haven't watched that, you might want to check this out. But I was surprised at how badly your pick went. Honestly, chat, I thought you had that in the bag. I think part of the problem is that the AI agent a lot of the time has the benefit of sometimes having the player be released. And when the players are released, as we all know, they can take on much, much smaller clubs for much smaller wages. So a plan I have for a future upcoming one, potentially, is to do one where it's free agent players. So we get a completely, like, fair playing field. So that might be a plan for a future one. I might even do that one next while I wait to do one with another creator, potentially. But I've got plenty of other ideas. I came up with another idea that I might quite like to do as a video soon as well, which I think would be quite fun indeed. Now, whether it would be workable in the editor, I don't know, but I think it's something that would be extremely interesting. But first things first, I've got to do the red card video, which I'm working on this week coming, and that is going to be fun as fuck. Because if it goes as well as it did when I was doing it before, then we're in for a treat, is all I can say. Bearded child, thank you. Thank the devil for the 50 bits. Jackson Mills.
The I agent. My pick will be the Gigacid Jackson Mills.
I like the Gigac Chad. Can we talk about the Gigac Chad? I'm a huge fan of him. Yeah, no, I think I saw your YouTube comment because I agree. I think Jackson Mills is the perfect name for the agent, frankly. It makes total sense. Yeah, the Gigac Chad. Maybe we'll just call him that instead. So, to catch you up, obviously I did the rest of the transfer window. We made one signing and one sale. We're all 5 sides are through again, which is really nice. I was genuinely surprised by Kishvarda. They could have gone out. I say could have. Probably should have, but then just kind of swept through. So Jaju has a new contract. Even though it jumped his value down, I don't know how his value is as high as that. Speaking of values, I'd like to introduce you to our currently highest valued player, and that'd be Brandon Silva. He of the 102 to 113 million pound value currently. He was the one guy that we were getting huge bids for in the summer.
Morning, into the final third of Golden Sun. Another cracking read.
Oh god, for some reason, for a second, I thought you were talking about the old Game Boy game Golden Sun. Also, highly recommend. Played the shit out of that in Italy when I was 13. Hey, kitty. But yeah, so we were getting some big bids for him. I was tempted almost at one point to sell him, but because basically there was rumours going around that Man United, who I believe are the club that are interested, were going to put in a £190 million bid. The bid never came through, but I feel like if they'd put 190 million on the table, I might have had to accept it. But as it happens, they didn't. The biggest bid we got from him, I believe, was 95 million, and at that point, you know, he's too good for me to get rid of for 95 million. If they'd have given me 190 million, I'd have probably bitten their hand off. At that point, the only person I wouldn't sell for 200 million plus is Montiel, because he is. I want to keep him for the entire save because I know how good. He's too good to basically turn down. But I feel like with Brandon Silva, you never know. He's one of those players. But yes, so the players in and out, basically, because there wasn't a lot after the last stream that I did. So the players that came in after that, obviously Benavides joined us, but you already knew he was coming in. A little bit of a shame on that one, but his value is solid, and I like him as a player. So I still think we've done okay. He's gone straight out on loan to the Osjuri. By the way, we're up to 109 loans again. I got most people back out on loan again, for the most part. Well, the player values kind of oscillate massively throughout the year. Hey, Hayden, also Bente, did I see that you hit a 23-minute park run yesterday? Fair play. That's awesome. Running's going well. Did like 4 miles yesterday, quite a short long run, but it's just get back into it. I've done 4 runs this week, and I'm just enjoying it like crazy. Oh, dear. 109 loans. No, it isn't. But remember, those 117 was because we got a load out in January too, and a load of players were released. So we're getting the number back up. This time last year, I think we were only just cracking 100. The only other players I signed was this guy, Alexander Vergashik, for 32k. Because, well, yeah, Belarusian international, £5 million value. He's gone out on loan to Vashash. You see why I was interested. And now it's Pog. Pog. Yes, we have a play. We actually have a player and a badge, Micro. I do both now. That way, in case I need two. So, I have something to tell you, chat. Now, some of you will have already known this. So, during stream on Thursday, around about 2 o'clock, Pog was doing her driving test, which is why potentially for the last sort of half an hour of the stream, I was a little bit, not my normal self, but I think I was still doing okay. But I was worried because obviously I wanted her to pass. And about half an hour after stream had finished, I got a message popping up on the Telegram chatto that basically just said, I passed. So yes, Pog passed the driving test on Thursday, which is fucking sick. So I'm very proud of her. She smashed it. 4 minors as well. Like, that's... Smashed it. I got 9 on mine. So, not even close. She just absolutely smashed it. So Pog is now out there on the roads, but she's not right now. She's at work and she's at the train. But there you go. Keeney with her 3 months. You love to see it. Thank you, friend.
Congratulations, Pog.
So there you go. Yeah, so Pog can drive. Pog drove yesterday as well. We went into town. Normally we'll sometimes just nip in and get coffee, and Pog will just nip in and I'll sometimes just stay in the car. But we went for a lovely walk in this market town. It's so much nicer than it used to be. Went to this tiny little hole-in-the-wall coffee shop. I got a raspberry ripple milkshake. It was amazing. Turns out there's a new independent, like, little mini craft beer shop in there now, and I spent some time in there. Didn't buy anything, but I know where I'm going to be going if I do need any of that kind of fancy-ass beer. Oh, it was lovely. It's good. It means that Pog can now drive the car. I've got her insured on it the day before. Yeah, Dean. There's a shop in, well, you know which town I'm talking about. There's a little tiny shop near Boots. And it just sells, like, tiny microbrewery type of beers and stuff. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it's called, like, actually I can't say what it's called, but you know where I mean. Oh, you've been there? Yeah, I went in there yesterday. I didn't even know it was there, but they've got some seriously cool stuff. They do have, like, cocktails in cans and shit like that, too. Yeah, they've got all sorts. It was so cool. Might nip in there the next time we actually need to get some beer for something. But yeah, so Pog did that. Intro was a strange one, Hard News, today. Like, I fucked it up, but I recovered. Like, in an unusually uncharacteristical style. Literally, within about an hour of Pog driving yesterday, we got overtaken by this guy going up a hill. He then proceeded to overtake 3 cars and go through a red light. So, and I was just like, welcome to the British roads. Or just the roads anywhere, I suppose. So yeah, we got Vergashik, and this was the guy I did spend a bit of money on. I dropped £3 million on Nizic because I liked the tent poles, honestly. There was no recovery. Damn it! Put me in my place. Weirdly, it was actually like a snot green Seat Ibiza, which I think makes it worse, honestly. Yes, so Moors went to Dortmund because, well, basically, on the final day of the window, I was trying to get a big bid for someone. I wasn't trying. I was hoping we'd get a big bid. And I was expecting the Brandon Silva bid, but it never materialized. And I was thinking, oh, we'll get that kind of money. And then all of a sudden, with like, I don't know, 5 or 6 hours on the transfer window left, Dortmund popped up with a bid of, literally, it was a non-negotiable bid of 24 million rising to 28. So obviously I couldn't touch it. And I kind of just went, you know what? Flavian's barely played for us in the last few seasons as much as he was before. Yeah, he looks extremely unimpressed, doesn't he? So I figured for £28 million, to get him to go to Dortmund would have been an absolute dream. He earns loads of money. He gets to reunite with his old defensive partnership of Patrice Ongbar. I love the fact that we've got nearly £50 million out of Dortmund for 2 second-choice centre-backs. They've become our true little money pit in this save. Sounds like Milton Keynes. Yeah. Well, actually, I don't actually mind driving an MK because at least the roads are like big and designed in a way that sort of is supposed to make them work. The law, I know, it's perfect. But yeah, so Flavian Moors, after a long period at the club, he was here for like 6 years, was it? Is gone. But remember, we picked him up on a free transfer. He was the first big freebie that we found in the Belgian amateur teams, and now he's gone for £24 million. Exactly. We've just got it. I'd much rather have younger guys that are, I say younger, he's still at 24 already, but still. 6 caps for Belgium he did get, though, in fairness to him. He's a good player, but I feel like he's kind of already at his peak at this point. And Belgian amateur teams are the bomb. When seasons 3 to 5, amateur teams, they're the best. So, as well, I think we're going to be in for a much better time of scouting this year, because I was having a little bit more of a deeper... No, we didn't bother, Anarith, and I'll be honest with you, there was really no reason to. I had a little look through some of the national teams when I was doing... I spent 2 hours setting up the scouting on Friday, after I'd done agent video. I did a bit more of an in-depth look at getting all of our, the national team reports set up. And I was actually looking through some of the players a little bit more. And I think this year's going to be a much better year for us finding some ridiculously good talent. It feels like it's sort of... Well, the world is righting itself slightly. Amateur teams. Interesting. What sort of database setup are you using, Pet Boy? I'm curious, because I think it does matter. because I think our database setup does seem to lend itself towards more of that. So we've got Kexmet today and then Newcastle midweek in the Champions League. But before that, actually, I'll just show you what happened with the others. They're all in, which is the key. So we've got 2 in each, like we did last time, because that's just how it goes. So we've got Újpest here, and I believe Ferencváros. Where are they? Lads? Oh, no. That's Conference League. So Újpest and Kisvárda in the Conference League, which that does mean, of course, expect Kisvárda to get relegated again this season, because that's just how it goes, isn't it? Already lost a game. Yes, we already lost to Ferencváros. I'll show you why in a second. It's not great. And then we have Ferencváros and Molfehevar, I believe, in the Europa League, which is solid. And then sides, a couple of top sides. Okay. That's surprising. You should still get it if you've got the database set up I use plus a few extra. If anything, you should have more because you've got extra leagues loaded as well. Go to Portugal in... I thought you said 4 3 weeks. That would have been great. Pog and I have a wedding. We might be going to Aberdeen in June. Maybe. The big ones. I'm going to go get that flat. So yeah, that's what the situation is there. The bookmarks thing is so useful. I love it so fucking much. Now that I've got used to it being there and I don't instinctively go up here and go into things, it's so great. Pixel pin with the 31 months. My God. Thank you, friend.
31 months and counting, sick Matt Jam.
Indeed. Counting them up. Or down. Either way. It's the beautiful thing about numbers. You can go either way. Well, our friend has just moved up there. And obviously he's kind of, a long way away from everyone else. So we might go up and see him. Because you can get a flight out of Luton straight to Aberdeen. So we might just have to do that. It's quite cheap too. Never done a domestic flight before, like inside the country. So yeah, as for how they got here, most of them had fairly straightforward. We have definitely taken a step. That is true, Dean. That is, I had not considered that point. Most of their steps were pretty obvious. So we had... so Ferencváros, they go straight in because they just go, they didn't have to play any qualifying games. They just go straight in. So that was good for them. Then we had, this is the best bit. This is how I know that we're getting better. Check this out. Molfehevar, they beat Rangers 3-0. That is, they got through. They still got humped by Genk in the next round, admittedly. But they got through a round. That's the first time we've had a team actually get through a round of Champions League qualifying. There was that 3-0 victory in the first leg with Ruiz Parvanov and then Dardai scoring for them. That's really, really important to see them actually get to the playoff round of the Champions League qualifying. I was not concerned that they would get through, but like wondering if they might. But no, they got absolutely hammered 4-0 away from home. But they still drew in the home game. So I think they're getting better. And that, of course, dropped them straight into the the Europa League group stage as well. Yeah, it's... How do you mean? Well, I'm confused now. They probably do have a tough fixture draw because they haven't played as much European as some of the other ones. Hey, Ash, how's it going? So it's been good. We didn't gain anything last season other than a bit of ground. Oh, I see what you mean. The way that it highlights it on here. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool if you could change the color coding. Saz? Fancy it? Yeah, you're right. I didn't even notice it changed that, but you're right. I hadn't even seen that. So yeah, that's what they did. This is the bit I wanted to discuss with you because I thought this was kind of interesting. So Újpest, obviously, they're generally speaking, they don't have much trouble getting through these rounds because they played against Energetic, which is, not really a big deal. Then they played against WSG Tyrol 4-1 with relatively comfortable stuff. It was Kisvárda that I was very, very surprised about. They made some very tough ties look surprisingly easy, and that gives me real hope. Having already seen Molfehevar do what they did, I wasn't super surprised, but look at this. So they played against Vardar Skopje first, and that was not really a hard draw for them. So they got through. But then they played Hibs. 1-3-1 at home, and I thought, okay, that's a very strong result. But look at this. De Bruyne is really starting to play well. Then they went to Easter Road and won again. Antoine Merler scored twice. Like, that is a really strong result away at a Scottish side. I know it's only the Hibbies, but that's a solid side. Then they lost 1-0 away at Nantes, and I said to myself, well, Nantes, big French side, not particularly good. And then went and won 2-0 at home with Joshua De Bruyne and Anton Merler again. These two are carrying Kisvárda at the moment. They're also bottom of the league nearly at the moment too. But look at De Bruyne. Look at that. Oh, damn it. About literally 10 days ago, he was considered 5-star potential again. But look at how he's starting to develop into a ridiculously good striker. 4 caps for South Africa now, Joshua De Bruyne. I wonder, honestly, if he might end up becoming our first choice striker one day if he keeps on developing at the rate that he is and getting lots of football. He's already banged 5 in 8 so far this season for them, which is lovely. And Merler, I think, has even more. Merler's got 8 goals for them in 10 games this season. 5 in the Europe and 3 in the league. It's really, really good. Yeah, so the last time they were in Europe, they did get relegated. And as luck would have it, it's not started off too well for them either, as they do currently sit 10th in the league and have only just won their first game, which was a 5-1 win against Haladash, at least. But a little bit concerning there. Hopefully they figure that one out. We're actually not doing that well so far. We have won 2 games, but we've missed so many chances, it's actually outrageous. Castillo's XG is already nearly 4 and he scored 1 goal, so he needs to pick it up a little bit. Hopefully that was just like pure weirdness because of when I turned the game on. But yeah, not ideal. So we already lost to Ferencváros, which was very frustrating. As you can see here, a 1-0 to victory at home as well. And Velasquez was sent off after 2 minutes. So that was useful in that game. And it was Anthony Mohamed that scored it. It wasn't a good game, basically. Look at their fixtures for the European boys. Yeah, of course. So we've got Ferencváros's fixtures. They should have one of the easier runs of it. So Braga at home isn't that easy. Boda away won't be easy. Sparta at home should be okay. Austria, wow. Real Sociedad, Crvena Zvezda, Nordsjælland and Maribor. Thank God for Nordsjælland and Maribor at home. I think that might well be what saves them. Because I suspect they might be outside the top 24 coming into those final 2 matches. Mohamed is decent without being like, let's see, where is he? So he still only has that 10 heading. Like, he's a really solid player. 12 caps for Nigeria. He's good, if not spectacular, I guess. But he's certainly good enough for Ferencváros. Yeah, he hasn't really developed very much technically. Favorite personnel, is he really? That's kind of sick, actually. Aguilar, you might notice, is actually back on loan at Ferencváros again, because if you recall, he had that serious injury, and as a result, they refused to extend his loan. Once the injury cleared up, I was able to offer him out on loan again, and he went back out on loan again to Ferencváros, so he's back then, which is nice. Everyone do you think is the best? The current one, just because I do believe there's been an improvement every single year. The question isn't really for me whether it's got better, it's a question of how much it's got better and whether you'd have expected more. So I still think it's the best one currently, but yeah. No, we haven't really talked about it so much, Hubert, other than obviously the fact that the Leverkusen move turned out to be unbelievably not... Well, then again, that was completely not your fault, but that's just how it goes, isn't it? Those AI agents are slippery beasts. Hey, Lisa. I'm good. How are you, my friend? On this fine Sunday morning, or wherever time of the day is where you are. So, yes, that's Ferencváros's fixtures. They're not great. Tuchel certainly didn't help. Admittedly, I feel like my version of Noni Madueke didn't exactly get the most luckiness with his cruciate ligament injury either. That definitely screwed his career up for me, because it looked like he was doing okay at Stade Rennes until that injury, and then it just seemed to like dent him massively, which is a shame. I was so surprised with how good Mariba did, though. I thought I had that in the bag, and then I thought you had that in the bag, and then I'm just not sure. Basically. I can't believe that Mariba went to like 37 as well. A little bit, Connor. It's, you know, it's hard to not be a little bit happy. Oh, you might notice as well, we've got the 3rd star. I added the 3rd star to our badge for our 3rd title. I finally got around to doing it. So we are now a 3-star team. Bayern Munich manager. So it's Tuchel, isn't it, right? Does that mean like Nagelsmann to Tottenham is here we go? That'll be fascinating. Honestly, if it keeps them away from Marco Silva, I'm totally fine with that. Yeah, no. You're unbeatable. The Villarreal. I love that Mariba was such a not a one-club man, although he kind of was in a way. Once he got to those clubs, he kind of really just stuck around. Love these kits for Molfeheva, by the way. Big shout out to Nine Men, of course. So yeah, they've got Nordsjælland at home. BK Häcken away, that's a good one for them potentially. Lille away, not easy. Legia Warszawa away, Tottenham at home, Maccabi Haifa at home, Braga away, Galatasaray away. Ooh, tough. I think Nagelsmann at Spurs would be very interesting. And to be honest, from an outside perspective, I'd rather see him there, I think, potentially even than Poch, just because I think it would be an interesting... But that's just as a totally neutral thing. I don't know what Spurs fans would prefer. Would they prefer Poch back? Would they prefer Nagelsmann? It's hard to say. I don't know what you guys would think about that, but I maybe prefer... Just because it'd be cool to see him manage against Pep in the Premier League and just sort of, yeah... Did Conte get fired? Not yet, but I feel like if they can get him to... I feel like if they know they can get Nagelsmann, then they'll just pull the trigger, won't they? Ruben Amorim? Is Amorim the sporting manager? I forget. I think he is, isn't he? So then we've got... Who else is... Oh yeah, Újpest's fixtures. They should have some good fixtures, I think. Slovan Bratislava away. Panathinaikos at home. Sloboda Tuzla away. Rijeka at home. Astana at home. Wow. Budapest might have a chance at actually going like top 8 here. With those kind of fixtures, they must have been a pot 1 side to get fixtures like that. Difficult nation, probably Norway. Just because of the squad reg rules in Norway are pretty tough. Those are some lovely... Yeah, lots of away trips for Budapest as well. Give Rafa Benitez... Oh, yes. Big Rafa. Get him in there. And Kishvardas, they should have really quite tough ones, I suspect. Did anyone else... Hang on. Henning Berg is the Kishvarda manager. When did that happen? Okay, I must have never noticed that, but there you go. He is the Kishvarda manager at the moment. And they've got EFK Göteborg at home. Olympiacos away will be tough. Maccabi Tel Aviv are quite solid. AEK at home. Napredak Kruševac away. And then Levski Sofia, well, they'll get hammered 6-0 by them, as we all know. Those aren't bad fixtures for Kishvarda. If they can beat Nantes and Hibernian, I think they can get through that group. Probably do a better job than Debrecen. Those are some good results. You said they're good. You're right, they are. Going away to Olympiacos and a... Oh, no, technically that was at home, but 2. The fact they're playing 2 Greek sides out of their 6 games is surprising. But that's... I think Conference League might be quite poggy. Actually, I want to just check. Who is the best side in the Conference League this year? Aberdeen, Shamrock Rovers, Villarreal? Sturm Graz are pretty... Bayer Leverkusen, West Ham. I tell you what. Conference League doesn't look at... And maybe Anderlecht as well. Conference League doesn't look anywhere near as stacked as it normally does. For my liking, anyway. I feel like there's been much stronger seasons of top sides. I think top 8 is firmly doable for both of these two this year if they get the cards right. Because Leverkusen and West Ham are certainly up there, and Villarreal, with maybe Anderlecht and Sturm Graz, but that still leaves some other positions. Yeah, I think I would say Leverkusen and West Ham probably go 6 for 6 unless they somehow end up playing each other. Hungary are currently 7th, but look how close it is this year now. So as a result of this, we're now only 0.8 behind Portugal. And we've started off well with obviously having 5 sides in. And I think we've got a better job at actually getting 5 sides through that actually could do something this year. Last year we got super unlucky with the draws in the knockout rounds. It absolutely did us. But, you know, all we have to do is close the gap by 0.8 this season on Portugal. And bear in mind, last year they might have had a 16-point season, but that was their best year in years. So I think we've got a chance. How many leagues? It depends what type of save you're doing. So I only have Hungary loaded, but I have a database set up that allows me to load like 100,000 players, just not the league itself. That way you still get all the players and you get all the regens from those nations later down the line, but you don't have to worry about the fixture processing. So that's solid. But yeah, I would say as few as you need and then load the players separately. There's like a trick. I say a trick. It's not really a trick. It's just using the game how it's designed. It's just... I feel like with the database thing, we sometimes treat it like a trick, but there's nothing tricky about it, really. All it is just using the game the way it's designed. I think what SI don't do so much is explain the ways that it can be used perhaps as effectively as they maybe might. But it's fine, because then I get to make videos about it. So, you know, I'm the real winner. We're probably going to just do the split into 2 today, I would guess. But at some point, I am going to try that, though. But that's what I mean. I feel like it'd be cool if they made people more aware of the fact that you can edit. You can have much more control of the way that you load your databases. And I think it would make a huge difference to a lot of people's saves. That seems to be the opinion I get from the comments of that video. Almost like every day there'll be a new comment being like, I had no idea this even existed. Because it isn't really obvious, is it? I'm trying to think how we... Do you know, the only reason that I found that existed was because when we started the Tromsø save, or some save I wanted to start, and I wanted to make sure that Regen Booty was loadable and signable without me having to load down to like the 7th tier or 6th tier of England. And so I was looking through there to see if anything was possible, and that's where I found it. No, you can't change the database stuff mid-save. You have to sort of prepare it as you go along. What a save! Hi, who is your goalkeeper, and can I sign him? Mother of God. That was ridiculous. Great header initially, actually. View only. Not as players to view inside. Yes, so, but yeah, that's because view only doesn't work the way you... So view only is not designed to give you players. What view only does is to give you the league, the fixtures. So what you do is you load the players, not the leagues, and you don't load them on view only. You can load them on view only over the top of that if you actually want to see the fixtures. That does work. But loading leagues on view only will not have any effect on the players coming through. All that will happen is as you get through the save, the teams will produce less and less players, basically. Yeah, I do think that they could probably do with a new tutorial. Or just some way of getting new players in, especially if their goal is to attract new players, which obviously is always the goal because they want growth. I think they need to do a better job at ingratiating those new players into the game a little bit more, potentially. Hengmin Song, thank you very much for the followers. Radojcic is in. And it's another insane save. I tell you what, we are missing golden chances after golden chances. Every time our strikers go through this season, they miss. It's actually kind of mental. The only goal Castillo has scored this season is a penalty. Because every time he goes clean through, he just misses or hits the keeper. Obviously, this is Radojcic, but the same thing seems to be happening for him now. It's actually kind of mad. Lezanul, thank you very much for the follow as well. Yeah, you end up with a load of... If you have it on view only, you'll end up in, like, a situation where a league's top scorer will have, like, one goal. Oh, slip him through. Pereira. Why is he passing that? Could we, like, get a few goals, lads? Pereira's again on the ball. Come on, drill it across. How? See what I mean? Every golden chance is just being saved at the moment. This has been how it's been all season. Like, we've only won our first couple of games by, like, the odd goal as a result of stuff like this. It's actually kind of mad. Right, keep going. Oh. Like, 'cause we've had, like, 3-4 XG in all of our games so far and have just missed every single opportunity. It's fascinating to me. So, hopefully, we can sort that out before we get into the Champions League matches. But I'm a little bit perturbed as to why that's just started happening. I'll be honest with you. Hopefully, it just randomly sorts itself out. Hurley now has been pushed over in the box, and now we get a penalty. Yeah, it's weird, because last season, bear in mind, we finished off last season in the best form imaginable. So we were scoring 5s and 6s and 7s in virtually every game. So it's not Castillo that takes the pen, because he's not on the pitch. I have made him our official penalty taker. So who's taking this now? It's Malero from the spot. Come on. Okay, we've at least done that. The only thing we can do at the moment is score pens, but at least we've done so. Add a new player in Hurley and their dynamics aren't as good as... Potentially, by the way, Hurley has had a woeful start to this season. He put up a 6.0 in his first match and a 6.4 in his second game. So it could be a case of him just not being ingratiated, as you say. But today seems to have had a slightly better performance of it. 6.6, 6.7. He's sort of hovering around those numbers without looking spectacularly. So, 6.9 now. The one thing about Hurley is that when certain players aren't around, he does take set pieces too, which is kind of helpful just to give him a little bit of a ratings bump occasionally. It won't happen today because obviously Malero's on the pitch, but without Malero, he tends to take them. Pereira, Radojcic misses the target again. Oh, he's offside, but he still missed. It's actually mad. I think we've scored half of our goals this season have been penalties because we miss everything from open play at the moment. Now, this is a slightly weakened side as well, but given how well we're playing with it, it's surprising me. The key thing, though, is that we're still creating the chances. Like, the tactic is still working as far as chance creation goes. Radojcic is in again. Hits the post this time. In the first match of the season, we hit the post. I believe there were 6 total post hits in the game. 5 of which were us, 1 was our opponent. So a first half of 2.86 XG, we've only managed to score the pen. Typical. Turn off the winger swapping. Well, the thing is, weirdly, the winger swapping actually made it worse at first. So we'll see. We can always try it out. Fatboy Buns, thank you for the 12 months.
That's a fat dub.
That is a fat dub. I'll take that. Thank you, friend. That's very kind of you. We'll, No, it's definitely a thing. I'm just curious to see how we... With anything like this, you need a bigger sample size. So if we're still having this problem 10 games into the season, then that would be very strange, to be honest. Because it is really just a case of insanely good finishing players going through on goal and they're just missing chances or hitting it straight at the goal. Now, that's not a good chance. That's a standard one. The note from him, yeah, I need to remove the note. The reason he had a note on him is because he was one of those players that I wanted to make sure that I signed the moment he turned 18 so we could get him in quickly, but I need to remember to do so, basically. So that's why he's got the note on him. It'd be cool if it, like, just took that off automatically after a certain time. Like a time-release note, almost. Like a Snapchat. I want to put a Snapchat on a player, damn it. Okay. Have you thought about... Oh, God, I don't miss that, I must say. I really don't miss that. Hurley's had a better game here, which is nice. And he's looking calm, at least. Radojcic has had a woeful time. Let's get Goof on. Because Goof's here now, apparently. So that's fine. We'll get Donovan on for a bit. A few players did get a little bit annoyed at me as well. Because of they wanted to go and stuff like that. So that might also be playing into it, potentially, as well. So a few of them are now happy. Silver's now happy again now. But people like Darla, I think, are a bit annoyed at me. Seri's a little bit annoyed. Yeah, Goof could be a sleeper. You never know. Watch him now score a hat-trick in the next 25 minutes, and turns out he's the ultimate poacher. That's the dream, right? Here we go. Hurley on the ball. Yeah, he's offside. But he made the run, and at least he finished it. He is definitely offside there, but it was a nice little run in behind the lines. Yeah, he's definitely offside, but at least he actually, like, at least he scored the goal, which is something. But let's look at his attributes in a bit. He got into the position to score. It's nice to see him actually score it. Thies is just making it. Oh, by the way, this was a brilliant comment. So this was a comment on the VOD, right? Apparently, there was a news article where Thies Freeze said, the news article said, Thies Freeze prefers Bellingham to Bellingham. Because presumably he was comparing Job to Jude. But I just love the fact that that was a news article, apparently. So there we go. 3.74 XG correct. 3.92 created, and the only goal we were able to score was a penalty. That's the story of this season so far for us. I'll have to show you the actual match stats from the other games just to sort of prove my point on this one. Also, I did have a bid on Bellingham from Dortmund, and he turned the contract down. He turned the contract down to go to Dortmund. And it was a big bid too. It was like 26 million quid for a player that we signed on a free transfer who, you know, because I was going to get rid of either him, Yoshi, or Seri. And when I got the bid in from Dortmund of 26 million quid or whatever, accepted it immediately. And then he turned their contract down. They'd offered him like £35,000 a week. Like, I guess you're just happy here on 5. Man just loves Hungary. So yeah, that's kind of been the story of our start of the season. So that was his debut. I'm not going to lie. If it wasn't for the fact that he was glacially slow, Goof is an actually really good striker. And if he wasn't so embarrassingly injury prone. His composure's a little low though, was what I will say. But he's a very good striker. Like, got great passing as well. But we'll see. Maybe he could just time his run correctly. That's my hope, right? Has tries first time shots, which we seem to think is a PPM that works quite nicely for us. So yeah, let me just catch you up on the league games this season to prove my point. So we started off against Budapest Honvéd. It was 2-0. In fact, that was one without a penalty. We've just been underperforming a bit too much. So yeah, 3.87, 2-0. And it took a late goal from Navarro. Abdul Nabi's goal as well was just like an absolute pot shot from the middle of nowhere, because he just does that. Then we had the game against Uzvala, which was also a 2-0. But one of the goals in this game was a penalty. And I believe the XG was... That one's a little bit more on rain, but still underperformed. Then against Ferencváros, 1-0 defeat at home. That was a fairly even game, but yet again we failed to score. The red card didn't help. We've not exactly covered ourselves in glory as far as data goes this season. When you look at our data setup, we're already underperforming our XG by 6 goals. We've only played 4 league games. How can we have dug a hole that deep that quickly? We are building the Marianas Trench of XG debt, basically. Otto Ferdinand, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, it would have been cool if we get to... I'm just kind of happy that we get to play Newcastle at all in this save. Newcastle's not a team I've ever played in the Champions League before. I believe they're here because they won the Europa League. I think that's what happened. Or something like that. Also, you might notice that we don't have the attend stuff set up for the other matches now. I've set up screen flows to automatically take us to the fixtures page for the Europa League and the Conference League on the day of, on the morning and the evening of all the fixtures for it. So we'll just get automatically taken there each time, which I think is just a better way of doing it. So we will never ever be able to forget that we've got those things to look at. I love screen flows. Screen flows is another underrated feature of FM that people just don't touch, and I think it's such a sick idea. Charles is created too. XG alone gets inflated by the amount of shots. True, but the reason XG exists is because of the value of a shot. So if they say that a shot is worth 0.1 XG, that means if you have 10 of those, you're likely to score on average 1 goal. So the whole point of XG is to, in theory, represent that. But the thing is, the wingers, we're still creating the chances, and I don't know why the winger swapping would affect the finishing. If anything, that would be more likely to cause problems. Because what I noticed is that when we had the winger swapping on with this system, that we can always try it again, but for the moment, I'm quite content to leave it as it is. Yeah, so screen flow is this. But you're right, that's the one thing that's changed. That and Hurley joining us. So yeah, screen flow is this. So basically what you can do is you can set up the game to automatically take you to certain screens within the match, within the game at certain times. So for example, during a World Cup, I have it set up so that on match days in the evening, it shows us the profile, which lets us sort of keep up with the World Cup fixtures. And then what I've done is I've built in this that takes us to the matches and fixtures results screen of the Europa League and the Europa Conference League. It takes us in the morning and then in the evening. So that way we go when the fixtures are, and then we can hit continue, and it will take us back again in the evening to make sure that we never miss the fixtures. So that's what it does. You can have it set up for all sorts of stuff, but it's a thing that doesn't get used very much in FM. But I think it's really cool. New glasses, enjoy. Lashme, thank you for the 25 months. How are you, friend? Hope you're having a lovely Sunday morning.
Nobody knows that I pay a grown man money every month for entertainment.
Oh, I don't know. You've just told all of us. You've been exposed. That's a self-exposed there, Lash. How's it going? That's good. I think part of us, well, it could be just players that are unhappy, so the squad dynamic was getting affected too. So Yeboah is the last one, Navarro and Donovan. No, that's an old one, I think. I think it's just Navarro and Yakubo now that we need to sort of need to sort out. But what they go, hang on, was that? Yeah, this is much better. This was like down to nearly here at one point because I had like 4 guys that were like this level of complaining. Like handing and transfer request levels of complaining. But now that seems to have subsided. That might help us as well. We'll just go in and absolutely twat Newcastle and just feel absolutely fine again. Be typical of us, wouldn't it? Hopefully that game in the cup there could be just what we need. Cup game against the poor side. Genuine Wonderkid. So as for media description of Wonderkid, I think you can actually show it on here. Let me just... general info. Fuck it, I'll put it on the screen too. Why not? I think you can actually put media description on here, can't you? Yeah. So we can just find out. So as far as the game's concerned, the only Wonderkid, weirdly, that's actually at the club currently is Velasquez. And I totally understand why. Obviously, media description is kind of irrelevant because it's whether we consider a player to be a Wonderkid is a bit different. And out of the club, I don't think that would be interesting if there was. No Wonderkids outside of the club. Which makes sense. However, it could just be to do with ages. For me, Fernandez has got that kind of potential. I like him a lot. I think he's an underrated pickup, honestly. Yoshi, still not sure. It depends if he can get through more than 2 days without getting, like, injured, really. But, oh, actually, did I see that Yoshi's now got... He does. He's got that little extra bit there now. Brandon Silva is obviously absolutely filthy. At 22 years old, I'm actually surprised that he isn't considered a Wonderkid, particularly with his value, but maybe it's because he's 22. Montiel was definitely a Wonderkid, and is easily the best centre-back I've had in FM possibly ever. I'm trying to think of a better centre-back I've had in Football Manager. He's better than Neslo. He's better than Halanik Mate. He's better than any of the treaty guys. That's what's scary, because he's only 22. These guys were like 26, 27. He's better than Luis Navio. I'd say he's one of the best centre-backs I've ever seen. Better than Jarju. Yeah, I mean, don't tell Jarju, but yeah. If he was 6'3", I couldn't care less about his height. He's got 15 jumping reach. If he was 6'3" and still had 15 jumping reach, it would not matter to me. Like, he's got 15 jumping reach, so the fact that he's 6 foot is irrelevant to me. How much did he cost? £850,000. Technically 700 if you don't count the clauses. Yeah, we picked him up from Nacional. He was at one point actually our record signing, but at the time we had so much money. Honestly, you're right. No, you're genuinely right. Darla is an excellent centre back. Not that we even play him as a centre back, but he could do the job. Because, I mean, he's a fullback that has 15 pace and 17 acceleration with 18 jumping reach. The real faces are from the Regen pack, Pilar. Let me just get you the link. It's this, basically. Just incredible. One thing I will say about Montiel, though, the thing that makes him extra special is that he's a centre-back that has 17 pace. I'm worried. I think that Darla, I'll keep him as he is just because I don't want it to start... Like, he's comfortable enough there that I'm just happy to play him there if I need him to, and I feel like it wouldn't really do much... I don't think training him completely there is going to make much difference because I don't want to take away any, like, of his attribute growth from his actual position. Struggle with me. I used to be a bit heightist. Sorry, my throat's gone a bit funny. But I've come around to the idea that jumping reach is just a far more important attribute for me. If I found a 5'9" dude that had 18 jumping reach, he'd be straight in there. If he could spring like that, he's in. Skin is !! Skin is how you get it, but it's SAS23. Love it. Yeah, Darla's great. Abdul Nabi's not short. I know he is a bit short. But 5'9" with 10 jumping reach isn't actually that bad. For some reason in my head, he looks quite big in the match engine for me. Shortest centre-back. Oh, okay. Curious now. But yeah, that's how the squad's shaping up. Also, Castillo is now 4-star, and he's just so good. But you can see that his start to the season isn't particularly great with that kind of... the amount of XG he's created, the only thing he's scored is a penalty. So we do need that to not happen, but we'll see. Give it time, right? Yeah, but the thing is, we still believe Montiel could get better. That's the scary thing. He's still only 22. There's clearly still a bit of room to grow with him. So centre-back. And then I'll just do any centre-backs, right? And then just sort it by height. 5'7" is the shortest centre back. But I'll just use that as a filter and then sort by jumping reach. So this guy's got Muhammad Ali here has 2 to 8 jumping reach, which, let's be honest, it's most likely 2. Nah, it's probably something like 5, if I'm honest. He's 5'7". He's not like 5'2". And then there's MS Dagis. He sounds like a science fiction author. Hang on, your first name is MS. That's a regen. He's a regen. And his first name is MS Dagis. That presumably means that somewhere out there's a Sri Lankan player that has MS as his first name because it's been shortened, and then the match because it's into the name pool as a result of that. A writer and a sickness. That must be what it is. Kim Hyuk. This guy here, he's 5'8" with 11 potential there. We'll see if there's any, like, this guy here potentially. This Zanzibar, Abdul Zwamed Burhani, 9 to 15 jumping reach on a guy who's 5'9". It's probably going to be 9, isn't it? But still, you know, occasionally you do see some strange ones. I remember finding a guy who was 6'8" and had 12 jumping reach. Are you ducking at that point? Like, how does that work? How can you be 6'8" and have a jumping reach of 12? Like, I'm going for a header, lads. Yeah, you want Alessandro Martin. I wonder what jumping reach he does have. 12. It's not bad, is it, really? Spine problems. He's broken his spine, chat. It wasn't my fault, all right? Never needs to... That's true, yeah. Jumping to jumping reach, which capped on their height. Yeah, which makes sense, right? Yeah, it's weird when you see a player who's like 6'4" and doesn't have at least 15, generally speaking. But usually it's around a range, isn't it? So Terranova injured, but that's fine. Wow. Inter just twatted Leon. Leon are not good in this save, are they? I mean, we hit them for 5 last time. I am a little bit concerned about this Newcastle game. Because they're a pot 2 side. But that's probably because they've been, let's say, slumming it. They've been getting an insane amount of coefficient, personal coefficient in the lower competitions. And as a result, you're all right, aren't you? Yeah. At some point today, we're just going to explode. I can feel it. Wins headers against the 7-foot... Well, yeah. I mean, he would, wouldn't he, technically? It depends what the 7-foot player's jumping reach was, I guess. If the 7-foot player's jumping reach was 8. Man's doing a forward roll to reach a header. Okay, so that was... Most of our first team was rested last game, so I should just be able to dump straight back into Castillo, Malero, Navarro. Who do we want here? Malero or... Yeah, Malero actually does a good job there, doesn't he? Navarro, Silva, Seri, Velasquez, Dala, Fernandez, Montiel. What a team. That right there, by the way, is an absolutely filthy system, like lineup. I don't really see a weakness in this team at the moment. Maybe Joao Virginia, honestly, and that's makes me sad to say. But this team at the moment, look at that back 4. Dala, Fernandez, Montiel, and Abdul Nabi is an absolutely terrifying backline, particularly because the shortest one of them is Abdul Nabi, and Jesus, the links are perfect. Navarro's an absolute boss. Malero is great. Silva's obviously Silva. Castillo does need to pick it up a little bit, but and look at the bench too. Like, I had no trouble selecting a team for this either. Like, we've got Lucas on the bench, we've got Medinger, Bellingham, Radojicic, Jarju's there, Yeboah, Pereira, Alvarado, Maecha as well, Diaz, Dela Cruz, and Hurley. Oh, this is the strongest this team's been. Fernandez's pace, I think it's a little bit lower. No, it's not, it's 15. Fernandez has got 15 pace as well. He's got 10 crossing. He could actually cover right back for us if we needed him to, because he's got that crossing and dribbling onto his game too. Tell you what, Universidad Católica in this save are turning out some absolute monsters. We've got 3 guys from them that we've signed for a combined total of £10 million, and they're worth between them about 250 million now. In fact, I'm just going to have another look at them, because I'm fairly certain when I was looking through some of the... Yeah, here you go. When I was looking through some of the national team squads, I found a couple more guys, this guy being one of them. This is Brian Bizarma, who I think I'm already scouting as it goes, but they've got more. This guy here, Francesco Araya as well, like model citizen striker. 1 cap for Chile already. They are just generating the whole Chile team. Reese with a gifted sub to Peppergar. Thank you, Reese. That's super kind of you. Wow. Do we want Catholic uni students? I mean, we got to, right? But seriously, Reese, thank you so much. Fuck it, let's get some presents. Does this work today? Yes, it does. There was a massive Stream Deck update, and it like broke all of my buttons. Yeah, is he cheap though? That's the question with him. I just signed a new contract. Shit. And then there's also this guy, Christian Acosta. Not as good potentially, fickle personality, but you can see what I mean about the quality these guys have. And their under 21 squad doesn't exactly. It's not a slouchy team by any means. And they've got Jorge Gonzalez here. There's Brandon Jones. Okay. I guess the NASCAR career wasn't good for him. He's just like, nope, no longer. No, I'm off. I'm going to become a Chilean footballer instead. Team report, definitely worth it. Yeah, Francisco Valencia on top of that as well. Oh dear, that's not a good face that he's got there. Sorry. Right, cool. Yeah, why not? They are prime for a team report. I might actually try a full team report scouting process next season. Instead of doing what I do with the scouting that we're going to see for most of this year, right? Oh, no, might as well got lookups. I might do a full team report one instead to see if we can maybe find a couple of guys before they hit 3 corners. That's... Hey, Pocono only has 3 corners, damn it. He can only race specifically at Pocono. He did have Billy Henderson vibes, for sure, yeah. Damn, Sky Vink is solid. One track wonder, great. Speaking of, you remember last week, I was trying to sell NASCAR to you lot. This is the weekend to sell it because it's COTA. It's Circuit of the Americas this weekend. They've got Kimi Räikkönen, Jenson Button. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be so fucking good. If there was any race to check out, it'd be tonight. Particularly there's no F1 this weekend. F1's back next weekend. It's the weekend after. I forget. Let's see. So that's Skyvink. Yeah, COTA Paint. Circuit of the Americas. Oh, is it Albert Park? Is it Albert Park? Yeah. He must be. Vink be a good. Well, I mean, in this save, I suppose, yes. Although, actually, no, because he's playing for Ajax, isn't he? Well, to be fair, the reason that Jenson Button's racing this is because he's going to be part of NASCAR's Le Mans entry, which is Garage 53. So he's getting seat time in the next gen car to kind of prepare for that. But he's in like reasonable equipment. Well, I'll say reasonable equipment. It is in the UK, but I mean, I don't watch it on the TV. Let's put it that way. There's always streams on the subreddit. There's a website that has like crystal clear streams, and there's also an ad-free one as well, which is kind of cool. Sometimes you can get Twitch streams for it, but they don't seem to work as well this year, which is weird. So he's a manager currently. He finished his career at 5. Wow, he's been about a bit. Of course, he never went to United in this save. But he did go back to the Netherlands. Look at his goal record for Lyon. That's insane. Oh, his jumping reach. Yeah, unfortunately, we can't see that, can we? But still, look at that. 2020, 17, 18. That's some stunningly good stuff. Stunning? Stunning. Career stats, let's go. Show me. Holy shit. He looks just like Benavides. Hang on. I wonder if that's the same face. Okay, that's not... Hang on. I realise you can't see what I'm doing, but that's fine. You don't need to for this. Where the fuck is he? Oh, it's Benavides, not Benav. Okay, I can't find our own player. 1 second, chat. It seems like he's got the same face. Does he have the same face? Oh no, he just has the same kind of messy haircut. It's very similar though. Also, nice to see that determination's going up. Oh dear, it's the problem when I don't go running, my throat gets all funny. This is all guys in English. Hey, wait, what is? Oh, I didn't even notice that. No, that's fine. I'm so used to... Right, I didn't even notice that was in Portuguese because I'm so used to seeing the attributes clumped in a way that they are that I just assumed it was in English anyway. But I realise, obviously, sometimes you can have it sorted by alphabetics, can't you? I always have it sorted the same way as this anyway, so I didn't even notice. I've been live for just under an hour, Leaf, because the clocks changed in the UK and Europe this weekend, so they went forward an hour, so it might be an hour earlier for you at the moment. Hang on. No, why am I struggling with here? Capilla Life. Thank you very much. I was thinking Capybara in my head there. Thank you very much for the gifted sub to Hey Bim. You'll have to see it. Well, maybe start running. Well, when I started in 2019, it genuinely was a case of I just felt like doing it one day, and then I just went out and did it, came back, was sick, and then went, you know what? That was actually really fun, because I felt really good after I was sick. Once I got the sick part out of the way, I felt really good. And now it's the only form of exercise that I've ever been able to commit to and actually enjoy. I kind of treat it like meditation. Someone once referred to it as peditation, because you're using your feet. I find that I can't, like, think about stuff when I'm running, so it just kind of makes it easy to just plod along like a bear and just not think about things. It just lets my mind settle. And why did I just type your name in? Thank you, ASD. Thank you very much for the follow. The vomit robin of amateur running. I wouldn't even call myself an amateur. I think I'm whatever's below amateur. If that's even possible. But yeah, that's what made me start. And then I just kind of got really, really into it. I started just enjoying the fact that it was a sport that I could compete against myself and just try to better myself, right? Oh, so this must be a really awkward time for the Aussies. I just realised that. Mental health. Yeah, it really, really is. I've noticed that this week was the first week since, like, before COVID that I was able to get, like, a run on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Because this plan I've been going up through this plan quite quickly because I've just felt way better than I normally do. And I felt so good on those days. It just... You get this kind of... It's calm, but at the same time, it's a kind of peaceful energy, I suppose. And today I feel really different because I had massive takeaway pizza last night. I didn't run. I was up early. I had an hour less sleep. It was bad. It wasn't great. So what's this Newcastle team looking like? They've got Everson, Tavares, Dyer, Calvin Bassey, Douglas Luiz, Curtis Jones, Sambi Lokonga. I swear he was playing for a different team in this save. Is that Ben Johnson? Oh, Brennan Johnson. Of course it's Brennan Johnson. Gabriel Martinelli. Yeah, Everson... Wait, isn't he actually at... They paid £20 million for him. Oh, it's the Leicester guy. Oh, wow. And somehow, Spurs still made money. Fair play. Actually, you know what? That's not... 15 clean sheets in the Premier League ain't bad. His time at Newcastle's been a bit poor. He's averaging 6.43. Soon he'll move to Wolves. Now, we all know what happens then. The Rolls Royce of post-running vomit. It really was. Yeah, you see the guy that's being... The guy that Danny Ward's keeping out of the team, basically. So, yeah, we've still got the one unhappy player now, which is... Oh, no, two. But they'll get over it. They're building their bridges as we speak. I don't know how to make of this Newcastle team. Because we've brought some big English sides to... Hungary and done... Oh yeah, Donovan hasn't played as much though. Donovan is upsetting me over the lack of game time over a long period of time, even though I've been giving him a fair amount. It's because on the right you've got Darla, technically, Abdul Nabi and Donovan, and he's not a big fan of that. Trigger press. Oh, I did, didn't I? Right, good shout. It might work, but maybe don't want to risk it in the Champions League just in case. Hang on. The exact Mastradamus? Wait, what do we mean? What did I miss, Leaf? Did someone tell you I did something that I didn't? Boom. Oh! I remember now. Sorry, yeah. This was what I said earlier, Leaf. We were talking about if the clocks changed for anywhere else other than the UK, and everyone in Europe was like, yeah, no, it's a European thing too. And then someone was like, yeah, the Australians have got the bit hit by this the hardest. And then... I think it was bad. And then I was like, oh yeah, that's why Leaf's not here. She'll be in an hour late today because Leaf will rock up in an hour basically being like, why is the stream on? That was what it was, yeah. And lo and behold, here you are. Yeah, we'll find out when Leaf pops up in an hour or so. You're like clockwork. Okay, an okay start for us. Right, pretty much right on cue. It's bang on 11 o'clock right now. How come the Champions League? This is what happens to the Champions League in Season 3 of your saves. And in real life. But obviously, you know, Season 3 of real life. Which we've not reached yet. Oh, go on, Seri. Oh, look at the football. The build-up. Oh, it's a brilliant... Offside? He might have come back for an offside position there, potentially. How do you keep players happy? Honestly, I don't really care too much about keeping them happy a lot of the time. Generally speaking... We get enough playing time for a lot of the rotation guys anyway, because we play so many matches. There's often... Oh, it came off both of them. there's often a lot of room for rotation. So as a result, the other thing is to make sure that your players are always on like as low a contract status as you can. So we have no star players at the club for that exact reason, because if we had star players, they'd be demanding to play all the time, basically. I think that's a little bit more on the defender than the goalkeeper. I don't think the keeper can do much about that, but we are winning, which is the main thing. And Malero continues to be Mr. European Specialist. Yeah, I think that obviously you want to try and keep your players happy, but sometimes there's a line as to how much you can really do that. Oh, nice from Joao. Good. Safe hands from the big man. I don't know if the replacement for him is going to be Farkashan or whether it is going to be Lucas, but maybe trying out Lucas in some league games this season wouldn't be the worst idea. Just to start getting him ingratiated into the team, start getting him to play a bit of football. That's a great ball. Right, come on, Castillo. Show me the goods. Oh, what a... He's kicked it straight at the goal is gaping, and he's like, target fixation straight at the goalkeeper. Ah, dear. Nice pass, though, actually, from Castillo. Like, I was expecting him to shoot, but the fact that he actually created a really good chance for us there, and then we missed it, as per. But at least we scored a goal that wasn't a penalty today, which is something, right? But it does sort of go another one on the list of misses that we've had lately. I only use it in the league for the most part because we're generally the better side. Evil postman Pat. Buongiorno. Oh, God. Oh, that was nearly an oof from the keeper. Thank you very much, though, for the 5 months, evil postman Pat. It's just Bill's alt account. Oh, here we go. Go on, give me a good delivery here. Okay, or we'll take getting counter-attacked. That's fine too. The one thing as well about having really fast defenders is it means that we can get back really quickly from our own set pieces too, which I think is kind of... It helps us get caught on the counter at least a little bit less. Although I do feel like we're about to concede off this play. And there it is.
Sunday night
Hotsy! Thank you for the 6 months. How are you, friend? That's the equaliser. That's, of course, Mr. Match Engine Genius, Alexander Isak. That's a tight angle as well. So basically, the player-pair relationships. I don't think it actually matters that much, John. I think there's some sort of confusion about it because as far as I'm... Hang on. My brain's gone a bit funny. As I understand it, the lines that you see is the game's way of telling you that when those players play together, they play well. And generally speaking, the only way to get the lines to actually appear is to just have the team win matches. And I don't know how much of a boost you get from even having the green lines. I think it's more of an indication just that those players play well together, rather than as a relationship. However, I could be wrong about that, and it might actually give you a bump. I just don't know. Game time is okay to turn around, but bring in a player to help them settle is impossible to turn around. Yeah, that's why you just never do it if you can avoid it, right? That's a bit of a frustrating start from you. You've not been superb. Mimica, thank you for the follow. Okay, first half, average. Castillo, Silva should have done better with that chance, really. That's really what... And it's understandable that he's on a 6.5 today. I wonder if second half we smack this back on again. Just try it for a second half. And I might also just turn that off, make us a bit more open. Who's that having a poor day? Was that Fernandez? Weird. Indication this players play well. Yeah, that was my understanding of it. I didn't believe that it had any impact. So basically what that means is that it's not really that important to pay attention to be honest. It'd be cool if it did sort of matter. So if they then had a good relationship, it then improved cohesion and performance. But maybe it does, but as far as I know, it doesn't. But I think it could do. That would be nice. I think Hurley. Brandon Silva's already on a booking as well. Although, do we want Hurley or do we want Yeboah? I might try... I just trust Yeboah a bit more at the moment. Castillo's fallen off a bit, but we've got no one to replace. And Navarro's... This might actually be a time for Brahim Diaz. A 1-1 draw would just not be superb. We seem to be coming back into the game a little bit in the second period. And Newcastle haven't really done much other than that one chance. Oh, God, Darla's hurt. And that's an actual injury. Wants to say I'm injuries affecting him. Yeah, you're going nowhere, buddy. Annoying, but now Alvarado's going to have to play that role. We're a little bit light in that spot with the injury to Terranova. Come on, a goal here, though, would be key. Look at the space out wide right. And just get Abdul Nabi on the ball. And, oh, that was tight. Right, here we go. Yes. Oh, he's still got it. Castillo. Oh, my God. Can you score a goal? Sorry, I just realised I sounded like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo there. Scoob. Like, please, score a goal. I beg of you. That was a tough chance. Same instructions. Maybe, but we know that it works. Like, we know that it works because we saw it work. Like, he's getting the chances still, just missing them constantly. So that is another poor result for us, honestly. Ah, dear. Yeah, we will be raging, in fair. Like, zoinks! Ruggy? Hard to know what to make of that, honestly. Sort of indicates... We need that cup game. We need that cup game midweek to get some, like, form back in some of these guys, I think. We said there were some big results elsewhere. 4-0. Ah, Ruben Diaz being sent off. Then again, they were already 3-0 down at that point. Monaco with the 5-0 win. Some big results flying around there. I swear someone mentioned Liverpool. Oh, Liverpool hammering Bayern as well. Darwin Nunez scoring 3 goals. Wonders will never cease. Darla's injury is only a minor one. Okay, so we've got a draw. It's iffy. Male streamer version of Velma with that. Oh, don't you... I can't do it. Don't sexualize myself. Velma's like my... Pog and I have both agreed that Velma is a bit of all right. Linda Cardellini in those Scooby-Doo movies. Ooh, yes. It would be kind of cool, wouldn't it, if that stuff did matter slightly. Newcastle was at home, which is a little bit disappointing. It did feel like we got slightly better in that second half. With the... Maybe we should switch the switching wingers back on. As like a... Because we know that's the one thing I have changed since the last stream where we were watching all the matches and playing really well. So I maybe want to try that out first. My only concern with it was, of course, that now we have different roles. We need the players to make sure that they're actually good in both roles, which is difficult, obviously. Right, here we go. So Europa League. We've got Ferencváros host Braga. And... where are they? Molfehovar hosting FC Nordsjælland. That's... I feel like they're both winnable. Potentially. Oh, well. Immediately. Go on. Oh, chat, we are off to a flyer in the Europa League. Ferencváros 2, Braga 1, Molfehovar 2, Nordsjælland 1, with Nathan Bogart scoring for Molfehovar as well. So 2 wins on the board for Hungary. That's a nice 7-point day. Well, you know what I mean. The equivalent. And we've still got Conference League. Actually, I don't know. Do we have Conference League this weekend? No, Conference League isn't until next week. Bodo beat Brentford. Oh. See you later, mate. And taking points off Portugal. Oh, speaking of Portugal. Right, you're going to love this. You're going to love this. That's the one thing I forgot to mention. So, as far as Portuguese teams in Europe this season, Champions League, in a way, is actually kind of good because they have all 3 of their like big boys, as it were, in the Champions League, which, generally speaking, is going to mean that they're probably, pound for pound, going to earn less points than they would do if one of them was in the Europa. Because I don't think they've had all 3 in here before, which means they're probably going to earn less points for that. As for the... Oh, wait. Hang on. Do it the other way around. Like that. As for the Europa, obviously they have Braga, and I think they've got another team as well. No, they've just got Braga. Ready for the best bit. They had Vitória de Guimarães and Paços de Ferreira. Both of them went out. Neither of them are in the Conference League. They both got knocked out. I don't know which round they got knocked out at. So Vitória de Guimarães got to the 4th round, so the playoff round, and then Paços de Ferreira got to the 3rd round. So meaning that they've only got 4 teams in Europe now, but they're going to get punished as if they have 6. Braga are their really big hope for points. I think this is a great chance. Yeah, who did Braga have? Good shout. They'll have high coefficients, so they probably should get, like... They actually play Molfehovar as well. At home. They could lose to both Hungarian sides this season. Legia, Brentford, Lille, Fiorentina, PSV, and Midtjylland. They'll probably get through that. Crack on, Marius. Yeah, of course. A foot birthday... It's been so long, Dino, since I've played FIFA that I have no idea what that means. But 1 million coins sounds good, I think. The economy could have totally changed. That could be nothing. FIFA coin inflation could be through the roof. I don't know. I haven't played FIFA since FIFA 19. Yeah, I think that's going to be good. But no, congratulations, Dino. Yeah, the clocks are... I felt so rough this morning when I woke up. It was like the equivalent of... Well, I suppose it would have been 7:30. And 7:30 on a Sunday morning is no time to be awake. I guess it is if you work on a Sunday. I suppose I kind of consider Sundays, it is a work day, obviously, but it's like a half day for me, in that once I stop stream on a Sunday at like 2 o'clock, I do like 5 minutes of admin to set up things for like, you know, the upload to YouTube, and then that's it. I don't do any work for the rest of the day, so I guess it's kind of like a half day for me. So that's good. Coefficient-wise, we're on 3.7, so obviously we've now had our introduction there, but the key thing there is we've already closed the gap to Portugal to under half a point. Surely we have to get Portugal this season. Like, surely. This is the year we go for 6th. Lost now through the night. Is that good or bad, Lazy Scotsman? I guess it... Lazy Scotsman? Sorry, Scotsman. I guess that's bad, right? I was surprised that many people were actually here at the very start of stream today, because I remember last year when there was we did the Clocks Forward stream like this. I'm pretty certain that there wasn't a single chat message for like the first 8 minutes of stream, and I was sat there like, oh god, what's happened? Rasmussen. Which one's best as an AF? Let's have a look. Chat can help. Okay. Oh. So, okay, fast, solid composure, decent temp poles. 5'9", so it does like a little bit of aerial presence. This guy. Oh, actually, I see your conundrum now. 19 and 20. Both solid. Yeah, this is difficult. I like them both because the thing is, this guy's slower, but he does have an aerial presence. He's got solid composure, lovely temp poles. This guy's temp poles are a tiny bit worse, but less negligible. The composure difference is slightly better on the other guy's favor, but this guy's faster, worse in the air. They're just, I don't think I would have one of them as like my starting striker. I think they're, depending on what your opposition is. It's literally, it's De Bruyne versus Castillo. I'm so sorry. What was it? Hang on, I'm trying to figure out why that happened. So here's what it is. This is. Do you want to know how my brain works, Salty Scotsman? So basically, as I was replying to your message, I was reading Hadrian's message above that ends with "What a lazy bugger," and as I was reading the end of it, it sort of amalgamated into me saying your name as Lazy Scotsman. That's how my brain works, or rather doesn't. But yeah, it's very Castillo versus De Bruyne. De Bruyne, sorry. They are just very different types of players. It will depend on like what your system is. If you're using low crosses, then you won't see much difference, I suspect. Although sometimes that doesn't mean they won't put low, like higher ones in. No, Hadrian, this is clearly your fault. As a mod now, you get to take the blame for things like this. Okay, this cup game is going to be very, very... Oh, by the way, this chappy here, he might say Norway, but he has now got Hungarian international. Hungarian, like, nationality. And it said that he felt he was good enough to play for Hungary. Now, I disagree, but then as we've seen, you just never know with Hungary at this point. One thing I will say about Oystein Lundblad Semlich, right, is his record for Giamot, given that he was one of the first members of the loan farm, has been unbelievable. His worst season for them was a 7.21. He regularly sticks unbelievable seasons together. He's so good. Hey, Alfie, how's it going? Shield mode. Yeah, I don't know what the point of that is. I guess he's a second-tier menace. One of these days, Giamot are going to get promoted. And I tell you what, it could be this season. With Petroso back to his best. Mezhkovejda back. They're finally ready to go. Connor Nosh is doing mad things for Szeged. After... Oh, I wonder where he'd gone. I love how many of these players are loans. Obviously, Petroso isn't, but Polden is. Safar is a permanent, but it used to be with us. Gorkan, Turkey, Polden as well. We do have a guy on loan here, I think, Dunar Varosh. And I can't remember. Okay, interesting. Who is it that we've got on loan here? Oh, apparently loads. No, it's this guy, isn't it? It's Aranda. Yeah, Luis Aranda, that goalkeeper we signed. He's gone out on loan there. He's not doing a great job, it seems. Not moving too well, I bet. That's one of our plans, actually, is once I'm, like, to a reasonable weight again, like, to the point where it's, like, I'm comfortable with it. Pog and I might start going to the gym as a couple. Do couples gym stuff. Speaking of... Right, this is... I can't believe I didn't mention this earlier. This is one of those stories. So yesterday, Pog and I went to town. I told you about this earlier. But basically, as we were walking back to the car, we were walking down this little side street. There's this huge, like, open bit that takes you back to this car park. Well, there's a good, like, walk down there. And there was this guy standing on the street corner, like, probably drunk. I'm assuming drunk, may have been on some kind of substance as well. Don't know. For now, we'll just call him Mental Brian. H. Ramos, thank you very much for the follow. Back to the Queen. No, not when I say in town, this was not... Oh, actually, I'll do the lookup now. Yeah, my bad. I'll get the lookup on screen while I talk about this. No, this wasn't Cambridge. This was like a little tiny town nearby that had like a market day. So Pog and I were being proper, like, bougie. Drinking my raspberry ripple milkshake. So, yeah, this guy, as we were walking through the side street, goes to us... He literally did this. And you know when someone does an impression of a drunk person, they sort of go like that. He actually said these words out loud. Like, he actually goes to us over the course of about 10 seconds, just this noise. Like that, basically. But then, so then's me thinking to myself, okay, he's clearly off his face. That's fine. So we walk past. Then he sort of, not shouts, but sort of speaks very loudly at us and goes, young couple there, he's done well. He's done well. To which I'm like, you know what? You're correct. You may well be mental, Brian, but you are correct. And then so we sort of, you know, speed up the walking a little bit, just a little bit more. But I know that he's walking behind us at this point because clearly he's still saying it and it's not getting any quiet. Luckily, he sees someone he recognizes coming the other direction. And now, in fairness, I don't know if he recognized him or it was just like mental Steve. I don't know. It's just crazy Brian. And yeah, it is available on Xbox, Dippy. There is a console version now. So this person gets distracted, but then he starts going to this bloke. Lovely young couple there. He's done well. And as I'm walking away, I can just hear the fading phrase, he's done well, echoing in my brain. Textbook Brian, eh? The reason I've been calling him Mental Brian, by the way, is because when we got back to the car, I was just thinking to myself, Pog was like, what's going on with that? And I was just thinking, you know what? If I knew the context here and I asked someone local, they'd just be like, oh, don't worry, that's fine. It's Mental Brian. He's harmless, you know? But yeah. Although Pog reckoned that she saw him with a person as we were walking towards them and he might have been doing a drug deal or something. But this is all just like after the fact knowledge. I don't know. I'm the Pied Piper of village drugs. To be fair, I thought I was looking pretty good myself yesterday. Maybe he was talking about her. He wasn't because he said he's done well, but you never know. He's done well. Every time a player scores, he's done well. He's done well. See our defence pair in there, Fernandez and Montiel. Lovely young couple. Oh, great stuff. Shouting young couple. Well, yeah, I mean, to be fair, I feel like if you're off your face on various substances, I don't think your faculties are really in the front of your mind. Or anywhere, for that matter. But yeah, I just thought that's what happened to me yesterday. Is this the team I want? Yes, it is. We've not got another Champions League game for another 11 days anyway, so I want as strong as we can here to sort of test if this one change is going to make us work again. Plus, it's a good chance for Hurley to sort of embed himself in this team as well, which he does need. Oh, nice to market. Not really. Basically, we only went in there because Pog wanted to get some stuff from Boots and Superdrug, but I wanted to show her this little coffee shop that I used to go to like 15 years ago to see if it was still there and still good. We're going to go back and get a full breakfast in there at some point because it smelled amazing. But they do like these, not fancy milkshakes, like slightly more milkshake flavors than you might expect. Hence why I was having a raspberry ripple milkshake. But they did like lime ones, all that kind of shit. It was delicious. So we were just walking around town, found this kind of cool craft beer shop. It was nice, actually. Considering when I used to go there when I was like, well, Viking and I used to go to this town when we were like 11 years old, go to the Chippy and then to the gaming shop and play on the Xboxes in there. But it was a dump back then. So there we go. Yeah, that was rather low. So Asher. I uploaded the VOD of the stream where we did the agent thingy. It's in the Discord. It's like an unlisted link to YouTube, but it is actually up on the second channel, just not in the feed. Because I think it was you that wanted to see that. But yeah, so that is now available in the Discord. Yeah, a bit of Asher. Love it. Show you to your seats. Fernandez has done well with Monty. Is it a couple? Oh, God. Remind me after the match. Broke down half the players listed as unavailable due to imminent end of loan contract. Oh. I've not seen that before, but I'm concerned that that's going to happen. Yeah, Leverkusen screwed you lot massively. Maybe. Why is the game not play? Oh, that's because I was literally just putting spaces in my own chat. Just called Tesco worker Brian. Oh, dear. I'm glad I remembered that was a thing. Twisty mustaches. Well, we do have the Pochamps. Wow, he's just screwed that up. It's kind of like the Pochamp emote, I suppose. Yeah, this is a cup match against, I'm guessing, third tier or lower, which means we should be putting up double digits against them, which is a good idea because it's going to be great for the confidence of people like Hurley and Castillo and even Medinger, actually. What a pass. Castillo's in again. I mean, if that's how they have to go in, that's how they have to go in. Kate Kit, thank you very much for the 4 months. Hope you're having a lovely Saturday. Next week when you do something really cool on Saturday, but today it's Sunday and I've saved it. He was going to miss. The game was like... it's like that meme where... Yeah, you know which meme I'm on about. Very, very late Saturday indeed. Pro streamer, how dare you? I'd never call myself these things. Have the growth to grow a great mustache. Do you know what, right? I probably could. It might be a bit thin. That's the problem. Lambie, thank you very much for the follow. I have to like when I shave, I do a normal like shave on this bit with like an electric razor, but with the mustache, I leave it slightly longer, just because it looks weird if I leave them both the same length for some reason. I have a question. Oh, go on, Lambie. Hit me with it. I'm sorry, I'm single. I'm sorry. Sorry, I just realised what I'd said there. Sorry, I'm single. Brian's got a chance. Okay, right, we move. Who's going to tell me he's not done well? I sound like a seagull. Oh, God. But yeah, was I the other party? The drug? I was the one selling him the drugs, apparently. It's because it's early for me, chatto. Oh, God. I was trying to preempt Lambie's question by saying, sorry, I have a girlfriend, but it came out as, sorry, I'm single. Proper challenge. Okay. Genuinely, Lambie, there is no... I would recommend Maidstone. Tough side. Like, it's not going to be an easy challenge. But there is one thing, or one player, rather, that will make that challenge a lot more fun for you playing at that team. And I would, if I was to pick any team in those leagues, that's who I would choose. It would have been live by now. Shh. Speak. It's quiet time now, Adrian. So Castillo scored and Hurley scored, which is exactly what we wanted out of this game. So we're getting what we want right now. Well, yeah, I have to. What I do is I trim it across the top, so that it doesn't. Because I hate. Also, the bit this is above, because sometimes the hairs go into my nose and it's really uncomfortable. But I look dreadful without a beard. It's just not a thing that can happen. Still underperforming. Izzy, you probably... Wait, are we actually are. We actually are still underperforming our XG today. Surely we can't do that in this game. There's going to come a time when we'll just simply score too many goals. Oh, that's a great finish. He's offside, I think, but... We'll see. That player at Maidstone is Regen Booty. The great and powerful Regen Booty. Okay, Hurley might actually have to come off here, just because I don't want to risk him being hurt. You can't hurt Hurley. We'll never get off this island without him. Okay, early change, that's fine. Goof would be... Goof, I'll tell you what, if Castillo scores like a hattie, we'll get Goof on for like the second half or something. We'll get... The moment Castillo gets a hat-trick, Goof is in. AFC filed, yeah. But in truth, it's all about Regen Booty and Maidstone. That's not a bad pass, right? Castillo, this is the sort of chances he has to be burying. Did he ever actually shoot there? I feel like he never shot. Like, the ball just sort of went in the net. I have many questions. To be fair, he did actually score off of his face one time. Like, yeah, buried. Like, what is that? Buried? Chat, he's buried that in a shallow grave. Like, if that's what the game considers burying it, do not ask SI to help you hide a body, is all I'm saying. But he's got 2 goals now. One more, and Goof's in. The old dribble shot. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, at least the defender didn't randomly clear it off the line, as often happens in these situations, Yeboah. Oh, it's a great pass. Castillo's in. That is a really nice ball. I guess if you can, like... If you're dribbling it in, then I guess your last touch would be right on the line. So it would be as close to 1xG as possible, right? That was a really nice pass from Yakubu. I thought he was going to shoot, but this little disguised ball is genuinely excellent. It is a hat-trick now for Castillo, which means second half Goof. Unless it's not counted as a shot, I suppose. Yeah, so the console version is somewhat watered down, simplified, maybe, is the kinder way of saying it. It is simplified because of, I think, the controls mainly, Lammy. I'm not sure what the main differences are, other than, like, the simplified controls. Because I've never touched the console version, as the only console I have is a which is up on top of that wardrobe, and I haven't touched it in about 2 years. Every time I see Mike, he's like, Gonna get the PS4 around anytime soon so we can play Fortnite again? And I'm like, Mike, download Rocket League and then we'll talk. Oh. Wait, did I actually take him off on the 23rd minute? It's the dream. I should have taken him off in the 42nd minute. There's any number of minutes I could have taken him off in that would have worked. Do you get us behind the scenes stuff, really? Huh. Difference is no team interviews, no press conferences, so much. I mean, to be fair, that is an unbelievable strike. That is an absolutely unbelievable. Oh, I saw a player do a knee slide the other day. It actually does exist as a celebration. It looks stupid as fuck, though. To be fair, I skip every press conference stuff anyway, so them not being in the game, if anything, is a reason. He's done well there. He has done well there. It's the weather's like barely any backlift. He's just like, bang. Have a bang on that. Brandon Silva actually flourishing in the Trek role today. Nice. I think if they've simplified a load of stuff that we just get rid of anyway normally, then I'm fine with that. More than the stupid Irish jig. A little bit, yeah. So basically, when they do the knee slide, and I've only seen it once, they do it really quickly, but the motion's too fast. So they go straight down on their knees and then pop back up again after like half a second. It's really, really weird. Maybe it was a glitch. Yeah, I think they should be doing like a, I don't know, not a Cossack dance, but just, what's a Hungarian dance? They're actually not even a relegation side. I think they're actually 3rd tier or lower. So this is a cup match. So we're just trying out some tactical stuff. That's a great pass that the strikers just ignored. Hey, Green. Knee thrust to the floor, basically. Yeah. The equivalent of... Oh, that's just wonderful defending. Good save, actually. You know what? Good save. I'm fully on board with the he's done well there train now. Tax for National League. What I would say, I don't actually on the top of my head. Like, honestly, the tactic I'm using right now would probably work just fine for you at that level. So if you do exclamation mark tactic, you could give my tactic a go. It'll probably work. But the key thing in the lower leagues is tall defenders with solid like heading, and then fast strikers or tall strikers. Tall or fast, pretty much what you want at that level. Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. Sorry, Lamb, I just realised you're on console. This tactic won't be able to work with that, will it? Oh, that being said, I can show you it and you can copy it, maybe, though. Potentially. Sorry, that was totally my brain going silly. I'll show you the tactic. Because the one that there isn't actually... So this is what we're currently using.
Cooper, do not...
Horito! Thank you very much for the follow. So we've got poachers... Sorry, poacher... Trick-or-treater on the left. All attacking roles. So duties for these guys. An inside forward on the right on support. Roman Playmaker on support here with an anchor next to him on defend, obviously. James and Kathy.
Morning, Matto and Chatto.
Morning.
I sold and loaned so many of my MTK players I don't have a right back eligible for my U19 team. Oops.
You should see my B team, James. There's no one in it. Literally no one in it. Oh, dear. Then the wingbacks on both sides are attacking, and then standard centre-backs on defend there with the goalkeeper on defend. These are the instructions of that. In addition, the poacher has roam from positions and moves into channels on him. Then we have shoot less often and roam from position on him, and then stay wider on the trek. Then every other player in the team also has shoot less often on them as well. And I think that kind of covers it. Oh, at the moment we also have our wingers. I don't know if this is a thing you can do on Xbox. Set to swap as well. I just wish there was an easier way that I could actually give that to you. Suni, thank you very much for the follow. Overthink tactics. No, that's the thing. Look, I agree. In lower leagues, it's a case of like just simple was better. The less instructions, the better. Often in lower leagues, we haven't actually added a lot of quotes lately. In fairness, so there could have been a lot more. I think we just forget. Oh, Castillo's getting ambitious now. Well, that's his last touch of the game because he's about to be replaced by the Goof. It's time for the Goofy movie. We go in. Goof's on. Anyone else I feel like could do with a bit of game time in the second half? Maybe Yoshi? Particularly as Job is just apparently not asked. Not having that. And we're not stand for this insolence. So, I'm hoping for a second half hat-trick from the Goof monster as well. Because we don't really have a second choice striker currently. That's the thing. We've got Radojic and Goof. They're actually our second and third choice strikers at the moment. Because obviously with Airing out on loan and obviously Suhi gone, we are going to need to find another striker at some point. This is lovely football. But I feel like we'll get them this season. It definitely looks like there's more quality players floating about now that we should be able to sign up this year. So hopefully that won't be such a problem. Ah, that's poor. Also, if we don't get double digits in this game, I'll be a little bit disappointed. Look at this passage of play. Oh, there's the return pass. Silva's through. It's a terrible first touch. He's still nearly scored it. God damn. Kicking to the prison end of the ground. Yeah, it's not great. I think that's because of... Actually, there's no excuse for that because it's not like we're extending the stadium, is it? We're just making a new one, which we should be moving into potentially today. So in the end, Suhi was 25 million we sold him to. And he went to, I think it was Sporting or Benfica. Considering at one point Bayern wanted him for 100 million. It's quite a fall off for him. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up going there anyway. Go on, Yakubu. Pull it back. Let's get this goal. There's the ball. Goof! Ah, it's a great header. Goof Vandenbroek's first goal for the club. He does have a bit of an aerial threat, does Big Goof. So we like that. Jeff... Oh, really? That's surprising. I mean, we could still get him at some point, honestly. Spoke to Dawn, the whole thing sounded too much like... Yeah, I mean, maybe he just didn't want to have to move to Germany. Maybe he's just lazy. It's going okay, Aiden. We got a poor result in the Champions League, but we're just sort of experimenting with the tactics a little bit, trying to sort of plug that gap a little bit. Obviously, this is a cup game, so it's not the best representation, but I think the players just needed the confidence back. So to see Hurley have a solid game before having to come off, to see Castillo have a solid game as well, more importantly, this is more like what I'm used to from us. We were putting these sort of numbers up in the league towards the end of last season, and I do wonder if the switching wingers was the key. Maybe that was doing a lot more heavy lifting than I thought. It's weird, because we still create loads of chances without them on, but it feels like we don't finish them anywhere near as much. For some reason. That could be in total, like, apocryphal, but still. I reckon we build this out from the back now. Perfect passing. Never mind. Oh, God. I love it when they could just catch up with a guy and overtake them and win the ball back like that. Oh. Okay, lads, you've got to play a better pass than that. Here we go. Goof brings it down. Goof's passing ability really is going to help us, I think, hold the ball up in those positions. I still reckon he gets a hattie. That's a ball. Goof. Oh, what a finish. What a finish from Goof Vandenbroek. I mean, he starts moves, he finishes moves. Is this like going to be the renaissance of Goof Vandenbroek all of a sudden as a genuine threat in this team? Because this is a lovely ball from Yoshi. Great timed run, but look at this finish. Bang. Top bins. Nobody's getting to that. I also like how the striker just gets so involved in the build-up in this system right now. In between moves. Not really. Like, no one's been in for him ever since... Basically, he didn't want to go back to Pakshi because they got relegated. So, that's the reason he's here. And no other club was after him. So, as a result, he's just kind of stuck around. We're going to get Brandon Silva off for a little bit. Oh, no, I can't. They've done Goof. They have. I think he gets the hattie. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets... He's got 22 minutes to get the hat-trick. He's going to the channels here as well. What a lovely pass. Now get in the box, buddy. Yeah, I think maybe we play him in our next league game. Like, because I played Radojicic as our backup striker in the... So before our next Champions League game, we've got a game against Uipesh. So maybe I'll start Goof for that game instead. See what he can do against a really solid team. Well, solid for our league anyway. Oh, it's nearly another one. Yeah, Junior Portilla. I think he's still on loan at... He's been on loan at Hobby for a while. Take control of training. No. Basically, I have training schedules. I use the RDF training schedules, and then I input those manually every time there's a screen that tells... I'll show you what I mean in a minute. But basically, I input them manually each time because I just feel like they work way better. I feel like we would have had more goals. We still feel like we are not underperforming. We're literally not. But, like, in these types of matches, usually we're getting double digits or something. And we're still looking a bit funky. Looks like there's just no stand there. The new stadium will definitely have full surround stands because it's a 20,000 seater nearly. 20 shots on target. Goof's done well. He's done well there. To his credit. He's done enough for me to earn himself a chance as the backup striker in the game against Uipesh soon. But yeah, you get flares in the European... I used to see it a lot in the Danish league when I was doing Nordic Nomads last season. So the arena should be October unless it gets delayed again. So we should get to it today. In theory, anyway. Keeper's done well. Keeper's done well there. He had 13 saves to make, in fairness to him. So how are we doing statistically this season? Can we see where I'm on about with the XG misses? I mean, Castillo still is underperforming there. So they're all under. Radojicic hasn't scored a single goal yet, which is a reason, even more reason to put Goof in the team, honestly. Castillo has to sort that out. But hopefully he can. Our current all-time top scorer, I think, is still airing. If I had to guess, anyway. I know we can look at best 11 in here, actually, can't we? But it's hidden by my camera. It's better if I do it like that. So yeah, 150 goals for Josef Ehring is the highest. 150 in 151 games as well. Yeah, the no additional training focus certainly works. And that's why I've not been touching it. I think I've only touched it on like one player who desperately needed it. Who's our record appearance holder at the moment? He's Real Virginia. 299 appearances. He's 1 away from his 300th appearance for the club. Zoidpool! Thank you for the 8 months.
Good luck vibes, Woolololo.
Woolololo, indeed. Woolololo to you too, my friend. Yeah, Bobby was 1 away. Bobby was very good in the early days. Look, I love that Robin... We've had so few goalkeepers in this save that Robin Roofs is still considered our bench keeper. Bear in mind, he played 1 season for us. The first season, he was on loan from NEC. And that was enough for him to be on this list. We're at season 10. Bobby isn't retired. He still plays for Paxticor. He literally did less than 1 season at Budapest after his transfer there. Don't play Jarju enough? Hey, he's still got... Wait, Jarju's not in there. Oh, no, there he is. He's a centre-back. He has 50 goals. That's kind of mad. Novak left. And he might actually not even have a club at the moment. No, he's still a free agent. So he came back from Ferencváros. His contract expired. He didn't want an extension. And then he's just left. And I've frozen. I might trial Novak just to see if that will maybe entice another Hungarian side to pick him up. Because I feel like he's good enough. Maybe his wage demands are the issue. Do not unfreeze. I do what I want, damn it. Let's trial him. Bring him back in on a little trial. Because he's probably not going to want to sign for us or anything for obvious reasons. Yeah, I believe he does have Hungarian second nationality. And he's never played for Belgium, as far as I know. He got in the squad once, I think. But he never actually got a game time. So, as for the couple that we were looking at, there's 26. You've got Copley, Coulier, Kopayev, Coupland, Kute, Gorley, and then it kind of goes off the rails a little bit. Although you do have Kevin Edving Compa-Grandel. You better be good. Aww. I want Kevin Edwing Compa-Grandel MP. He's literally the French version of Xavier Lethbridge Cattell II. He sounds like a wizard. Speaking of wizards, he's a wizard of goals. Cracking it. I don't think we'd be able to afford him just because it's ROM, isn't it? So that's classy Netneck. 20 goals as well. I hate that he's so good because it means we've got no chance of ever signing him. It disappoints me because I love... Also, still looking necky, but nowhere near as necky as he used to look back in the old face pack version. It's the same classy Netneck, yeah. Just with a slightly updated picture, which sort of makes him somewhat less necky. Is Owusu still even playing for Quarry United? He is not. Yeah, man doesn't even... He can't even get a game for Quarry United now. That's disappointing for him. God, we were so full of hope for Nathaniel Owusu at the beginning of this save. And then he was just awful. Just awful. Finances, yeah, we're totally fine on finances now. We've got 59 million in the bank. We've already made a profit of 26 mil this season. And we'll hopefully have a continuation as well. Hey, Chris. Next stage, if only, yeah. Hurley, oh, it's not too bad. Castillo does at least score a hattie. That will hopefully help with the confidence levels. Keeping tabs. 69 million. Nice, but also, really? Come on. 57 million. Hey, sorry, look. Value there, 102 to 113 million. Could end up being 57 million. So I had this same exact article in the summer where it was 190 million. Like, where does this number come from? Like, it's mad. Where's his contract up? He's got 4 years left on it. Oh, Catholic Daddies. What we at? What we saying? So yeah, as I suspected, the one player to really pay attention to it, these guys is this chap. Like, you're telling me that he is not an intriguing player. The fickle part isn't ideal. He feels like a signing, personally. But I want to see... He wouldn't cost too much either, actually. I don't think we can get him right now, can we? He has £1.7 million release clause. 1.7 million easily. We take that. Might as well just get him at that point. He's worth 1.7 million, right? Yes, we should ask the board for an affiliate. Good point. Oh, we haven't got the report on that yet. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Exactly. Oh, right. No. Oh, I guess that must not have started happening yet. Wait, please tell me I saved that. Yeah, 2,152 reports. We're fine. I was worried that they weren't actually going to engage on them. That would have been scary. So Helstrup, he's solid. Actually, he's still a pretty good player, to be honest. Right, okay. You're welcome. I do the best impressions, you know? It's been noted. Right, board requests. They're satisfied with our... I can sort of understand their reticence on that, maybe a little bit. Right, which one do we want? We want... Is it recruit foreign youngsters? Or first... No, it's recruit foreign youngsters is the one that we want, right? To get Catholica. To hopefully get the Catholic daddies. It's interesting to see what Joe LeBeau does. Okay. Need to see adding any more foreign players. So, have you seen our team? Yes. Go on, Joe. Big up the Joe. Right. Joe's given us the free reins. So, it's foreign youngsters, so it must be foreign sides. The question is whether we have enough clout to be good enough to get them as an affiliate side. Oh, I've just punched the mic. Sorry, chat. Hey, photo. Like a B-Tech Virginia. Is he a monumental version to Chappie as well? We could get some Chileans. That'd be kind of sick. Right, okay. What do we got? Who's the best? So it's still 1860 and Amazulu. And I love how it's originally Monst. They're actually a really solid side as well. There's some good... Paris FC. Okay, no. Matt, concentrate. I'm not seeing any South America in there, concerningly. Please show me Chile. No! The only Chilean side we can get is Audax Italiano. And I know we can go to their team and ask them, but it doesn't work. We tried it before. One Chilean. God damn. Let's just try and... I wish you could sort by region on here. Imagine. Let's just try and find like Argentina or Brazil or something. No Argentinians. Wonder why just them? Brazil? No. Yeah, it never works. We did try it last time, but unfortunately it doesn't work. Ecuador, maybe? No? Colombia? Is it just one South American team? That's really weird that it's just one random South American team. Bolivia. Actually, Bolivia. We could get scouting knowledge of Bolivia. Finally, chat. Except we can't because there's no players there either. It's weird that our ref is too low for South America, yet this one random team. Surely there are lower ranked teams than these guys in South America, like in Peru or various other nations. Wow, it really is just them, isn't it? Paraguay, good shout. Uruguay. I'm just ticking off South American teams now. Venezuela while we're here. Ah, Uruguay. Ooh. Wait, we already have a Uruguayan one, don't we? I swear we already have a Uruguayan affiliate. No, I'm an idiot. We've got Adelaide United. Uruguay would be good, actually. Surely it has to be Liverpool, right? We could have both Liverpools. Oh, it was Treaty, was it? Yeah, so Liverpool would make sense, right? Above average, good academy. Good and good. It feels like they'd be the ones to see. Generational foot, maybe. Let's have a look at Senegal. You never know, right? Oh. Oh, actually, I'll tell you what. Can we get ASEC? We can have a look at ASEC as well. This feels like much more of an option. Just to have that knowledge immediately on these teams would be so damn useful. Right, can we get them? We can. Surely it has to be ASEC Mimosas, right? Out of those teams, ASEC Mimosas would be the one. They're even better than Generation Foot. They turn out some absolute monsters. I mean, Senegal are great because you've got... In Senegal, you've got... obviously, you've got Diambars as well. You've also got... Where are they? Dakar Sucre. Yeah, these guys here. They're surprisingly good. Sorry, Dakar Sucre. Sacré-Cœur. It has to be ASIC Mimosas, though. They are just... Scout knowledge... I don't know. Because look at that. Exceptional and excellent. There's no way we don't want these guys. Gotta be. I don't think I've ever had them as an affiliate before. In addition, there's a guy that plays for these guys at the moment. I believe it's... Oh, where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Is it Chris Bamba? No, it can't be. I saw him in the Ivorian national team setup. Might be him. It could be him, actually. Not sure. Kouakou? Point being, we know that Generation Foot just churn out absolute ballers. There's a guy who... Oh, God, who was it? Let me check the national team. I'm trying to think who it was. I think he plays for, like, Porto or something. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it was a different African nation. Point being, there was an insane guy. Mimosa Scouts. I don't think that really works that way around. I think they might get access to ours, but I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, forgot about him. He wants good money, but fringe player, that's fine. They always seem to want fringe player. 13k a week. No, you do have caps for Chile, don't you? But I think you've only got... Yeah, he's only got one, I think. So we could always dump that in like that and then try to get him on a 4-year like that. Okay, no. That's... I might have to dangle a bit more over him. Honestly, if he's good enough to be a Chilean international, then he's probably good enough to be like that. And then give us the 4-year. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, shit, I should have put the relegation release clause. You're right. It might be Senegal. You're right. Basically, there is an insanely... Oh, I think it is Senegal. There's an insanely good young player of one of these African nations who we missed somehow. Ah, it's this guy. It's Bakary Diop. Ready? The one that got away. I don't know how he slipped through the net. £111,000 they paid General Ashford Foot. I literally do not know how we missed him. He moved in 2030 to Benfica at the age of 18. I just don't know how he was able to slide through our net. I really just don't understand. But that's just one of those things that happens. It might have just been that he was injured and missed that national team call-up or something. That's what it has to be. That's the only thing. And that's why... good point, actually. Let's check that injury history. There you go. 2030. Last season. No, that's before the move. Hang on. 2029. Basically, it would have been around September. So, injuries... Oh, wow. This is not in order at all, is it? Oh, no, it is. It's just... It was probably this injury here, the double hernia. Because it's in September, and September is around that exact time when I look for those scouts, when I do the scouting setup. And he might have just not been in their squad, which is why next year I think I might try out that other idea where we do team scout reports instead. Novak's not having it at all. We chose in the end ASIC Mimosas, Pierre, which I think is a really solid choice for us because they're great. They were probably the best one you could get. So what I might do next year is do an entire year of team scouting instead. Part of the team last year. Signed last year. I think it said 2030 was when they signed him. So that's... Wow, didn't realise the name was as long as that. It's got Bolivian manager. We'll hire him up and see if we can get that Bolivian knowledge. It is really noticeable when I go to the Bolivian teams. Actually, I want to show you this, right? This is hilarious because this shows you just how little knowledge we have of the Bolivian teams. So when we go to like the Argentina under 29, you can see that we have a good smattering of knowledge on these guys, right? So Brazil, similar kind of story. Oh, no, it's under... Hang on. I want to find one that they've actually all got one. This is the issue you run into. Like Venezuela, we still have decent knowledge. Argentina really kind of packed. Bolivia, though, do you see how much more sparse it is? Because compared to some of the other nations, it's way less filled in on Bolivia. But that's the difference about having that scout knowledge of those countries. Team scout report. So basically, you can go to a team. For example, Diambars. A team that we know for a fact produces good players. Senegalese, great stuff. What you can do is, if you've got the scouting range, you have to have the scouting range. Chuck with a 31 months.
Glad to support you for so long.
Thank you, friend.
Hope you are well.
How the devil are you? And then you can go in here and go team report, get team report. What this does is, so you notice at the moment, their senior squad. We have no knowledge about their senior squad, right? Well, we have a little bit from like one guy I must have scouted one time. Just out of interest. So what will then happen is in a couple of days, you'll get a report through that will basically have, it will say like report on them. What it usually gives you is things like scouting, right. It gives you like tactical information, but what it actually does is way cooler than that. You'll see in a sec. Oh yeah, I mean, obviously if you're playing without masking on, then you've got no problems on that one, right? Benfica. Oh, I didn't look at Benfica, my bad. God, Uipesh smacking teams around. Knowledge of only the youth national team players. Yes, which is useful. So Benfica's team currently, let's look at their actual like starting lineup at the moment, is obviously Suhi. Suhi and Classy Netneck is their pairing. They've obviously got Diop on the right, and then Veloso, who we looked at earlier as well. They've got Madalena, and then this guy here, Peruzram, who's German. Maybe a cool second nationality? No. Oh yeah, he's Iranian as well. Then they've got Rico Lewis at right back. Fjortov Lervik as well with Gaspar and Soleil. And then a goalkeeper called Gajcic. who they picked up from Chukwuemeka. Holy shit! Oh my god, that was last season. Oh my goodness me. And that's why I've actually started looking in full length at the national teams as well. So when I was doing scouting this time, the reason it's an extra 1,000 players is because I was scouting the full national teams all the way up to like 25 to really make sure that we don't miss on players like that. So Schumacher's broken his ankle. Please don't tell me it was skiing. Okay, heavy challenge. I guess specialist. Wow. Little 8-0 win there, which is nice. Another victory there too. Our under-19s are much better this year as well. For some reason. They're massively on it again, which is nice. We're also not top of the league. So here you go. Yeah, so what you'll do is, after you hit that report, you'll get an email like this. This stuff here is complete bolt. This doesn't matter. What you want to do, though, is click this, which will then take you into this screen. And you then get an instant scout report on every single player in that squad. Now, it's very vague, but it does work. One, you get these ratings, which are really important. And then it just gives you a little bit more unmasking on this side of thing, in case there is any kind of absolute, like, wonder players knocking about in there. So, you know, there's some quality around. It's hard to tell with some of these guys. Their, like, full potential might not be obvious. I believe that Zealand... Is this a recent video? Because I remember Z talked about it in a video a little while ago, because I know that a lot of people were mentioning my videos in the comments, because all of a sudden I started getting loads of views on like random videos. But I think this is a more recent one. Oh, new upload. Oh, fair one. Hey, as long as he gets it right. As in, explaining it the way I do it, the way with the building the league thing, rather than what the old school building a nation is. New surge. I don't know, honestly. It's hard to tell, because we're obviously in the middle of a bit of a surge as it is at the moment, on account of the agent video going out. So that tends to boost a lot of things because it ends up in the algorithm. Didn't talk about the loan farm. Oh, the loan farm's the key. I actually genuinely do believe it is the key. But this week, chat, we've got the red card video coming. I cannot wait to get stuck into that. And then I've got another idea, which I might just discuss with you now, because why the fuck not, eh? Let's see, test the waters with it. So basically, what I want to do is I want to go through and find, for example, a nation that has a lot of players that could have declared for other countries, like specifically one nation. For example, the Netherlands have a lot of players that could technically be declared for either Suriname or Curacao. It's usually those two specifically. And I want to maybe do a test where I run a 10-year sim of the either Curacao or Suriname national team and see how they perform over a 10-year spell. Then set every single player that is eligible for, in this example, say Suriname, as Surinamese, basically. So they now play for Suriname. And just see how much of an impact that actually has if all of these guys are now actually eligible for the other nation that they could declare for. Because the beautiful thing is, if it's successful, then I can do it with other nations too. Like, for example, Curacao. Also, you could have another one where...
It's good.
Another one would be, for example, the other one would be, hang on, wait. All the German-Turkish players actually declare for Turkey instead of Germany, for example. There's a huge Turkish diaspora in Germany and stuff like that. And French ones, exactly, yeah. Think of the options. I think it'd be a seriously fun little experiment to see how it actually goes. So that's one idea I'm potentially working on. But that will come after the red card video. Basically. Valdemar, thank you for the follow. The red card one. It's the one with the one I was talking about ages ago, where I'm going to try to see how many red cards you can get in a season by tweaking a load of things, and I've done a load of tests with it basically, and it works basically. I got 26 games into a season with Bournemouth and we had 32 red cards in the league because there's some changes to the new match engine suite that make it much easier, and there's a few things I've then changed that makes it even easier. So a tactic that's designed it, the whole team is designed to get red cards basically. Reject the smaller country for the bigger one. Reject me for Germany. Well, they wouldn't be able to reject them because I'd be changing their nationality. That's the dream. But yeah, we've been talking about this for a while now, the whole red card thing. Like, because when Hadrian decided that, well, not decided, discovered the thing about the dirtiness with the latest patch sort of thing, I thought that there was going to be something interesting there. So what I've gone through is I went through and changed every single Bournemouth player to have high dirtiness. Oh yeah, so what I did was I actually went through and changed their entire team to give them PPMs. I changed their dirtiness, their temperament, their controversiality thing, their sportsmanship. I made a tactic that basically is designed to get red cards, basically. But yeah, we've been talking about this for ages. Genius has only just... Oh, there you go. That's perfect. He is back. Tackle hard on all opponents in every game. Yep. Weirdly, type mark doesn't work. It's actually the other way around. So that one actually makes it worse. You get less for some reason. We'll discuss new contract. That should be... Don't get... You've just said you were happy. Stop being a silly. Get some help. Type 1 PPM. That interesting. Because the only PPMs I gave them were argues with officials and obviously dives into tackles. Because you need a bit of diving into tackles to make that shit work. But that's the thing. I think there's a lot of options there. Check out the shins. Precisely. There's no marking required. The marks you're leaving are on their skin, on their shins. Surinamese League, really? That's kind of sick, actually. Pull them back and hack them down. Ah, that's a good point. What I noticed is that there was a lot of second yellows just because of the sheer number of fouls that were being given. So there was that. But there was actually a surprising number of straight reds as well. Just a lot of like people diving in. There was one game I had specifically, which I remember from my test against Manchester United, where there were 4 red cards in the same game. So no, Zhao, because it's actually not built into the game. So it can't happen. We actually had a game on my last save where this exact thing happened. There was a game between Galway and Treaty United. And Galway got 5 red cards. I think it was Galway. But because FM's not got that programmed into it, the game just continued. They had 6 players. It's on my Twitter. There's like a screenshot of their system where they've got 6 players. Goof. Yes, you're right. It is goof time, isn't it? Oh, no. Goof would be that one. Because that's the rest game. This is the one before the rest game. So we want full strength here so that it rotates back in again. Terror player in the win the Ballon d'Or. I don't know how you'd make that work. The only way you could really do that would be to put them in a ridiculously overpowered side, maybe. But yeah, that's just talking out loud here. But as opposed to what? But yeah, that's what's coming up hopefully this week. Probably going to do some stuff. I'll try to work on both tomorrow, and then we'll get that way, because I'm actually going to play all the matches with the Bournemouth thing. I feel like it doesn't do it anywhere near as well when you're not playing, and I suspect that's because your assistant does other weird stuff. This is the red card thing. Yeah, here we go. Oh, it was draw hitter, not Galway. But yeah, this was the game. So you'll see here that they got 5 red cards in this game. Just mad. Oh yeah, because I've kind of become the guy that removes the ladder from the pool after putting the sim in it, but for FM. So this is my exact vibe. The moment that Hadrian showed me the thing about the dirtiness, I was straight in on it. No, it doesn't have the forfeit built in. But also, this is how they were looking. So bear in mind, they're the team in white. There's their 5 outfield players. It's just like... Incredible. Heiko Genius's rehab. Now, Heiko is back, I believe. Obviously, he's back. He's come back from his loan. Oh, yeah, sorry. That's my bad. I loaned him out to Honved. He returned from his rehab, but he has now gone out on loan to Honved. But as you can see so far this season, has yet to play any minutes for them, which is a shame. Yeah, also the fact that we only won 8-0. Basically, Pulse, there is in real life, but not in FM. FM doesn't have that. I guess it's just because it's such a rare event that they just never programmed it in. But yeah, so in FM, or certainly in FM 22, that couldn't happen. As far as we were able to see, because there were still chances. Because the first thing we did, actually, because this wasn't a game that we actually played. It was a game that we'd simmed, and we just saw it and went, what the hell is this? Yeah, he was born in Ludenscheid. But he now randomly just came through in Peru for some reason. How many single game? Well, I got 4. In the test I was doing, in one game against Man United, we got 4 red cards in the first 20 minutes, and all of them were straight reds. Every highlight was just... Start of highlight, murder someone. Start of highlight, murder someone. And the thing is, it took United a further 40 minutes to score against 7 men. Casper, thank you for the 14 months. I hope you're well. Oh, dear. Yeah, sorry, James, I don't know if you're still here. I hope there's no confliction between us about that video, because we were planning this video for quite some time. I just tend not to talk about things publicly until I'm sure that it's actually something I want to do. Funniest red card. Funniest red card was actually in that same test period for the video. One of our players, I can't remember who it was for Bournemouth. I think it might have been Lewis. Oh, no, not Lewis. Lewis Cook. Elbowed. But it's the way the guy went down. So the elbow happens, you see the animation, but then the player went from like completely upright to like bang. Like that. Near Dortmund, well, there you go. Injury proneness is a hidden attribute, yes. Injuries and red cards. So I have got another database where I've made every single Chelsea player injury prone and other various factors, and I was going to try and see how many injuries I could get in a season as well. That's still something I've got in the plans, as it were, as we nearly take the lead. What a block. Particularly with how many more injuries are seemingly more prevalent on the... Yeah. Oh, good stuff. Facilities. I don't know. I feel like it does help a lot. I mean, it has to have some, like, contributory factor, right?
So I tell the swamp
That one.
dog,
The FM Daddy. Thank you for the follow. How's it going, Father?
And have a lick me yarbles.
We actually are going to have to catch up on goal difference a little bit now. But both wide players were solid. Well, play it right. I would potentially, yeah. The other thing as well is that I'll need to make sure I do this time is because when I was setting it up, when you go into the editor and you're like, because you can mass edit certain attributes now. So I literally highlighted all of them and changed their attributes, but I realized it doesn't count players that are on loan to Bournemouth. So when I actually got to the save, there was like 4 or 5 guys at the club who were on loan that didn't get their attributes changed. So that might have actually affected it slightly negatively. And it might actually be even more powerful. And I only played 26 league games. It's going to take me all day to film, basically, because I'm going to have to play through an entire season of actually watching the games, which is going to be intriguing. Obviously, what I'll do is, if you remember what I did with the goalkeeper scoring, no, they didn't, Johnny. That's the thing. They didn't even get relegated. Bear in mind, it was only 26 games in. So what often happened is because they were so high aggressive, they won the ball back a lot and tended to score a lot of set piece goals and stuff, and actually scored quite a lot of goals until such time they got too many red cards. So certain games they'd get like 1 red card, but it would be like a second yellow in like the 88th minute. And yeah. Well, that's the thing. The quick sim route, I did do some tests with that, and it just didn't give me the same results. You'd think it would, though. But I suspect it's because your assistant is in charge when you do sims. And as a result, he maybe makes different decisions in-game that stops that from happening, maybe. Mortician! Thank you very much for the raid. How's it going? Welcome in, everybody. Oh, go on. Castillo! And he's missed again. Good God. It's been good so far, Jack. We've been doing some scouting setup. We did have a draw against Newcastle in the Champions League, and we're still sort of looking a bit funky in the league as far as our XG is concerned. Like, we're massively underperforming it for some reason, and Castillo can't seem to score a goal that isn't a penalty at the moment. To be extra... Oh, I hadn't thought about that, actually. Pereira, nice... Oh, it's a terrible pass. Yeah, that's why. So when I did the goalkeeper scoring 50 goals in that season video, I had played every single match with PSG for that too. But with that one, because I was only looking at goals, I could put it on commentary only. A Silva now hits the post as well. What is this team and how are they unable to score a chance? It's incredible. So I'm just going to have to sit there and play a full season, basically. Cambrodia now with the raid as well. A back-to-back raids. You love to see it, friends. Thank you. That's very kind of you. I'll get you some shout-outs. Sure, I can't do 2 at the same time. That one did work, right? Hopefully. Oh. What I'll do is I'll split it in the same way that I did with the goalkeeping one. So what I'll do is I'll play like a quarter of the season, and then I'll come back and discuss what's happening in that and show like a super cut of all the red cards, which is going to be amazing. And then I'll do the same thing 4 times. That way I don't have to sit there recording the entire period, because it would just take up loads of space on my camera, because that's going to take me like 7 hours. I simply don't have space on my camera for that, even though I did buy that insanely large SD card for it. Fordosh. Ooh, I think I've heard of him. He's very good. Well, I say very good. He's 23. He's got 105 goals for Haladash. He's a solid player, truth be told. Under 21 caps. He's decent. Probably never going to quite get to that higher level of actually getting like a full cap, but he's pretty close to it. It's Castillo's in again, and he has actually scored a goal.
Love how much people can learn while watching you.
Oh, you want to be careful there, tactical nerd. What could you have possibly learned from me? Thank you, though. I do appreciate the 5 months. It's really nice of you. I'm always careful when... I always try to be careful when someone says they've learned something from me because there's a strong chance it could be wrong. Honestly, it's a good finish, though, from Castillo. Little pokey boy. Nice. Talina Kalev. Nice. So that's Estonia, right? I'm guessing. Petroso, yeah, with his... Well, he's got like 12 goals in the second tier this season. So Petroso's actually sort of woken up a little bit. Settle my whole team. I wonder if Cadiz were doing that on that other save. Are we underperforming again today? Ah, no, we're actually on it this time. But we've still got a lot of goals to sort of earn back. We need like a nice, comfortable 5-0 victory in a game where we only create like 1.5 or something. Start getting us back on that a little bit. But it could also, you know, with the weakened sides we've been having to play because of a champion. Then again, this is not that, is it? This is very much a full strength side. Oh, God, what are you doing? Oh, come on. That looked like it literally went through Joao's midriff. It looked like it went through the guy. I assume it went through his legs after the deflection, but I thought it went, like, at his body. Oh, it did. That's because it actually travelled through his sternum. Great. Good stuff there. Don't you just love it when a goalkeeper can just let the ball go through his entire body? That's really not good. Like, that should be a save. It's gone through his fucking stomach. Ouchie. First shot on target, of course. Disappointing. He has very much not done well there. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I guess he even didn't think he was going to become a ghost. We've been ghosted by our goalkeeper, just not in the way we expected, I guess. I haven't seen that for a while. I remember that happening one time in a showdown. I think it happened to Jack, because of course it did. It always happens to Jack. I can't remember the exact situation, but I'm fairly certain that exact thing happened in a game. It's been a while since I've seen something like that, though. Hopefully it doesn't cost us, but it's about to. Oh, this is Narib. By the way, the guy on the ball right now is Carl Narib. He's the... Oh my God, it nearly was. He's the Namibian guy that we signed, solely because of his Namibianality. Also, I think I must have missed a comment earlier about just you mentioning FIFA there. Someone was in, like, maybe 10 minutes ago asking if where you get FM, I think, because they said there was something about FIFA and then FM. It's on Steam, but it is on console as well. Maybe give Goof a little run. I'm getting on the Goof train. I'm slowly, but surely, climbing all aboard the Goof train. See what he does with 20 minutes here. If you can grab another goal, that could be quite tasty as it's... Oh, good save. That keeper's doing well. Yeah, it probably counts as like a full-on save for Joao. Or it counts as a mistake leading to a goal. That was his job. Wait. His job? But... Oh... Literally, my brain immediately went, hang on, Jack's job as a streamer. Like, or not technically a streamer anymore, but a YouTuber. All three, yeah. He gets a save, a mistake leading to goal, and, I don't know, penalty miss? Why not? Oh, let's hit the bar again. What have we got some woodwork hits so far this game? 3 for us, okay. I'll be curious to see what the woodwork stats are like for this season, because I bet you they're a little bit obscene. 2-1, again, is just a mental score for this game. But it does still indicate that there's some problems, potentially. 2 CDM partner roles. I love... This season, I'm a huge fan of the anchor and roaming playmaker pairing. Anchor to, well, do what anchors do, which is sit there and be underwater going... And then an RPM to sort of, well, run around and do lots. Can he resign from Twitch? Sometimes I wonder, you know? Ugh. What was I going to show you? There was definitely something... Oh, yeah, we're going to look at the woodwork stats for this season so far, because I bet they're going to be absolutely mental. Is it under... Now, where is it? They're in here somewhere, aren't they? Is it stat pack? No. Where is it? Where's that screen? They're like hiding it. I've forgotten where the screen... And now the game is frozen. Via Zoom call. Do you remember the time that we had to do like... What the hell? No, the game is... I'm not being funny, right? Oh, there we go. where there was an issue with Twitch and we ended up like doing the stream in the Discord where I was just like typing out the things I'd be saying. Data hub, team shots. Lovely. Thank you. Oh, yeah, there it is. Right, so we want percentages. Okay, so it's not too bad. It just feels bad. Wait, hang on. That's all competitions. I want domestic league matches. It's still 10% still feels a little high. Actually, that's kind of insane. That's kind of insane. 55 times. That's actually obscene. So what is this counting? Like 100? That feels like too many. Like if you just look at this season so far, it feels like it's obviously it's a small sample size, but it's not been a good start as far as woodwork goes. So first game, there you go, 5 woodwork hits in the first game of the season. The second game against Kijvard, I don't think was quite as bad. It was that first one that really irked me. No, in fact, none in that one, to be fair. I think it must be doing a 12-month count, but it still seems quite high. It just feels like you hit the woodwork so much more lately. Particularly shots that hit the corner of post and bar. Usually headers, but they always seem to hit the exact same point. Has that dropped even more? To be fair, football is kind of like that, Echo, but it can be very unpredictable, this game. Woodwork shots and stats. As in, like, in stats, in here, I don't think you can. I genuinely don't think you can, no. League stats. I don't think so. Be cool if you could. Oh, hang on. Maybe, let's see if we can find it in the detailed ones. Sometimes they hide them. Fuck, I hate the fact this isn't even in order. I don't think you can. But it might... I've never noticed it before, but that might just be because I've never looking for it. There's blocks. Shots on target. Fouls. Expected goals underperformance. Jesus, that would just be us. Doesn't look like you can. No. But, I mean, our data right now is just reading a terrible story. What are we at now? -7 after 5 games. That's insane. It is a bit silly, and I suspect it's like that for a reason. Because I think if it wasn't like that, it would show off just how slightly bizarre the woodwork stats can be. But I think, particularly since this latest update, it does seem to have got worse slightly. Do you remember last year when it was like... There was a season where we'd had 13% of our shots had hit the post. Sorry, not the post, the woodwork in general, which was way above average, which was like 4%. Yeah, clear-cut chances still exist, which is a thing that doesn't exist. So this is a random date change for the Europa League. But notice it's both Hungarian sides playing in Scandi. Molvev are not travelling as far as they go to BK Häcken. But then Ferencváros are going to the Great White North up to Bodø. So any points they take here is amazing. They're tough games, but they've done well in their first 2 games. These are not easy fixtures for them. It'll bring us right back. It's got... Oh, that's fair. It should bring us straight back at the end of the night. I love the screen flows for this. That way we get to remind ourselves of the fixtures. Ooh, Colo. Any senior players that might be interesting? Another guy called Benavides. So we've looked at him briefly before, it would seem, but he's only 20. There's also Diego Diaz. Not awful. Again, solid, but not spectacular. But it's always good to know. It's good to see. Yeah, see what I mean? Honestly, yeah, our under-19 squad now seems to actually be really good again because of Akos. Akos Ronazeki is just an absolute monster. He's worth actual money. He's got 421 caps. He's only 16, and he has 421 caps for Hungary. There's a player there, I'm telling you. Watch him get a cap. Not yet, but... So, Budapest Hungary win again. Quivanino was sent... No, it wasn't sent off. Újpest with another strong result. Right, where's this Europa League? Come on, show me the Europa League. Oh! Holy Christ! I'm telling you, we're getting better. Molfehovar knocked Rangers out of the Champions League earlier this season. They didn't get past Genk, but they're now getting to a stage where they can actually compete. They've won 2 out of 2 in the Europa League. The dual-wielding Hungarian teams. Well, would you look at that? They're both top of the Europa League. Things you love to see. Molfehovar and Ferencvaros already on 6 points. They only need 1 more win each over their next 6 matches to pretty much guarantee top 24. And remember, we thought that they were going to have to rely on their later fixtures to get those results. And the fact that they've already got 6 points on the board. Ah, yes. That's true, Pulse. And a lot of the Hungarian team is full of expats, basically. Both winning 2-0 away. I know, it's mental. So coefficients as well. We go above Portugal. We're on 4.5 points this season already. Now, admittedly, that's with a slight advantage. But we've gone above them now officially. We're 0.35 ahead of Portugal. But they've only got 4 teams that are being watered down as if they're 6 teams, whereas we've got 5 teams that are being watered down as 5 teams. The fact that Portugal have no representatives in the Conference League is what I think is going to kill them this season. There's just no easy points for them. Hang on, what's Scotland done? Oh my lord, 1.4. How are they at 1.4 at this stage? Scotland's... I mean... They're with recognisable teams, just not in the way they would have wanted. Scotland's start to this year in Europe has been down there with Moldova, Northern Ireland, Republic of Ireland, and Latvia. Okay, I want to see what the Scottish teams have been up to make this bad. They must still have some teams in, surely, just from drop-downs, because Rangers must be in the Europa League. So... What are Scotland... Actually, let's just sort it this way, just so it's easier. So Scotland have got... Well, they have no Hibs, because obviously Hibs got knocked out by Kijvara. Dundee United are out as well. Aberdeen are in the league phase. The Europa League is... Aberdeen... Oh, yeah, that's... Yeah. Just Rangers. And then Champions League, presumably, is just Celtic. Yeah. So it's just Celtic, Rangers, and Aberdeen that are in Europe. And they've got 1 in the Champions League, 1 in the Europa... Wow. Conference League hasn't started yet. No. Conference League starts on the 2nd of October. Please don't be too soon. No, Goof! Oh, dear. God, Goof, you were the chosen one. Well, looks like Radojic is back in. Or Akos. Oh, Cola. This is what I am excited about. Oh, Darwin Bosso. The name alone has piqued my interest, Chateau. I like Darwin Bosso. With a name like that, how could you not be good? Agustin Diaz is... Hosu Tudor as well is... Well, okay, physically he's quite solid. Akos, we could try Akos. Said I expected. I would hope so. When is our stadium? We must be moving into the stadium literally within the next couple of weeks. So we get the new stadium today, right? 17th of October. That's new stadium. Bossa Nova? I hope so. I really do hope so. Eligible for professional contract, and you are getting it, my friend. All right, his agent. Are you serious? See what he actually wants. Are you mad, bruv? How are you actually demanding, like, actual money? There you go. How many wives indeed? How many has he killed them? Romeo knows what's up. So Diambars. All right, so here we go. Let's have a look at Diambars then. Yeah, no one that's like... Actually... Solid. If not spectacular. But there's this guy here, Barret. Oh. Another chap. There's another Diop. Okay, Diop's quite tasty. Great temp pulse. Solid jumping reach. 5'10" to have 13 jumping reach is not awful. Then there's also Mamadou Barry. Reflexes is one. I mean, yeah, he's not great, but still, it's always worth a check. The one downside to the team report system is that obviously you can only do like 1 team per day. But then again, that still gives us in a full year we could get through like 360 of them. In fairness, Glacier Soap, yeah, that is another issue. Okay. Oh, Norgeland. This is obviously their main team. Yeah, I've been recommended this guy before by scouting. Hauerwig. Good personality. Pacey. Temples. Yeah, I do say 10. You're right. I do kind of just... Ugh. Yeah, you used to be able to get more reports. I think they nerfed it. And understandably so, to be honest. I think it definitely did need a little bit of a nerfy nerf. Right, now we're actually getting stuck into these reports. This is more like it. Actually, I'm going to start just doing that because I can just... It's much easier to remove them from this list now. It doesn't seem to make the difference it did last year, ironically, having brought in a feature to deal with that. Just want to see if there's any standout teams in here that maybe are interesting. So PSG, so here we go. Kasper Tramberg. Intriguing. 15 years old. Good potential, it would seem. I just don't want to, like, I want to spot if there's any ridiculous talents in here early, like Veiko Mitev. He's probably going to end up being, like, that rather than that, I suspect, once he's actually scouted. Guy SK Brevin. Guy Boyser. Not bad. His surname doesn't have any vowels in it. He's just anti-Dr. K. Just really, really hates Dr. K, apparently. We'll let you get away with that. I've never seen that surname before. Man's got an abbreviated surname. But do you know what I mean about how, like, notice how there's a few more of, like, slightly less... Like, we've got lots of Croatian players in here that actually look a bit more viable for once. Also, Malagasy goalkeeper. Razafin Drakoto. Love that. Imagine if he declares for... Which he won't. But that's my point. That's another idea for that video, for example. France would be so good for that because there's just so many different players. Cantolao? Oh, no, Matt, no! Why does it delete it? Because I spelt it so well, and now here I am. Right, this time I actually click the right button. I want to make sure they've got any players. So they do have players. Do they have an under-19? Okay. So any good players they've got... We'll get a scout report, but there's no one in their under-18 squad. So I don't want to waste a scout report on it because it means that we can... And I don't think... I mean, the youngest player there was 22. So it looks like they haven't really produced much at all so far. So now this is going to be rotation. God knows who's going to be up front for us here. Other than Akos. So Yeboah's in. No. Yeah, Pereira and Yeboah, I think, today. Then with Brahim, I've just done that wrong. Right, so Pereira and Yeboah. Seri, no. Maybe Job. Yoshi's still looking a bit knackered. I guess Jargy there. We definitely do need another anchor, I would say. Terranova, obviously. Maybe Medinger or Dela Cruz. And then the defense, unfortunately. Oh, we'll get rid of Montiel for a minute. Give Jargy a chance. No, he's already playing. That's why we need another anchor. Should maybe get Ari back. There we go. Alvarado. Imagine if Akos actually did something good here. Asking to buy good players I have. Do I happily sell them over? It depends. Like, if you are... It depends on what stage you're at. Like, generally speaking now, if any one of these other Hungarian sides comes in for one of our random players, I will, generally speaking, sell them at whatever price they want. I won't, like, bid them up, for example. That way, we still get a fair fee, but they also get... Oh, that's nice. They also get a fair deal. I love that it doesn't matter which, like... I probably should check, like, second teams before I do that. Just in case. Get that one out of the way. Get that one out of the way. I always spell Aberdeen. I always spell Aberdeen half the time when I was spelling it. I was trying to put it into kayak the other day when I was sat in a McDonald's car park trying to look at flights to Aberdeen. And I just kept spelling it Aberdeen. Because apparently I'm just lacking brain cells. There's nothing apparent about it, is there, really? Oh. Getting hammered. Yeah, that sounds like where we are mostly these days. We've had that one random season where we did a bit better than that, but for the most part, that seems to be... So there's no point in going to their second or first teams. We'll have a look at this. Wow, start... Oh, they're Obos League, and that's why. Because they're second tier in Norway, they're not producing players. Is that striker new? Which... Oh, Akos. He's a youth prospect, actually. Oh, look at flights to Aberdeen. My friend has just moved there for work. So with it being 500 miles to drive up there, I don't really fancy walking 500 miles or 500 miles more. So we decided to fly probably if we go see him. It's weird seeing a Regen face in our team. Not used to this. Yeah, Akos doesn't count as far as Emmett's deadline goes. Sorry, half. Right. I need to pee as the Christmas song comes along. Disappointed you won't talk. My cousin actually went to school with the Proclaimers. Like, no, he was in the same class as them. My much older cousin, I should stress. Well, Hampton to Aberdeen. Yeah, that must be insane. It's like 500 miles from me to go to Aberdeen, which is just far too long. Because it's like a 1,000-mile round trip. Just the sheer cost of that, when I could get a flight from Luton for like 40 quid. Return. This is mental. Right, I'm going to wee-wee, and you guys are going to tell me which club this badge belongs to. It's been run through Mid-Journey. Yeah, we're playing a new game.
Yes, I am on my way. We'll put our differences aside and just enjoy this moment of peace and love and happiness. We come together to celebrate. Yes, every time the snow is falling down and it is cold outside, we gather around the fireplace and no one cares about yesterday. My favorite holiday, it means so much more than words can say. And I claim that Christmas is a magic day. Sometimes I tend to forget what glory this holiday represents, but it's fair to say that Christmas is a magic day. Yes, every time the snow is falling down and it is cold outside.
Anarith with the dub. It was, in fact, Rijeka. It was Rijeka. Originally, I tried to do Oldham Athletic, but the stuff it gave me was just a little bit bizarre, if I'm honest. I'll just try and find one of the ones it sent me. It was just like... You might have got it. I just don't know quite what Mid-Journey was trying to achieve with these. This was the ones it gave me when I gave it Oldham Athletic. Like, admittedly, some of the artwork on them is actually pretty nice. It's just very strange. Particularly the bottom left. Like, what is going on there? How did it get that from Oldham Athletic? Like, where's the owl? They look like rugby clubs, yeah. It's really strange. Oldham Wolves in the MLF. Oh! Interesting. Fair one. Apparently there's more reasons for it than that then. Oh, see. They are pretty sick, though. But this is basically Mid-Journey version 5. Kind of, it's way more accurate. Like, you get slightly less weird ones and ones that look too close. So I did a few test ones and they just look like almost the actual badges. Which is why I'm only showing you one badge and not like 4. Oh god, my mustache hair's going up my nose. Literally the thing I was talking about earlier today is happening. And that makes my nose itch for no reason. Right. Jarju's aggressive. Let's crack it. Akos up front against Újpest. I don't know how this is going to go. God, they've got Papa Fay and Fran. What we could do with someone like Xavier Fran Hardy right now. I think it's just really bad at doing letters. Mid-Journey is always very difficult with text. It's always struggled with the text stuff. Now, what I do is the prompt is badge 4 or logo 4 and then the name of the club, the full name, just to give it a little bit of extra context. I think if I actually stuck the badge in as an image prompt, I don't think it would do a very good job. Mid-Journey's great for like inspiration and stuff, as we already fall behind to Francois Xavier Hardy after 10 minutes. The forgotten man of Budapest comes up clutch for Újpest. Don't really want a second defeat of the season so soon. I haven't tried an MTK badge, no. Other Hungarians, no. Basically, no. There was little to nothing. Ferencváros sold a guy for like £3 million, but that was it. Bring it back. We can't actually. We're not in a transfer window. Maybe this is the seasons that the leagues, because these teams are getting better, maybe this is now when the league starts to get more competitive again. As we hit the post again! Oh, fucking hell, man. Us and being able to just actually get a shot on target, damn it. Imagine this. Hang on. Sorry. That definitely hit the post the first shot, didn't it? The second one was blocked, but it definitely hit the post the first time, and it just didn't count it. The second one definitely was blocked. We'll just get twatted by Uipesh and have it... Oh, God. Keeper, keeper, keeper! Actually, you know what? That's a nice outball. It's not led to anything, but yeah. We're just... Nah, I don't want to change things too much. No reason to. Plus, remember, we don't even have a proper striker up front, really. We've got Akos, who's got a hell of a game. He's got a hell of a lot of work to do against a really, really strong Uipesh side, who are one of the better sides in the league. That's true, yeah. It makes you wonder how many woodworks aren't even being counted as woodworks in all this. God, Hardy looks really good. Maybe we could bring him back next season. Segue's ball across Papafei as it's 2. It is 2-0 to Uipesh. We are losing... Oh. It's 2-0. They've had 2 shots on target and scored both of them. Standard. I think we've actually conceded our last 3 shots on target. As is always the way. Oh, hey, there you go. Paunovic has just absolutely murdered someone. Right, okay, that's going to even things up a little bit now. How many lone players? That is a good question. Well, one more's just come on the pitch. So, Tyler Morton isn't on loan. He's what? Yeah, Effie, I think he's a permanent transfer there now. Hardy's on loan. Papafei's on loan. Felix Peters on loan. Sequeira's on loan. Renato Augusto's on loan. Pereira's on loan. Ralph's on loan. Wiggly's a permanent transfer, but he was with us originally. Okay. Mark specific position. Well, we didn't do it before. We were still winning matches. Like, nothing is... We were winning matches comfortably last season at the end without that being a problem. So that can't be the issue as to why it suddenly stopped working.
I open my own
hang on. Now to date? I'm sorry I'm saying that wrong. I'm almost certainly I am. But thank you very much for the follow. I really do appreciate that, though. Okay, we've got the full game now. I still think we can turn this around. We better turn it around. Don't want a second defeat of the season, particularly not after only like 5 games. Hi, it's me. We're 3-0 down against the 10-man Uipesh. It's 3-0. It do be 3-0 against 10-man OP and whatnot. Great cross from, would you believe, Fran... No, it wasn't, was it? He drops it back for Segul. But what a pass. And then what a great header from Papafei. So 3 shots on target, 3 goals. Yep, this is fine. Totally fine. We could actually fall 6 points off the top at this rate and actually having to be claw our way back in, which we'll still be able to do probably. It's just really weird the way this season has started, where we just miss every single possible chance and then concede every single possible chance. Right, plenty of time though. I still think we can win this. Oh, so many bodies in there. Well, we are committing bodies. It is bad because we possibly could get sacked if we lost the league. And we don't want that. Because, to be fair, it did happen that one time. Oh, go on. He doesn't have the speed. We've got to bring a different striker on at halftime. He is just not up to the level of top-flight football in Hungary right now. That's what's really costing us. We have no focal point through the middle. There we go. That's better. In fact, I think I might do it now. No offence to Rozaneski, but he is just not on the level.
Town Spurs.
Thank you for the 50 bits. No. Radojic is in. Right, square it. Are you serious? How are we missing these? We just miss every fucking shot these days. Wow. I'm trying to think of the last time we scored a league goal that wasn't a penalty. It's actually insane. But they genuinely could not score in a brothel. You're right. Right, go on, Bellingham. Oh, that's a nice pass. Mellinger pulls it across. It's a pen... It's not, is it? It's going to be offside and not a foul. Watch this be offside instead of a penalty, where he got cleaned out from behind. Okay, so can we have the foul, please? What the fuck? Oh, he's offside there. Ah, no, that's fine then. Yeah. That's fair. The original pass was what was offside, not the follow-up. So he technically was offside. Oh. We are at least starting to create some stuff now, but we've still got to score another 4 goals to win this game. Go on, Tone. Yes, go on, Yakubu. Right, let's have it. We've got to keep this going. The pressure is on. Ball through. Radojicic is in. Radojicic is in. He's gone around the goalkeeper and missed. Yeah, this is fine. This is totally fine. So just to clarify the first half, they've had 3 shots on target, scored every single one of them. They have a red card. We've got every fucking game. This is incredible. I don't want to touch anything because I want to see how long it can persist with this nonsense. Right, okay. Thrash arms, obviously. This is incredible. I've just never seen anything like it. And no penalty. That's mental. I've not had that happen yet. I mean, we need a lot of goals in the second half here. We need 4 second half goals to even 3 second half goals just to make this, like, respectable. Like, good football. Pereira's through. Good save again. This is incredible. Pereira's not having the best game, actually. In fairness. Yep. Header over the bar, as per. Oh, it's fine. At this stage, I'm not a sassy mood. Shows the quality. It doesn't really show the quality of the other sides, though, does it, really? Then, the quality of the other sides would then be beating us in a game where, like, they play well and actually, like, create stuff. And we don't just miss every single chance possible and then have every single shot on target scored against us. But it is still nice to see that there's a bit more parity, of course. But I want that parity to come from them playing well rather than these results, if at all possible. Prince, thank you for the 9 months. That's a Twitch Babby. They are clinical, I'll give them that. Okay, well, I'm going to get Pereira off because he's having a woeful day out there as well. I'm going to get Kwale Zwane in. God, look at the defenders as well. They really are struggling. He's losing his discipline, so we'll give Montiel a little part to play here. Maybe even Abdul Nabi. The rest of the team is doing okay, he said. What we say? Well, what's happening here is just not great, honestly. We are struggling to score a goal to save our lives, despite creating countless opportunities. No goalkeeper time. Well, if they keep a clean sheet in this game, I might actually jump out a window. Like, they've had a red card for over half an hour here, and they've managed to score a goal. It's still 1-0 to them since the red card. Like, right, get in there. Yes. They literally couldn't finish their dinner today. Not just today, actually. This whole season to start with, which is really interesting. To see how badly the finishing's gone off the rails. What are you doing? Oh. What was he playing out there? Right, now Turner... He's just determined to give the ball away. Every time he gets it. Right, here we go. Slowly get forward, buddy. There we go. Okay, Francois is coming back at this... Next season, we need him. Here we go. Tearing over. Right, let's get a goal back. And of all things, to finally score a goal, it's a Yakubu Yeboah header that gets us back into the game. This was a nice pass, though. This whole bit of play here was lovely. The little triangle there between those three for Terra Nova to actually dig one out of the back. And it's 5'6" Yakubu Yeboah's back post header. Daniel play this. Yeah, they will. It'll end up 4-1 to them. Bill, we needed you. Right, here we go. We can do this. We've got 25 minutes to get 2 more at least. I still think we've got this in us against 10 men. Now that we've got the bit between our teeth, the momentum's coming our way. Yeboah's nearly in again here. It was just a case of getting Abdul Nabi on us. Brahim Diaz makes it 3-2. Right, come on. We're in. Brahim Diaz scores his first goal of the season. That's 2 in about 3 minutes, and we're back in this. If we pull this a win, if we actually win this game 4-3, I swear to God, watch us get another goal really quick and then fail to score the 4th goal. Okay. Best player on his start now. I wonder when you'd pipe up. Okay, we continue. We press on. We're losing extra time in a league game. That'd be so us, though, to be fair. Oh, God. Yes, nicely done, Fernandez. Show him who's boss. Show him who he really wants to play for. Bellingham again. Where's the run? There's the run. It's Radojic. He's through. He's gone round. And it's been saved again because he's gone round. He should have just finished that. The chance was gaping. We're not going to win this, are we? We're not going to even draw in this game. We've got 3.72. We're actually going to lose a further 2 XG on our overall season, which is already at -7. Abdul Navi. Flicked away. Come on. Oh, no, we've been FM'd all season. That's the worst thing. But what on earth was that pass? This isn't the highlight. There's definitely more. And I think it might actually be a 4th goal for Budapest. I'm thinking 4th goal. I reckon Fran grabs another one. Like a missed defensive header or something. The judges of the Hungary... oh, God. Which judges? Oh, it's in again. He's offside again, I suspect, though. Radojic. What is that first touch? Oh, my God. Strikers, please. That counted. That was a shot. He wasn't even offside. How are we going to lose this game? 4.32. Good Lord. Oh, go on. Oh, he's keep it in. Keep it in. Yes. Oh, imagine now. 94th minute equaliser from Jarju of all people. No, maybe? Oh, come on. I don't know what to do anymore, my friends. I just don't know. This is incredible. We'll probably get a header here as well, which will go over the bar. Oh, it's saved as well off of Montiel, and that's it. Game over. 4.59 XG, and they scored every shot on target and had a red card, and we still couldn't win. 4.59. That's our best performance of the season, and we've lost 3-2. Look at their goddamn XG chart. So that's gone well. That has gone well. I really want to look at the data hub after this game. I would throw the water bottle, but we can't be asked with that right now. If only that actually did anything positive. They did it. Yep, you're right. They did exactly what they need to. This is a very Cape Town Spursy season right now. It feels like every goalkeeper is now João Virginia. But João Virginia isn't. Wow. We're like a Hungarian Brighton, i.e. Potter Brighton. Just to be satisfied. This is very true. Oh, believe me, Yolfi, it's you reach a point where we are minus. That is actually amazing. We are -10 on goals scored after 6 matches. -10. I've never seen anything like that. We're also +2 on the XGA. We should have scored 19 goals this season, and we have scored 9. 9 goals. How have we managed 9 goals from that? Oh, incredible. We've lost twice already this season. It's finally... The nation is healing, chat. We've actually got, like... Have Ferencváros lost? Oh, who did they lose to? Oh, okay. So I thought it was going to be a 6-point gap. Oh, I'm surprised we've got as many as 9. Who's the worst culprit other than all of them? Castillo's somewhat on target. Malero's fine. Radojic has somehow not scored a single goal off of an XG of 2.93 so far this season. Fernandez, that's all from headers and corners, in fairness. It's mostly Silva and him, but also what are the wide players? Pereira. Wow. That's mad. Well, at some point it will have to turn around, right? Watch us get sacked. Like, full on. Cape Town Spurs. The reason I don't like touching things while this is happening is because I just want to see how far it's willing to push it. I love just seeing how far it wants to push this. Who tried scoring? I'll try. Pog's here. Now it's fine, chat. We're going to win every game for the rest of the stream now. Pog's here. Our saviour. There's the Jockster. Still there. Not quite getting to the Netherlands. But he's been at them 7 years now. Surprisingly, only 16 league goals in that period. He started off really strongly and they seem to have faded out of their team somewhat over the last few seasons, which is a good sign, really. It means they're getting better. Drive home from Hungary. I've been going right over there. Oh, God. He's done well there. He has done well there. Pog, would you argue that I have done well there? Also changing tactic. There's Nicholas Bentner, by the way, still struggling to get his coaching badges. Tried signing Pulisic. We'll get it on there. Coaching badges still. Wait, I didn't. I didn't see that article. Directly above it. Yeah, chat. Pog, I told them about Mental Brian. No. He didn't score 5 in one match, Anarith. He scored 5 in one match and then in the next match as well. He got, I think at one point, 13 goals in 3 league games. It gets worse. Enghart, maybe? Are you a striker? Good lord. We need to sign a referee or something just so that we can get someone that can finish something. We've just gone and beaten Bayern. So tactically, things are sound, which is good. That's the main thing. Basically, Pog and I were verbally accosted yesterday in town by a man who was extremely off his face on something or other. But basically, what it boiled down to is him going, lovely couple, you've done well there, etc., etc. Oh, I think Pulisic was at Real Madrid, actually, wasn't he? Yep, still at Real Madrid. Listed for £3.1 million. What are we saying, Christian? Yeah, probably not going to be able to do that, buddy. No, can't offer you that. But if you are willing to be less of a wimp, I could encourage my team to maybe sign you for... Let's just shortlist him, so at least I remember. We might be able to pick him up on a free in the summer or something. Boosted my confidence, man. Yeah, what do you think it did to me? I thought I was looking well good, and I'll get mudded by Mental Brian. Oh, and we've got Central Brown. Which, honestly, I thought it was just directions to the toilets. But there you go. Central Brown AFC is the closest thing we've got to Mental Brian. He's done well there. He has done well there. So next up, Bayern Munich. Nice and easy. After that wonderful display of finishing, we now get Bayern Munich. Thank you, Millie. Now we're talking. Someone's on my side.
He's not wrong. Pog has done really well to manage to catch an absolute snack like yourself.
I'm feeling fresh today. Thank you, Millie. Thank you for the 100 bits as well. We've got... I mean, Fran's actually got 3 and 2 so far this season. Ah, dear. Oh, good. Now our main midfielder, who we literally rested for the last game, is now going to be missing anyway. So Jarju's going to be playing against... Bloody hell. Ooh. Henrik Karlsson Jakobsen. Fuck it. We'll give him a scout. Can't go work. Win again there with Simão Vaz Franco. Random Brazilian dude. So if we were to get sacked, we would just take over another Hungarian side. Probably Szeged. That's how it would work. That's always been like the back of the mind thing. If that was to happen. And it was dangerously close with Tromsø that time when we didn't win the league and Mulder won it. The board were very close to sacking us. I wish I hadn't given him that contract now. I feel like he's partly responsible for that last game. So Cantalao... Yeah, it's not one for us, I don't think. At least we're still rich again. Oh no, sacking, it's not... Basically, sacking would be... We're talking about if we didn't win the league, basically. Because sometimes that, with the expectations that we've got on us, that could be... We could potentially get the sack for it. It seems unlikely. I think we'd still probably... As long as we didn't come like 5th or something, we'd be fine. We're talking hypothetically. Basically, chat are taking the piss out of me as a result of the fact that we've lost 2 of our first 6 league games. And in the last match, we lost 3-2 to a team with 10 men, where they had 3 shots on target, scored all of them, and we had 4.59 XG. It's not gone well. The last game was a bit of a head fuck, if I'm honest. Legia Warsaw, okay. Lukasiewicz. I must already know about... Oh no, of course I know about him because we just got a fucking scout report, Matt. Sosinski? You know, more information maybe? What about you, actually? Just because he's a bit younger and might have more into... Oh no, definitely not. It's the standard thing that happens every now and then. Yes, Pog, what's up? You saw a corgi? Nice. I saw a corgi yesterday on my run. It was brilliant. Right, okay, Bayern Munich. So who the hell is in this lineup? Castillo, Malera, Navarro, Silva. I guess it's going to have to be Yoshi and Seri in there. Although, I think I might do Yoshi... Actually, what are they like defensively? What do you like defensively? 13 tackling to Yoshi's 13 tackling. In that case, whatever he wants to put them is probably the correct order, I'd say. Your board design. I've actually, I think I have at times spoken to devs about this. I would love to see some sort of Twitch integration, even if it was just things, so that the scores or stats from the matches were output to an API in some way that I could somehow do something in chat. So, for example, say someone said, how's things gone today? Someone could do exclamation mark results, and it would automatically print in chat the results we'd had that day from that session or something. Do you know what I mean? Little things like that. Best academies. Asec Mimosas is a great one. We've just got them as an affiliate. Has that gone through yet, by the way? Social feed reflects... just in the middle of the save. I assume that's what Pog was... I love how Curtis... I suppose it's just going to be loads of guys called Corgi. Probably the word like that is it's too short and you get too many people to get any fun ones. I think we do have them, right? Let me just check. I probably just didn't pay much attention to it. Yes. Okay, so we do. So hopefully we can get some Asec Mimosas, guys. That'd be lovely. I like this screen. It feels like this is... Either this has changed because of Saz being a legend or it's something new. Either way, we want to collect some of those. Training after the Wii specials. They're going to break in. Okay. Saz is at it. I love that. Such a nice addition. Oh my lord, what is this system? Okay, that's something. Andre Toolberg. Oh, if only Rene was here. Guzma, thank you so much for the 13 months. That's very kind of you.
Bop, bop. Hello, Matt.
Bop, bop. Hello, Guzma. How's it going? The battleship. It's very penile, but except... Yeah, it kind of is, isn't it? It just is, isn't it? Okay, let's have this. Away at Bayern Munich. Get additional scout. No, I don't think we probably do get a little bit, but we don't really need that much because we actually have a scout that has knowledge of Ivory Coast already. So I don't think it would have affected it too much. If we say we didn't have any knowledge of the Ivory Coast, I think it would have been much more of a difference. More anthems would be sick, yeah. Premier League anthem also. Ruskin with the gifted sub to Schuber. Thank you, Ruskin. How's it going? Positive vibes. Where are they? That feels like a team that would be in like Zimbabwe or something. Okay. We've got this. We've got this. Virginites, really? But I suppose even with like good youth recruitment stuff, I guess because they don't have the youth rating itself isn't any good, I guess it sort of balances out a bit. We've had some interesting results against Bayern. If you remember last season against Bayern, we played fantastically well and drew 3-3 because they scored a penalty and 2 direct free kicks in the same game that Soboslai got. Yeah. So today, hopefully, we'll be going in the correct direction for us. After that draw against Newcastle, though, I'm not so sure. As Erzturks do, this should be a block. Please don't foul him. Nice. Actually, this is a chance for a breakaway. Cole Malero. It's a terrible first touch, but he's still got the ball. This is better. Yes, come on. Driving towards the defender. Nice. Taking them all the way. They're backing off of him. And now he's backing off of himself. But Nakanishi's made a lovely run. Okay. Abdelnabi's going to twat this. Oh, what a lovely pass. It's in. It's Bayern 0, MTK 1. And would you look who it is? It's Jose Luis Castillo. He who couldn't hit a barn door's donkey with a banjo has done it. Admittedly, it kind of fell on his lap, but it is 1-0 to MTK. This is just TV camera, I think. It's a nice pass from Abdelnabi. Deflects through to him, but he's just had to poke that home under the goalkeeper. He's got it. We're going to have a lot of width today, I suspect. But yeah, it's the camera setting is TV, then like 2 notches from the left on this one, and then 1 notch from the right on that one. And that sort of creates, for me, the best sort of TV one. Okay, that's a good start. We're playing well. We're playing very well. Still underperforming a little bit, but that was a really close chance. Bayern have done nothing so far, which obviously means they will score their first shot. On target, anyway. And here it comes. It was nice to see us take the lead. We look solid so far today. That's a good ball, but this should be easily cleared. And now for the breakaway. Oh, God, Yoshi, what are you playing at? I do worry about Yoshi's height sometimes in that role. That he has to have the ball at his feet to be impactful here. He's not going to win much in the air for us. Other than, oh, my God. Here comes the goal. Nice. Long range, do you reckon? Okay. I thought that was the goal coming there, honestly. Just giving the ball away randomly. Chill out, lads. We're doing fine. We've had a really, really good first 30 minutes here. We've got control of the possession. We're creating chances. We look good on the ball. This is nice. Second goal, though, would be key. Oh, they're getting quite pressed up on us. I think if we... There we go. That's what we needed to get the wide areas involved again. Lovely. Malero and Darlow have a... Oh, what a pass! It's 2. Jose Luis Castillo does it again. Lovely. What a pass. I say pass. That almost felt like a shot. He's absolutely hammered that in. Castillo just had to put his face near that and it was a guaranteed goal. What a header. The power that Malero generates on this cross. Bang. Little glancing header from Castillo and it's 2-0. This is all that stuff was worth. All this stuff was worth it. Terrible performances in the league. But if we come up with results like this and play this well away at Bayern Munich, then maybe it'll actually be worth it for once. Yes, come on, Navarro. Now we've got the bit between our teeth. Let's keep going. Let's embarrass them. Or just win the game, actually. I don't care about embarrassing them. I just want to win the match. But yes, Yoshi. That is a lovely pass. And maybe knock it down. Oh. They've got a lot of bodies centrally, so we're going to need Yoshi to be on his best behaviour defensively sometimes today as well. And also, Öztürk is ridiculously good. But nicely done from Malero. Malero's done a really good job at getting back and covering too. Look at the space through the middle. He's in. Oh, he could have found the pass. Here we go. Malero's in. Penalty. Oh, no way. No way that's a penalty. How? This is going to be not given. There's no way he's given a pen for that. This is going to be one of those the rare VAR check where it doesn't count as a penalty. There's no way he's given a foul for that. Oh my god. That's filth. Castillo from the spot. Oh, for crying out loud. Well, 2-2 incoming. And now we've missed a penalty. That should have been his hat-trick as well. God's sake. It's going to be 2-2 in the final score. I can feel it. God, Malero, though, is having a wonderful game so far. He's everywhere. Navarro now. Yeah, there goes the morale. This has got 2-2 second half written all over it. Unless we grab another one here. Abdul Nabi cutting through. Finds... I actually thought he was going to give another penalty there. Darla's just hacked a guy down. Oh, I'm concerned now. Öztürk. Right, he's got the right side of him. That's it. Just keep him there. Don't do anything stupid. Wow, we just got the benefit of the doubt with a woodwork one. Maybe the tides finally are changing, Chato. That was a great chance. Probably could have done better with that. We are still underperforming in front of goal today, but oh, I swear to God. If Subbleslight... Oh, it's Toolberg. Oh, God. Well, we know this is in, isn't it? What a save. What a save. All right. You know what? Fair enough. Things are actually looking up for us for once. Those almost always go. I actually have noticed that since the update, those free kicks are a little bit less guaranteed goals. So we probably could still be more ahead, but we are winning, and we've got to just take that, right? I noticed that they've got Swanina in goal. This is a very weird game. It's like the opposite things that normally happen in FM are actually happening, which is why we're winning. Joao Virginia is actually having a good game. I'm still telling you, though. This has got 2-2 written all over it. That penalty miss is the concern for me. If we go 3-0 up there, I think we're cruising. But at 2-2, it just takes one little chance for them to score. And for us to do nothing in the second half. Which is what I suspect is about to happen. Although, yeah, I feel like this is one of these games where we're going to do nothing in the second half. And even when we make the subs to try and freshen the legs up a little bit, it's just not going to quite go our way. But we'll see. Actually, what I will say, though, is big shout out to Alberto Malero. He has been... Oh, fuck off. Well, it begins. Everyone's like, we're going to give you a little bit of hope this time. Malero's doing so well, tracking back constantly, and then we go and do this. Like, why is he passing it directly to the Bayern player? He's in front of you. R2, thank you for the follow. If that stands for rage, then I'm feeling it. Oh, imagine come straight back in front, maybe? Nope. Oh, dear. Like, why would he... The player is directly in front of him. It's not like he's played it to the side and the guy's intercepted it. He's just played it directly at him. Mad. Okay. Slightly... Wait. When did that happen? Is the game about to, like, stop me? Oh, great. I literally paused it directly before the injury. So now that's a forced sub. Yeah. Yeboah. Has to be Yeboah, right? God, wow. I mean, I'm almost tempted to bring Lucas on for like 30 minutes here. Yeah, us battering teams and not winning, though, is kind of the story of today. They've just done very little. I mean, their biggest chance in the game was that goal. I still feel like this has got 2-all written all over it. Yes, good touch, good touch, good touch. Right, nice. Oh, look at the space out wide. Yes, go on, your bowler. Slip him in, maybe? Ah, oh, that's a bit of an overcommittal there, potentially, from us. Right, that's fine. The defender's got this. What in the actual... Oh, get fucked, FM. One of the best defenders in the world. What is he playing at? Why? Why? Ball's coming through. He's there. Goalkeeper's there. Why is he heading the ball there? It's literally to give them a goal, isn't it? It's mental. But I did tell you when we missed the penalty that it was going to be 2-all. Although, I am now concerned that it might actually end up being not 2-all. It does feel like these games just... Like, where is he trying to head that ball? No, I reckon we can still win this. I reckon we win this 3-2. It's setting us up so that we get angry, but then we win. Ah, shit. I'm jinxing it now by saying this, aren't I? Unless they're going to do some silly bollocks. Cool, can we benefit from some silly bollocks? That'd be nice. The lesser spotted us benefiting from silly bollocks. Does happen occasionally. See that Wolfsburg game. Sounds like cope. Oh, it is a lot of cope. But here we go. Malera's in. Alberto Malera. He's the man of the match so far, and he continues to be the man of the match. Bayern 2, MTK 3. If anyone was going to go and score the winner for us, it is bloody Alberto Malero. Fighting back against the bullshit. He has been everywhere today. Best player on the pitch by miles. He's been getting back. He's been getting forward. And he's showing that composure in front of goal. He could have even passed that, but he's popped it home. Now... There's still plenty of time left for more nonsense. But look at the performance again from us. We've twatted Bayern Munich. What I might just do, he says, is turn it on to slow down and get the time wasting started so that we don't end up throwing this away. But... Right, that's it. Yes, clear it. Oh, if he gets that to Castillo, he could maybe at least hold the ball up for us for a second. It's a bad clearance, honestly. Oh, go on. Nope. That looked a bit like handball. Right, yes, fire it through the middle. That'll do. I have questions. I have several questions. The best question I suppose I could answer is, why is my player running away from the ball? I guess you could argue he's misjudged the flight. Could you maybe, like, not do that? I suppose that means we're about to concede, though, presumably. Here it comes. Millie, thank you for the 100 bits.
How could we have predicted this? How
There you
could
go.
you have known this would happen? How entirely unexpected it is that FM crashed at the 90th minute just as Bayern scored their 4th goal. Truly tragic. Oh well, let's restart and win this time.
He's not misjudged the flight. He'd looked through a plane when he was getting a boat. That is the most apt description of that entire play. By the way, as well, we've just had a tackle that's gone back to the opposition. We all know what that means. Yep, 3-all. The moment that Yakubu puts this tackle in and it goes straight back to him, we all know it's a goal. This happened against Bayern last year as well, remember? It's the exact same scoreline too. Mental. 6 minutes of stoppage time. There's still time for more. Oh, imagine. Imagine if we still managed to somehow win this. We could have been 3-0 up, out of sight. But, my God, today has just been all the things I despise about FM. But also still kind of enjoy it at the same time. Weirdly. Oh, hang on. Look at the passing. Navarro's in. Clean through on goal. It's clean. Oh, yes! We were calling an ambulance, Chateau, but not for me. It's Bayern 3, MTK 4. He misses that, but somehow... I mean, that was the same kind of nonsense, wasn't it? Like, what is the defender doing there? I suppose he's just kind of... It's a bad clearance, but at least it's a more realistic clearance. But what is the defender doing there? That's also kind of nonsense on their part, too. Like, Castillo's in, and it's a hat-trick for Castillo. There's still time left, though. Oh, surely not. Surely not. Yeboah loses the ball. Oh, he's dropped it. Malera's on the ball again. Pulls it back across. Ah, wait. Castillo, somebody. It's 5. It's 5. Bayern 3, MTK 4. Take that, you sausage-eating people from the Munich. Come on. What on earth is going on? Oh, good. Look at that. He wins the ball off him, still manages to fail to get hold of it, and then he just passes it straight to Navarro. Come on. This is the one game with the most FM stuff ever. It's Bayern 3, MTK 5. And a deserved win after 8 minutes of stoppage time. What a game. Already celebrating the fourth goal? No way. So we got the deserved win. 5 goals to 3. What a game. Replay. Which goal was it? This one here, the Castillo one. We actually outperformed our XG chat. You're right. The ball deflects off the player who's celebrating the goal. It might be that he's calling for the ball, but I'm not. It looks like he's celebrating the goal, and then the ball deflects off him while he was celebrating it. Of course, it's Alberto. He's got that knowledge. Oh, he knows. He's like, you're gonna love this. Wow. Man's got 21-20 vision. That's insane. How could you predict it? Oh, that was pretty fun. Despite all the hilarity, like, it was one of those games that had all the things I hate about FM, but also had the things I love about it at the same time, right? I must admit, though, their first 2 goals, incredible scenes. And the fact that we missed that penalty and it kind of... Wow. That game was mental, Brian. It'll auto-save for us there. We actually overdid our XG as well. But it was looking for a while as if we weren't going to, until those latter stages. Bayern must have just been absolutely going for it. I was waiting for that, Frosh. That is an absolute classic game. Oh. Take that, you sausage eating people. It was a tough day to navigate. Oh, Newcastle started well. As have annoyingly Porto. Hopefully the other... please be shit, Benfica. They're average. Oh, the drama. Darla's out for 3 to 4 weeks. We've won again there, which is great. Yeah, watch our season turn around now. We're ready to go. Now that Malero's the man. Also, did you say, Anarith, that... I mean, I obviously don't want to touch you too much. You were saying that they need to man-mark specific position? Wing-back left? Like that? No, wing-back right. Sorry. If they have wing-backs. Oh, yeah, Darla's Angolan. He's amazing. City lost again. They've not done well. They've not done well there. Oh, got FM'd in a nice way. I don't know if we did get FM'd in a nice way. We won the game, and we should have won the game. We nearly got FM'd properly in the wazoo, but somehow avoided it at the last second. Although that means that we are going to now do the exact thing against... Oh. Even if they don't have it. Ah, right. So I have to... Okay, see. So basically we turn that on only if they actually have a wingback. Oh. Right, okay. So there is... Today... Well, there's lots and lots of fixtures. There's Conference League and Europa League today. So we've got a lot of chances for extra fixtures. And what do we get? Europa League. Ferencváros win again. Molfevar do lose to Lille, but Ferencváros are now 3 out of 3. Prestiani, Alves, and Sanchez make it 3 out of 3 for Ferencváros in the Europa League. They've already got 9 points. Oh, leave it on. Okay. Oh, they're playing EFK. Wing back right. Cool. We can try it out for a bit. Okay. That now means... Come on. Kishvada win. And Újpest lose to Slovan Bratislava. See, they peaked too early. That's what's happened. They beat us and then got too happy about it. But big up Kishvada with De Bruyne scoring again. That's still a good day. That's still another 2 wins for Hungarian sides, which leaves Kishvada technically top of the pile. Disappointing for Újpest, but they're strong. They'll come back. De Bruyne already has 7 goals for Kishvada, all of which have been in the Conference League. There's a player there. And then that means that the Europa League... Well, I mean, Ferencváros are top of the Europa League now with 9 points on the board already. They're already 6 points clear of those spots. And this is good. Molfev are still technically occupying those spots. Obviously, they've played an extra game. Oh. How high are in the Hall of Fame? I don't know, actually. Probably not very high. Yeah, I mean, we don't have... We've only got 833, so it's mostly because we haven't won anything on the big European stage yet. Legia's second side has barely anyone of note in it. They've got David Volsky as well. Right, coefficients? Have Scotland picked their acting up? No, wow, they haven't. They must have lost all the games again. So it's not going well for Scotland. So we're now at 5.7 for the season, which is second only to Norway currently this season. Wow, Norway are smashing it. Norway already have more points this year than they've had in some other seasons recently, so they're on the rise. But we stay above Portugal and now are 0.55 above them. Good. That's what we need to see. More of that, please. Oh, yeah, well, massively top of the Bulgarian Hall of Fame. Oh, another international break, which means we get the Debrecen game out of the way. Hopefully smack them about a bit and try to earn some of that goal, our XG deficit back a bit. How is Malero being left out of the Spain squad at this rate? Like, he is an absolute superstar. This season, he's probably been our best player. Hurley will be back soon. Yes, he will. Be back stronger. Any interesting ones in this team? Okay. Łukasik. Łukaszik's quite intriguing. Both sides. No finishing ability, but great pace. He lacks that finish. If he had just, like, okay finishing and composure, then I'd be a bit more interested in him. Plus, they always seem to be 19. Lack of left foot. Yeah, that is a good point, actually. Set some of these guys available for that, because that's today. Maecha. How is Maecha doing? He's still a very solid player. I think that if he's going to play anywhere, though, he has to really be an attacking midfielder. I'm just going to make sure he's training there, because we could never play him deeper with that tackling marking. Oh, he's got nothing there. Jake Dunn, thank you. Whoa, hang on a minute. Subscribed for 6 months. Holy shit, Jake. Thank you so much. That's mad. Massive thank you to you for that. Originally, I read that as just a tier 1, which is still very, very kind of you, but the fact that was 6 months, holy shit. Thank you so much. Welcome aboard, Jake. Was it that last game? What did it? Killer Tree, thank you for the follow. Man's on a half-year loan, like De Bruyne. Ah, Heiko Genius can now speak Hungarian. Can they actually start playing him then? I feel like he's a wasted talent at the moment. Clojak could be woke. I want to try and do one maybe with free agents, which would be fun. There's a regen version. I've got all sorts of plans for that to sort of keep things. That's a series that will be going through the whole year, I think. I've got some other stuff I want to do. I told you guys about that Suriname thing from earlier, which I think would be kind of fun. Premier League years over the summer. I've got a nice plethora of videos to work through at the moment, and that pleases me. It's nice to feel. It's nice to feel like I'm not like flapping around trying to think of content. My brain is full of content at the moment, which is a surprise. I'm getting used to this role as a slightly different type of YouTuber now. Oh, we're facing against Bobby Tree today. In fact, wow, they've got a lot of loans. Farkashan, Ferret, Poye, Satmari A, Pushkas, Pays, Solis, and Bobby Tree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of their starting 11 are on loan from us. Now we're talking. This is what I like to see. I suspect so, Blue Pineapple, unless there's a big change that needs to be made, like a huge bug. I think that'll be the last big update. Genius completed. We need to get Heiko Genius into Scorpion. Oh, thank you, Fraj. That's super duper nice. But the one thing I didn't want to do with the Asian thing was just keep rehashing the exact same thing each time. I wanted every episode to have a different twist to it. That was the theory anyway. So that's why we did the one with Chato. I've got the free agent one, the regen one, the players from outside the Europe one, the players with lower ratings one, the one against another creator. It's good. A year of... hang on. Oh, well, I do it every single year. And I've already set that up, Shu, but I do that off stream because it took me 2 hours. Yeah, South America Europe one, that's going to be fun too. I want to do a lower league one, maybe. I've got all sorts of plans with it. I keep thinking of new plans. Because someone will leave a comment and be like, oh, this would be a cool idea. And I'm like, yes, you're right, it would. Add that to the list. The only thing I can't do, which I know people want, but it just won't work. Because I see people constantly say, hey, you should do one with Dele Alli. You can't do it with, like, players that are at the start of saves in a way that I... Because FM starts each save with full balance, which means the players are technically happy at that point. So you can't move them. Or you can, but they'd want insane wages and the clubs would demand super money as if they're like a starting player. So it doesn't really work like that, unfortunately. Oh, nice. Which video in particular, Jake? I'm curious. It's weird when I accidentally find out I might have helped someone. It's a rarity for me. Debrecen do be feeling a bit like Derry City, yeah. Oh, Clates was by far the most popular pick, which makes total sense, honestly. One, he's great. And two, we do a sort of... We have similar styles and content and stuff like that as well, particularly with his retro football thing. Make him pissed off. No, you actually can't. I actually had a look at that sort of stuff. You can't change players. You can only make them happy. You can only remove all unhappiness using the in-game editor. You can't actually create unhappiness. Weird, that, isn't it? Because I did think about doing that for stuff. I had another... Honestly, Benoit Badiashile was very close to being one of the players in this one, but he, at the last second, changed his mind, and it became untenable for me to actually combine them both at the same time. Bobby Trees through, and Debrecen are... Oh, good save. Yeah, I'd have to be hosed over that. But that's what makes it impossible. And that's what... Because someone asked why you always do it in the future, but that's the reason. It's because it doesn't work when you start it at the beginning. The players just aren't pissed off enough. Like, I could still try and move Dele Alli. The other thing is with Dele Alli is because of the game knows how like good or bad he is, it means his PA's drop massively as well. So he's probably at max PA anyway. So there's not really a way that you can resurrect him. Now, one idea I did have would be to potentially take players like Dele Alli and others that are still a bit young, but have maybe had their PAs nerfed by FM, and reset their PA to how it was back when they were at their peak of PA in earlier versions of FM, and that would be how you could do it, potentially. Oh yeah, Lucas for a league game would be a really good idea, as Brandon Silva scores a goal. But that's the only way I could really think of including that sort of thing. Yeah, goalkeeper would be fine. Goalkeepers are tougher. For some reason... It feels like there are less sort of Wunderkind goalkeepers, and they always seem to end up with good moves, weirdly. And I don't know why that is. You don't see a lot of goalkeepers dwelling and not being able to get football. But, like, I go and find anyone who's got, like, high PA, solid CA, but is not getting any minutes for their club. That's all I do. I just use that view that I showed you guys on stream when we did the thing, and I just go through every single major side in Europe and just look for any players that hit those targets, basically. And then I just put them on a big shortlist, and then I watch them throughout that window to see if there's any, like... Because I can see their asking prices and stuff using the editor. And I just see if anyone drops randomly low. So there was another one I wanted to do with Joe Gelhardt, potentially. But I think next time I'm going to do a fresh one with a brand new database where I can turn on, like, MLS and some other leagues and maybe get rid of some of the second divisions as well. But I have thought about doing one with free agents, too, where that way we get a clean playing field with the FM agent. Brahim struggled. Castillo's struggled today. I don't want to take him off just yet, actually. I'll just leave him on. It might be just tiredness. The man did score a hat-trick against Bayern Munich. Maybe he only likes big games. Yeah, Dean Henderson. But the thing is, in FM, they often seem to move and do get those moves quite quickly. It's weird. How goalkeepers seem to operate on a totally different dynamic sometimes, I find. More willing to join lesser clubs. It could be. I think it might also, as you say, because of the different squad roles that are sort of provided specifically for goalkeepers, potentially. I don't know. It might be that the game is just better balanced when it comes to that sort of stuff. And it's one of the few scenarios where I actually need the game to be unbalanced. But there's never any shortage of players to pick. Like, last time I was picking from a pool of about 25, and it just happened to be that these two were the two guys. Basically, I tend to go for, like, players that are applicable, but then they have to be, like, name recognition as well, because it just works for things like the thumbnails and stuff. It feels like the keepers are least... I don't think I had a single goalkeeper on my list of 25 last time. It wasn't because I wasn't looking. They just... Yeah. Yeah, it does seem strange that Henderson, like, was doing so well at Forest, and now, obviously, with the injury, they've got Navas, and now he's out of the team, and it's like... It just seems strange that they were... I suppose this is Forest, and they just signed people, but... I guess Navas is a hell of a keeper, right? But I do feel for him. Not fantastic. That's another thing. Yeah, exactly. You're always going to need a goalkeeper. But obviously there are less spaces for goalkeepers. That just means there's less goalkeepers around as well at the same time. No, he isn't exactly, yeah. I could... If I was going to say I set out to do like a goalkeeper one specifically, then I guess I could do it like that. But it would take a long time to find it. That's why these videos take so long. It takes me a full week to make them because there's so much research goes into doing it. Making sure they're going to be, like, good. Plus, I've been trying to get better at editing. I've been working on some more smooth zoom animation stuff to try to demonstrate parts of the screen to keep the viewer a bit more engaged on certain screens. So it actually has shown to be working. The viewer retention on the agent video was ridiculously high compared to normal. Drofter, thank you for the follow. So I don't know if that's exclusively to do with that, but I suspect that it is probably a contributory factor, potentially. I mean, Navas is such a great keeper. I mean, how's Navas actually been for Forest? Like, is it considered a successful move? I think Henderson just needs a permanent move somewhere, right? Like a full-on permanent move to Radojic just missed again. Is he ever going to score a goal this season? It's the Dragoslav Radojic score a goal challenge impossible. Yeah, he'd do well for a team. Oh, actually, I don't know whether he would do well for a team like Brentford. Does he suit their style of play in terms of... Because I know Brentford like their goalkeepers to be on the ball a lot. I don't know if Henderson's that type of keeper. The Ken Burns effect. Intriguing. I'm going to need more information on that. But, yeah, it certainly seemed to work. Like, it's at like 58%, which is very high for me. Statistics by Panic. Yeah, and I think it does work. Because one of the things that you notice with YouTube is if you stay static on a screen for too long, it can cause the viewer's eye to drift, basically. But as it happens, I have this... there's a YouTuber called Finza, who, once again, underperformed. And he makes these brilliant little packs you can get that just work with Adobe Premiere. And I've been tweaking some stuff like that to work it for my videos, and I think it works really nicely. Oh, nice. I'll have a look at that. Oh, I didn't check Dick Bacon. You've got to check your Dick Bacon. He must be up to like 4 XG without scoring a goal so far this season. Dick Bacone? What if he's in there solely because we looked at him earlier in the season? The closest we've got is Jason Dixon. I'll refund you points for that one, Tim. How are you, Tim? I did see your message, by the way. But I saw it this morning and it was like right before stream. And I have a habit of looking at messages right before stream and then not being able to respond because, of course, I... Yeah, I think like Pope is still... Well, he's still at Middlesbrough, which does make sense because obviously being outside the top... Wow, he's good. I do like Michael Carrick as a manager. It seems like he's doing some really cool stuff at Borough. Apparently they're playing some extremely good football. Arteta is actually the Porto manager now, which he's only had for a little while. I mean, he's got insane attributes. Make early tactical... Oh, tends not to make early tactical changes. Me and Mikel Arteta agreeing on things. Malmö. Hopefully we can find Sorga Norden down there too. So the Malmö new stadium. Wait, that's their real... Wait, is that what it's called? I swear Malmö used to play... Is that a name change? Has it always been called Malmö new... Huh. I would have thought it would have at least been called Malmö Ny Stadion or something, you know? Or Idrottsplatz. I don't know. Eleda Stadion. Oh, that's really weird. Because it's got a picture and everything. That's strange. So Malmö currently... Yeah, the great Malmö new stadium. But hang on, that's their first... Oh, that's the reserve team squad. So we can't see who like their best player is, really. I suppose we can look at their, like, capped... Oh, key player actually is Anton Eriksson. Who's actually only just joined them, in fact. Yeah, well, I'm definitely good at team reports and all these guys. So yeah, he was at Sundsvall, then at Norrköping for a long, long time. And then finally joins Malmö. And apparently he's their key player. That's a strange one. I guess Norrköping are actually a pretty solid side. While I'm here, that's a player, Matt. That's still a player, Matt. That's still a player, Matt. Right, there we go. Got them in the end. I won't bother with their reserve team because... fuck it. Cool. Get them on the list. Oh, speaking of, scouting updates. Lovely old job. Norway, Powers, and the Rosenborg. Ooh. Let me just... I'll do it now. I'm thinking about it, actually. Yep, that's how you spell Rosenborg, Matt. Got them in the end. In UEFA competitions, there's... Oh, right. So why is that? Is that because they're not allowed, like, a... Well, it can't be a sponsored name. They've all got sponsored names, really, don't they? So here's Rosenborg. Key player being Carlo Holser, who is at Rosenborg in real life. 32-year-old Dane with 1 Denmark cap. Captain, they've got Erlend Dahl Reiten. No Norway cap. Well, there's quite a lot of old players here. And Edvard Tagset, who was really good, I swear, on the Tromsø save. That's got a hell yes. Kota tonight, going to be fantastic. Particularly with the... Like, there's so many road course ringers in tonight's race. It's going to be superb. I am very much looking forward to it. I'm just curious to see how the likes of Raikkonen and Jensen Button are actually going to do. Particularly with Button's equipment being questionable. So, yeah, there's not much I can really show you about them Because obviously they would have been top flight this entire time, presumably winning a shitload of titles. Actually, only 2, technically. I think one of the best names has got to be the Monumental Virgin de Chappie. Our big favourite one is always Monumental Virgin de Chappie. I'll get a little team report on Roger Ball while I'm at it. Montoya 2. Yeah, that would be cool, actually. I guess they've obviously got a relationship with Kimi through Project 91, and I guess with him racing at Watkins Glen last year, it was just an easier one. Get rid of those guys. Costa Rica train is a train you want to be on. Particularly in this save, especially. Costa Rica and Chile in this save have been superb for players. I mean, Chile's always good, but like specifically Universidad de Católica. Edwin Siqueira? Oh, he's an Enganche, which means he's slow, presumably. He's not that slow. 16, maybe there's a player there. Guy AEK, Mavropanos. Alvertos. Don't mind a bit of that. A few normal guys at Inter. That wasn't a great batch, but plenty of time to get the knowledge on these guys up. Can I do a control AFM? There we go. Got there in the end. Are they still tracking for the same price? No, it's dropped by £1 million, because of course it does. Are they just like going to count to 10 or something? Okay, so we are still losing money, but also not really losing money on account of the winning those Champions League matches makes a hell of a difference. Right, get that set up. So what's our... Are we now... Is it now minus 11? Has it changed its mind now? Yep, we are now minus 11. We've literally scored half the number of goals that we should have done this season. Which is... I've never seen a number that poor so early. It's actually incredible. I genuinely wonder if we're even going to be able to turn that around over a full season. That's how much of a hole we've dug ourselves currently. Looks like 58 is going to be our max. And Chris Barwick, back in the Australian... He's actually now got... To be fair, attribute-wise, he's... That's another guy at Kishvarda. Kishvarda have got some very good strikers on loan. Ah, Kwane's out as well. Hopefully they're going to be back for the second Champions League match, which we still need... third Champions League match. Nothing for Aberdeen reserves. They've got none. Yeah, we've turned swap wingers back on again. As we felt that it might have been weirdly hindering us in some way. Is that another good win for Kishvarda? Okay, they had a poor start, but it seems that they are not at least going to get relegated whilst playing in Europe. Particularly as they're actually doing superbly well in Europe. So big up them. Maybe they're back for good. Because whatever I said, whatever I did, I didn't mean it. When actually is our last Champions League game today? Oh, it's not too far away. It's Porto as well. So it's Molfehavar, then Porto. That's fine. Plenty of time. Connor Lithgow, 2 goals for him as well. Nice. Some more homegrowns. Had to be done, Gavin. Oh, God. We are losing... We are definitely going to have to find a striker to not to partner, but like to back up Castillo. Given the airing... Yeah. Hopefully at some point this season we find that guy. Another good win. With Sergio Otero. He is a striker, I suppose, but a one of poor quality who I was hoping to get a loan. Wow, his value is innate. How is his value so high? We could just make so much money just by selling players like this. Which we may have to do at some point. You're right, it could be our first game in the new stadium. Team leader meeting. Watch them all agree with me. Yep. So, this is one of the things I don't fully understand. Is when a player wants to leave and the players do a team meeting, they always get upset when you say that would make us weaker. And I don't know why other players would want the team to be weaker and want the player to leave. Yet, when you do it for a contract, when you say, oh, if I give him a contract, you'll all be wanting one, they kind of go, yeah, fair enough, understands. It feels like it should be the other way round, that they'd be much more annoyed at you saying that than the player one, but it's almost like the wires are crossed in some way. Yeah, I mean, Catholic Daddies, they just know what's up. I reckon we get another stadium delay. What, is that full Belarus? Oh, he's already got one full Belarus cap, but I can see why. I can't imagine there's a lot of players better than him in the Belarusian national team. Oh, youngster here. Jürgen Ellingson? Maybe? Nervous that someone was stronger than true. Not just nervous. Was it anxious? There was another word. No, it was offended. Oh, hang on. There was a Europa League game there. I think I just saw Újpest. No, it must be Conference League. It will come back to us in a sec, but I'm fairly certain I just saw a hurt. That's it too, yeah. Hurt and offended. Kishvada finally lose, but Uipesh pulling it out of the bag again with another random Wednesday night game in the Conference League, but that's good. So at the moment, that means that we've got Uipesh on 3 and Kishvada also on 3. They've got their first couple of wins, but it's another point. Or another win point, if you like. So that takes us to 6.1 already. We only got 13 points of the whole of last season, and we're already at 6.1 this season. Our gap over Portugal's nearly up to a full point. Bit of Malmo under 19 squad. Oh, hello, Federico Paulinho. Oh. I don't know why I thought he was going to look really better than that. Mauritson as well. Goalkeeper here. Eric Lundberg. One of his related. 3 men of the match was for Regen. That could have counted from the earlier ones. Oh. 24-year-old right back. And then there's this guy here from Partizani who's a centre-back who looks all right, but again, 24. Not that we're as bothered about that now. I'd be tempted to get Genius back in January and try and loan into a club where he's going to play more, because he was so good at Vashas because he played regularly. What we're doing today, we're doing Champions League Gen. We had one of the most bizarre... Quivanino just got his first cap for the Irish national team. That's amazing. Fair play to him, though. An Irish... He's worth 18 to 21 million pounds, is Quivanino. Oh, bring him back. Send him to, like, a Liverpool or someone if they fancy him. He could be huge. Malmo reserves. They do have one dude, but he's 20 and just not amazing. Yep, whatever. Line up for that one too. Bit of that, bit of that, bit of that. Good stuff. Yeah, the early rounds do count, and that's one. Sometimes you can sort of get it all the playing. All the playing? It can kind of be all over the place. Well, yeah, we do. We move into the stadium there. It's actually the next day. Oh, no, that's away from home. So the Porto one is going to be our first game in the new stadium. Champions League scoreboards. Oh, I believe it's because of the skin, Jay. If I had to guess, I suspect it's because of the skin. I think it's probably something that Saz has added to it. I might be wrong. Saz isn't here today, so I can't ask him, but I suspect it is. That is the reason. Any high CA guys? No, wow. No, it's just full on that, isn't it? Some solid players, just they seem to lack that top end. So if you do exclamation mark skin, Jay, in chat, which I think someone has already done actually with Asher, you have to download it and put it. There's a video there attached to it that will show you how to. I think it was in the base skin, Jay. I think. Not spending the wage budget. My highest earner is on 13k. We're still a Champions League knockout team and I've beaten the league. The players I want are on. Yeah, that's the problem. But I find it still best to keep your wage bill as low as possible. Because that player is going to want 40 grand whether or not you... Yeah, that's fine. He can... They're going to want that 40 grand whether or not you can offer it or not. And I think it's always best to try to keep the wage bill under control. Like, I'm trying to think what our wage bill currently looks like. Do we have any, like, outliers? Wait. Hurley is the biggest outlier. In fact, by a considerable margin. So, most of our wage bill's fairly tight. I had no idea Hurley was on as much money as that. Christ. So, Hurley's on 38,000. But everybody else is on, like... Which means that when those contracts come around, they're going to be wanting Hurley money. Which is a little concerning, because I don't think we've got... I mean, we do have 45 million in transfer budget, in fairness, so I can just dump a load of that in there. But that is a little bit worrying. Castillo can now speak Hungarian. That might help. Not that he wasn't already doing well in places, but him just learning the language could help. Depends on how many of his teammates are actually speaking Hungarian, given that there isn't a lot of Hungarians in our team as it goes. So Jarko Vis is the manager at FC International Turku. None of this domestic Turku. They get their turkeys from different places. Do they actually have a team I can scout, maybe? I'll get a team report on their first team, at least. They are still Veikkausliiga, just not a lot beyond that, really. Have they won any titles? 2008. Any cups? Oh, they have won a Swarman Cup in 2028. Presumably that was older school stuff, yes. But they have won at least a trophy during this save. Not having the drawback of... I wonder if that's something... I wonder if we could actually get away with a more attacking mentality then, potentially. In certain games, obviously. It seems to work often with... so odds will have some lower teams, won't they? That we can... They have a third team? Oh, yeah, there we go. Got some players we can have a look at. Oh, hello. So he's only going one direction, and it's up. To be fair. Some nice tent poles as well on Liam Payne here. That's good to see. He's quite a quality player. Presumably he's got, like, Irish second nationality, and he was born in... Yep. There. He was born there, in Ireland. That's all we can be thankful for. That is a lot of letters. That's a lot of letters. Shame I'm not going to read them. None in the third team. A couple in the second team, potentially. He was born in a place that I'm certain is in Ireland, in fact. A hospital. Yes, he was born in a hospital. Nice. Greg Namana. Oh, is it really as easy as that? Of course it is. I only just found out there's a writer I've been reading for a little while whose name I was committed to thinking her name was Mary McFarlane. Turns out it's pronounced Vari McFarlane. But there you go. You were elected to lead, not to read. There's a cat on a keyboard. It's an Irish cat, though, you know? Arsenal. Arsenal have been in a Champions League final, I think, in this save, potentially. With Andre Villas-Boas as the manager. Won any Premier Leagues? Nope. Europa League? Yep, they have won 2 Europa Leagues, actually, in this save. And a Super Cup. Any FA Cups? Weirdly, no. Carabao? No. Erdegaard, still the captain. Key player is actually Pedro Neto, of all people. Oh, no worries, Jake. We do love the volleys. I love it when the volleys just poke the head in randomly in the middle of a live stream. It's because then you get to see that later down the line. You're gonna get to episode 53 and be like, hey, that was me. And I'll be like, what was it? I really fucked up before when I was going to say someone's... Nope, my brain's gone. I'm trying to get better at just going, nope, my brain's gone, instead of just mumbling for 15 seconds. All that to avoid going to a doctor, eh? Huskers, thank you for the follow. Or even Huskier. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're well. Right. So we got random friendly, Molfevar. Then we can finish off with the Champions League game. Lovely. You like mumbling? Nobody needs mumbling Matto. Ain't good for nobody. Least of all me. It's England tonight, isn't it? At like, is it 7? I'm playing against you. Not that I'll see it because I'll be at McDonald's picking up Pog. Not from McDonald's. To take her to McDonald's. That is the destination of the journey. Oh, is that a bit of Georgia I see? No. I got Kaklavara. It almost sounds slightly... Oh, 5 p.m. Oh, even more reason I'm not going to be here then. Oh, yeah, it was 1700 hours, not 7. That's why my brain did a silly. Ooh. Okay. Alesh Kaderabek. 15 jumping reach on a 6 foot. Oh, that tackling though. Alesh. You were so close to being the chosen one. And you never know. Maybe he'll still be good. But just not that good. We'll slowly get through these. Any other random... Oh, a guy from Cluj. One of these days, I just want to click on a random player here and be just blown away by their attributes. Oh, there's Liam Payne. Lots of guys from Norway in here. Let me see if there's any high ability guys too while we're at it. Nesland. 6'6", Norwegian centre-back from Bodø. Tackling is minimum 15. 7 p.m. Ah, yes, I was definitely talking about local time, Johnny. You've got me. Man can tackle. Man can do many things. Okay, he's the most... One of the more intriguing ones there, I suppose. There's D'Agostino. Sabato. Ooh, hang on. What a great spelling of Sergio. I guess it's not probably Sergio, is it? It's Sergio? I don't know. Either way, wow. We know an oddly large amount about him, considering. Cool. Bit of that. God, I might actually need the lesser spotted second P break today, chat. Don't know if I can hold it for another 20 minutes. Not if we've got a Champions League game to come. Yeboah scoring for Ghana. Yeah, true. He could have come through one of the previous ones, in fairness. We win again. That's good. That's good. What do our fixtures actually look like? It's not been awful since that. We've actually scored, like, some goals in there. I know I only had one mid-journey. I've got one mid-journey and I've got one whiz quiz, like, player stat one. But the first mid-journey one was Rijeka. Sorry, it's a force move. Buddy, you have years left on your contract. You ain't forcing nothing. That man just gets upset a lot. This is why I'd be happy to sell him if the right bid does actually come in, because that could save us a lot of cash. Not even save us a lot of cash, it could earn us a lot of cash. Since it does seem a little bit more easy to flog your players to other clubs these days. Oh, hello. Jonas Jørsleid. Oh, I like him. Him I like. That... yes. Jonas Jørsleid. He's a very interesting player. Good on both feet. Technically decent. Very, very small. And diminutive. But he's a player I'm... yes. At 17. Yeah, exactly. Oh, he's already... all right. Luckily, he's already in the scouting rotation. I know what I like, and I like him. Yeah. Injury prone, bad consistency, though. It's not fantastic. But that's still good to see that they're actually finally Grong as a surname too. So yeah, he'll come through the thing anyway. The high injury prone is concerning. I don't like that red injury prone. I can get away with a bit of yellow injury prone, or whatever it's called, like the orange one, but red can be a bit iffy. Then again, look at how badly Yoshi gets injured. Was there a keeper there too? Have a look at the keeper as well. I'm just desperately trying to get to the Molfeirvar game so I can wee. I need to get like a catheter. Here we go. Goalkeeper Patrick Veach. Reflexes are good. 101's an okay. Area reach is solid. He's American actually. Born in Bristol, Connecticut. Goes to Bristol Motor Speedway. Clates with a huge raid. Welcome in everybody. We were just looking at some Norwegian gentlemen, as you do. One in particular, in fact. This lovely guy here, Jonas Jørsleid, who's this... well, sorry, Jørsleid. At 17, he's a bit all right. He's a bit all right. Let me get you a shout out, friend. How are stream? How are things with Worcester? Boom. It's the beautiful thing. One of the many beautiful things about Clates is a nice short name. And you know how the more letters in a name it is, the more likely I am to fall over it when doing shout outs. You're right, it is actually only an orange injury prone. It's not the end of the world. It would depend on his money, though, given that his value is anywhere between a figure and 1,000 times that figure. Baumeister. Oh, that looks like a regen. Well, it has to be. Kenny Baumeister. No way. So, obviously, good for him. And good for Austria, too. Understandable for him. Have a nice day. How on earth did Ronald Aguilar, a guy we've loaned to someone else, but an extra in a B&Q advert? No, but if you're offering, I'm totally up for it. I'll sell you decking till I drop. In Worcester. Yeah, sorry, I've got to get some of that Worcester sauce out. Yeah, Baumeister is absolute filth. But the fact that Aguilar is number 3 on this list, do you know what? If he wasn't doing so well for Ferencváros, I'd probably bring him back and stick him in as our backup striker, because he is a bit of all right on top of that. A giant macaroon. You had me at giant macaroon. Oh, that is big. Clates says, allegedly, I see. Is there an element of you not believing Clates then? Don't extend next year. But the problem is, he's doing so well for them that it just makes way more sense to just keep him there. We'll have a look at Baumeister again. How much did they pay? £13 million. Yeah, he's very, very far. Element of me not knowing. What, were you a child? Was this like a thing where your mum was doing a bit of extraing in B&Q and you were just dragged along for the ride? Maybe you just had that extra in a B&Q advert look about you. I don't know. People have those niche... people have niche kinks. Oh! Yes, lads and lasses. Look. Ooh. Okay, so firstly, Liam Payne. Oh, yeah, by the way, there's a goalkeeper called Liam Payne here. The jokes have been made, but if you want to throw some more out there, happy to do so. Been gaslit. Apparently so. Alden Lind Pettersson. I mean, maybe it's just because we don't have him scouted or at all, because there's no way that he's capped at under 19 level. Hello, sir. Would you like to be scouted by me? Also, a Lassie here as well. He's under it's only a groin strain, Lassie. Get with it. But he's very intriguing. Considering to be this good at that age, he must have come through literally weeks ago In one direction or another? That is the big question, indeed. Little cheeky win. Wow, they only won on pens. With those attributes, yeah, if he's got the right personality and stuff. Currently out on loan. So currently out on loan at the moment, we're rocking a small... It's dropped a bit from last season. We're down to only 109 players loaned out, which I realise is rookie numbers. You say 6'5". This gets better. A 6'5" mercenary. I'm in. Where do I sign? It was up to 117 last season, but we're down to 109 players on loan at the moment. We did work out how many players were in our squad, didn't we? It was 150 something before. Let me just... There's not enough. Let's see. We're 157 players currently. League registry rules. This is the best part, Raoul. There aren't any. Technically. Are there? There is one that says domestic under 19 players are automatically eligible to play in all matches. But the thing is, that rule doesn't, like, do anything because there are no registration rules. So I'm not sure what that makes them eligible for. But yeah, so there are no registration rules. That's why Hungarian League is a fun time to be. Hey, Archie, how's it going? Oh, we're going to remove that note. Oh, is it? Oh, hey. Well, I don't understand what that rule is doing. Do you know what I mean? I'm not sure what function it's serving. Make it seem like they have rules. Oh, I see. Yeah, I suppose it's kind of just like, that's not him. That's... It's our own player map. Oh, isn't it great when your own players don't show up, isn't it? Am I spelling his name wrong? Fuck. You know it's bad when you have to go on your own transfer history to find a player. Where are you, bud? It's £3.9 million, weren't you? He was there. He was there. Okay, cool. I'm still going to do it my own way. He's the one with the note. Of course he is. Right. Create note, because that's how you have to do it. And then we go in here. Wait. Oh, no. Notes. Right. I've hit create note instead of notes. Ah, there we go. Note. There we go. Delete note. Let your OCD fly. There it is. It's gone. The little note can't hurt you now, Hadrian. I've always remembered the rules in Hungary being relatively laxed. But then again, I haven't actually managed in it until... Oh, we did Szeged there. They don't have any players in their second team, do they? Oh, they got one dude. Well, voila. Although, I guess voila, because Norwegian. Monty's available. Well, I hope so. Any in your first team, maybe? It's always worth checking, just in case they promoted like a random, really young player up into their first team is ridiculous. Because that note, oh, maybe. I reckon part of it could be just because of Castillo not speaking the language, and we actually have a bit of a points deficit here. It's now a 6-point gap. We are actually... And a better goal difference, because we have... Oh, if you just joined us as well. So, statistically, the season's going a bit strange. We've managed to underperform our XG by 11 goals in our first 7 matches. Which, in a way, I'm counting as somewhat of an achievement. To be able to underperform that much in such a small pace of time. Oh, stadium! Has it happened? Weirdly, no. Oh, no, there we are. Yep, no, it has moved us into the new stadium. Which is obviously named after the old one. We'll change it. We'll change the name. But we are now... Do we... Oh, there it is. Yeah. Hey, chat, would you like to... Would you want to view manager timeline? Hey, let's view the manager timeline, said no one ever. The new name, it's going to be the Boong.com Arena, obviously. Named after our club sponsor. Boong. Manager built the stadium himself. It's true, he did. It was just one dude. It took a while. So yeah, new stadium. 19,000-seater stadium. Good stuff. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's view the manager timeline. Oh, look at us go, chat. Welcome aboard. Oh my god, it's the entire thing. Let's go to the correct season. Let's go to this season. What we got? Record fee. Look at us go. Signing of the season. According to who? Raking it in. Once in a lifetime does the football club move to a new stadium. Clearly never played FM before. I've invested in so much potential, chat. You have no idea. Mid-journey a stadium picture. I probably could do that, actually. Really good shout, James. I had not thought about that. We could mid-journey a stadium picture. Love it. Oh, that's worth the subscription alone, right? Let's see the entire... You don't have time for that, Klopp. Because that would take... I mean, just think of all the potential I've invested in. You could just assume. Yeah, I guess it's just because it knows that he's a club legend, but the original stadium has a slightly different name. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about the Midjourney thing. We used the random Qatari stadium as our like analog stadium last year. Didn't work quite so well. Specify football. Oh yeah, sometimes you have to say soccer stadium because sometimes otherwise, if you type in football stadium, it can sometimes just do like American football stadiums. So yeah, you sometimes have to say soccer, which often then leads you towards American-looking stadiums. I can give it lots of Is Good finally fit? I hope so. Not really. No. He just honestly isn't. It might have to be Dragon again. Malero for your Boa. We'll have Hurley can... Ooh. We will start Hurley here because Silva's going to play next game. So Hurley can have a rest here. Seri and Velasquez. Velasquez is... No, we'll do Jarju instead of Velasquez. England football stadiums. Maybe. I can certainly do that. Yeah, it just tells you there's no draw for it, Blue Pineapple, for some reason. It does seem strange to me. Considering it's still like a draw of some sorts, isn't it? Like, they should at least do like a little bit of pageantry for you getting your groups, getting your fixtures at least. That'd be kind of nice. I'd like to see a bit of that. Jarju in there. And then Bellingham, probably. Terra Nova to left back. That'll do. Abdul Nabi, no, we'll do Medinger. Then drop out Montiel just because I know how important he can be. Even if he did perform appallingly during that game against Bayern, which I've still not forgiven him for yet. Well, what I'll do is I'll maybe ask it. I'll give it some real specific stuff like blue seats. That way, it at least looks like a stadium that would be befitting of MTK. Otherwise, you could end up doing. If I gave it Hungarian football stadiums, it could make us one that looks like it's Ferencváros's ground. Yeah. The other slight problem is because of, I might have to use Midjourney V4 because you can't, as far as I know, use aspect ratios yet on version 5. And it will look kind of weird. The image will be a weird shape otherwise. It'll have to be square rather than like, you know, a nice landscape version. So I might have to use Midjourney 4 for that. Next 2 players. Don't know yet, Klopp, honestly. There's a lot on my list, but I might do a brand new version of this database so I can add on like MLS and stuff. Just to see if there's any other leagues we could maybe send players to. Like China, perhaps. Although that doesn't really work so much anymore, does it? Right, okay. I'm going to have a quick pee. You know what to do. We could do managers, but I don't know how that would work. I've got lots of plans, but it is on my list. Right, this time it's a whiz quiz. This is a player one.
Control my body, can't control my body, 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 body. I am stuck in a dreaming, I can't help what I'm feeling. I don't know if I'm breathing when you are with me, my heart is beating. I am stuck in a dreaming, I can't help what I'm feeling. I don't know if I'm breathing when you are with me, my heart is beating.
First choice username with the first choice dub. It was indeed Václav Kadlec. There you go. Yeah, it was Kadlec. I can't remember who gave me that one. It might have been... Ooh, it might have been Port Hill Shrew that sent me that one. Potentially. I do like having these mixed up a little bit now. Oh, it's one of yours, Basil. Yes. I do like having a mix of the mid-journey badges versus the WizQuiz name, whatever we're calling it. The Wikipedia guessing game. I don't know. Hey, one day that's going to come up. Also, the fact that you know that is probably like keeping out a really... Like, you've just forgot someone's birthday because you know that information. It's like sometimes when Pog goes to me yesterday, did you know this guy's dating this person? I was like, I don't know who either of those two people are, but thank you, I've now forgot someone's birthday. Like, it's just those little bits of information I didn't need to know. But I have done well there, is what Mental Brian would say. And I feel like we should all live our lives as if Mental Brian is just helping us, you know? Because we have all done well there. Will this be on the test? No, it won't be on the midterm. Don't worry, Johnny. I've got childhood memories because I know which order the cereal goes in. Well, I'm waiting. Tell me where the Sugar Puffs go, Gavin. I need to know. I've never had Sugar Puffs in my life, but here we are. Life comes at you fast. So, will it be an 8th consecutive match where we underperform our XG by enormous margins? Only time will tell. Probably, because we've got Radojicic up front, who actually hasn't scored a goal this season. Can only go well. Nah, you're right. Hat-trick incoming for him. Easy. Yeah, the Olisadaba one was brilliant because he was my favourite player on the FIFA 2002 World Cup game. I always used to play as Poland, and Emmanuel Olisadaba was just easily my favourite player on the whole game for some reason. I was more of a Cookie Crisp kind of man myself, and now I'm just more of a all brown with some sultanas because I'm a boring man. Most of the time I just don't eat breakfast. That's really what does it. Medinger's all the way through. He's gone for goal, and the keeper is going to collect it. Across the ball to the box. Oh, you hate to see that. We had a shot quite literally go through our goalkeeper's abdomen earlier as well. Like, I thought it might have gone through his legs because that's sometimes going to happen, but actually we saw the ball pass directly through his body. So good goalkeeping there. Sugar Puff, I can honestly say I haven't. I was all about that. I never used to really have breakfast a lot of the time, but when I did, it was usually something like Cookie Crisp, which is literally just a bowl of cookies with some milk on. Like, how is this good for children? I think Pog and I might actually go out for breakfast next week just because that Greasy Spoon place we were in yesterday when we were getting those milkshakes, the breakfast smelled and looked amazing. We were stood at the, like the bar, if you like, or at the counter, I suppose, not really a bar, at another woodwork, waiting for our milkshakes, and they were bringing out food to people, and my God, the breakfasts just looked, oh. We were just sat there, I think we might, yeah, go do that next week. So another woodwork. Look at the possession. But as per, we have underperformed. Great first half from a creative standpoint, but once again, the inability to put the ball in the net being our biggest issue at the moment. Come on, lads. You're better than this. I mean, Radojicic isn't, clearly. But I guess we don't have... I feel like I should take back some of the offence I might have caused to Akos Shanitsky earlier, because clearly he was not the issue here. Yeah, we're going to be doing the Champions League game as well. I don't mind overrunning, but you know, it's a Sunday. There's nothing else on, is there? Go on, goal! Yeah, finally, Joe Bellingham. About bloody time. I would do that if we didn't have a Champions League game midweek that I need him for. A store specialising in US candies. Ah, I see. You mean a money laundering operation? Job is a good name. Goof, though, is a more goofy name. I was hoping he'd be on the bench, but he's not, is he? God damn it. I was hoping that Goof would be on the bench. Should I say that Goof is a Joby name? Right, let's actually make some subs now. Oh, shit. Yeah, Hurley's not really got used to that role yet, which probably isn't helping him. Pereira, maybe? Maybe even... Oh, I started Navarro here when I did not mean to. Oh, fuck. That's my bad. Even more reason to get him off then. I guess Yoshi for a little bit. Fernandez for, I guess, Seri even at centre-back. He can play there. Yeah, Joby McAnuff. He used to play for Palace and, I believe, Huddersfield at one point too. Joe and Moses faces. Because they just weren't in my face pack for some reason. Basically. And I updated it before the start of this year's cycle. So it's weird that Job didn't have one. I guess it's because he's so young, but it's still, you'd expect him to have a face. No, I've never watched MotoGP. It's sort of... I prefer my Motorsport to have 4 wheels because I'm judgmental for no reason. We're going to lose... Oh, there's going to be penalties. Oh, blazed over the bar. Just the the casual continuation of the underperformance. Can I post manually? Of course you do. Yeah, I know you can add them manually, but do I care that much? No. Like, truth be told, I know I can do things. I just choose not to because it takes time and effort that is not really that important. We haven't really cared about it, so there's no real reason to add them. So that's another one of those. Reliant Robin series. Oh, that's a tough one. Particularly if it was like stock car style. That'd be sick. So I said, yeah, I know, but I'm quite happy with the pack I have, you know. I know for a fact that, I'm sure that does have them, but it will probably also be missing others. I know for a fact that, generally speaking, this pack has most of what I want, so I'm fine. Ain't particularly broken. I'm not in any rush to fix it. The lad who kept De Bruyne out of the team. Oh, yeah, Neumann. He's the Hungarian international guy, right? Nearest non-league team to me. Well, I couldn't tell you that because that would be doxing myself, and I wouldn't it? Oh, he's B-rated as well, that dude. But there is a non-league team within about 3 or 4 miles from me. But I feel like in the UK, you're pretty much never really more than about 3 or 4 miles away from a non-league side at some point, right? One of these days when I move, I'll do a save with them or something. So Batista at Familiar Cow. Ooh. Okay. Not bad. Dimas Negro. Oh, it's Porto. Quite expensive player at Trabzonspor. Very young though. Wow. Good attributes though for someone who's 15. Barcelona. Bran. Okay. Lots of good Norwegians knocking about here lately. A Reliant Robin Demolition Derby series would be amazing. I'd be all over that. It's Benjamin R. Solid. My town doesn't actually have my... well, because I live in a village. That hasn't got a football team. But the nearest town does. Runcorn Linux save. God, I actually remember playing as Runcorn Linux once on FM. And I can't remember for the life of me why. I think I've just been watching a lot of 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps. So there he is. £5 million is the max asking price on him. I really do like him, though. Even if it is... How are we up to the scout? Oh, he's already extensively scouted. Oh. I reckon we might just see if we can sneak in here. That's fine. I think there's enough here, even ignoring some of that stuff, that I like what I'm seeing. Recommend your database with a save that starts lower down. It depends what you want to do. Like, eventually you'll reach a point where it will make sense to have those extra players loaded. So I guess the reason... I don't think it'll slow it down much, because at that stage, Raoul, if you're going to be managing in the Vanarama South, you're going to have England down to tier 6 on it anyway. So that, for me, is going to slow the game down way more than just having some extra players turned on. So I see no reason why not. I think you'll see the benefits of it when you get to the higher levels. Right, that's not happening. But I take 3.6. Yeah, I'd do 3.6. I was expecting to have to pay like 5 million quid. So 3.6, I'm fine with that. I think there's a good player in him. Even if he's not like a world beater, but I think that there's something there, potentially. Medinger's actually finally starting to play quite well. I wonder if we could get a big move for him. Although, actually, he's just starting to improve again now. Yeah, with the UK, obviously the biggest issue is the work permits that you'll run into. What's this now? Minus... Yep, minus 12. I can't believe this is continuing. Slightly interested. I mean... Ah, shit. PSG could actually screw us here. We could be cucked by PSG. Because apparently, Rosenborg have a deal with them. You know, one of those horrible... I've never actually seen a team trigger that, though. Which, of course, means that this is going to be the first time that it happens. So... expect that. Let's see what I can do with that. Relegation release cost of 0. It's only a 2-year there. I can bump this up to, like... honestly, that. Yeah, I thought you'd go for that. Yeah, I'm hoping that they don't trigger this. I don't think they will, because we're outside of a transfer window, and he's just straight in. Less than an hour. We're getting Jonas Jörsleid. I like him. I think he's a good, solid pickup, and he's only 17, which the homegrown status there is really going to help. Personality of realist. I'm not sure whatever that's good. I mean, he's got high determination, which is a good sign, I guess, at least. PSG can hold that L particularly. Yeah, I've never seen one of those clubs ever actually trigger one of those on a player that I'm after, but it might just be because I look a lot in the... Wow, Hurley's not having a good time in terms of injuries this season, is he? He's not settled in brilliantly. Which is a shame considering the money he cost. But life goes on. I think any of them are possible, rather. It's just a question of how much patience you have, really. But I'm still not sure if it's possible with any. I mean, obviously it's possible with some. I'm still not sure entirely who it's possible with. Like, I think maybe it's possible with Hungary, but it just depends on whether you can actually dethrone England. Hurley, yeah. The thing is, because he's so good, I think he just needs time to settle in. I'm hoping that he just needs a little bit of time to settle in, and it's all going to be okay. As Petroso scores another hat-trick. I think Ferenc Varos only just... He's got 9... Oh, my lord. Man's got 15 in 9 in the league. He's having like a season exactly like what happened to Heiko Genius last season. Oh, there's Kazinc Barshika. They're back. Sans Todd Cantwell this time. Well, we just got a big affiliate earlier on stream too, which is useful. Asic Mimosas. We love a bit of mimosas around here. It's never too early for a mimosa in my mind. Okay, so now new Haiku Genius. Oh. Can't have a 3-line name. He has a backup. Yeah, he could go to Kazinc Barshika. It's probably possible with England, yeah. I suspect it's probably possible with any nation that starts like... I think Austria is probably possible. In fact, Austria would probably be the... I think, honestly, Austria might be the first nation that it's sort of possible with. Oh, another draw. But we're still doing okay, considering who's in this team. I.e., basically no one. Okay, so Porto away. We've got a good record against Porto in the past, and we got that brilliant win against Bayern Munich, so we should be in a good position for this. No, I want Malero left, Navarro through the middle. I know he played last game, but he should still have a decent amount of fitness. Serian Velasquez, Dala, Jarju? No. Fernandez, yeah, and then Abdul Nabi. Nice. Sour Worm, thank you for the follow. Yeah, English teams constantly winning the Conference League certainly doesn't help, for sure. But West Ham are the Conference League team this year, and they don't look as strong as some of the others have been in the past. Oh, no, shit, I did the thing, didn't I? I was hoping we play against Benfica this year, so we could play against Stanislav Suhi and have him immediately score against us. That's about as strong as our lineup gets these days, hopefully. And Leverkusen, yeah, and Villarreal. No, not Villarreal. Is it Villarreal? And there's not anywhere near as strong sides in the Conference League this season as there normally is, which is nice. There's definitely a chance for our Conference League competitors to actually get top 8 this time around. Although, even if... I don't know if we prefer they came like 9 and 10. Extra game, get more coefficient, good. Bologna for Italy is a strange one, yeah. Okay. Haladash are looking kind of poor this season. Like, they might get relegated. The fact that they stayed up was a bit of a surprise, if anything. Oh, nice one, Port. Let's have a look. I tell you what, mate. Those are looking sick. I wish I could show... If you want to see the things that Port Ilshrew just put in the stream, go over to the Discord, look in the stream chat. Some potential options for our stadium. I will have to get some done that are in the correct aspect so that they're landscape style rather than squares. But still, the fact that it can do that is making me think that we were going to get some really nice pictures for our new stadium. Did you give it the prompt with like the actual... what's the one I'm looking for? The capacity and stuff. Because was it you that was doing the prompt a minute ago? I'll definitely get a look at that, though. And I'll change the name to the Boom.com Arena. Oh, God. Oh, Sheldrip's in. Good block again. Oh, nice. Actually, we've got a breakaway now. And he's somehow lost control of a football. But that should be a yellow. I know it's only 5 minutes in, but that should be a yellow. We've started kind of poorly. What do you reckon? Another day of underperformance? I suppose it's possibly using some of the old stadium as inspiration, I guess. Right, here we go. Maybe we can second phase them or something. Montiel's not really who you'd want in this position, but that speed and agility he's got as a centre-back is kind of useful, I guess. As Bayern take the lead against Real Madrid. Did Samuel just not play against us in the previous game? I feel like if they'd had him on the pitch, they'd have probably won. It's just some nice passing. We're actually keeping hold of the ball a little bit. Oh, look at this foot. Oh, lovely. Malero. Oh, it's a good chance as well. That was great football. Really good. Played the whole game. Wow. Why did I not see him then? Did they win a penalty? No, they didn't, did they? That's probably what it was. Oh, they had Tulberg taking set pieces in that game as well, didn't they? That's what I was thinking, yeah. Because I'm so used to seeing Sobelslay whenever it's like set pieces, but obviously Tulberg takes them for Bayern. Feels like we haven't scored a set piece goal in a little while ourselves. 5 points from our first 3 would be a bit underwhelming given how I think we deserve to beat Newcastle. We've got to turn this around a little bit. We're usually better than Porto. And particularly now with the battle we're in against Portugal, taking more points off them here would be very, very useful. Go on, Darla. Keep going, buddy. Square it. Oh, he's gone for goal. I have a stadium pack, yeah. But obviously this wouldn't work with that because it's not a real stadium. Yeah, Tulberg is one of the Regen brothers. Yeah, also it is away from home, isn't it? Our new oh, no. Well. Oh, it didn't go in. I'm still so, like, damaged from seeing those constantly go in prior to the patch that I just assume they're all going to go in now. Abdelnaby is really good at bursting through the lines there. It does sort of help us get out of trouble occasionally. Anyone performing poorly other than Castillo, as per... Here we go. That's it. More involved in the build-up. Now make a run. Let Darla find you. Oh, it's in! It's Navarro, not Castillo, but we do lead, and he's done it again. Guillermo, even he's underperforming. It's only his 3rd goal of the season. That's really important. Really, really important. We've got it. Castillo starts this move nicely, though. I actually thought it was Castillo on the end of it, but it's Navarro making that late darting run. Just gets a little poke on it. I mean, the keeper's got no chance with that, and we do lead. Okay, this is more like it. I'd definitely take 7 points from the start, especially with 2 away wins in there. Bit fortunate, honestly. Hey, Jason. We're doing pretty well. We had a absolutely outrageous game against Bayern Munich earlier, which is what we're still sort of living off at the moment. Hopefully the vibes from that game will carry over here. And we're actually... It's been a tight game, and we might, at the moment, be coming out on top of it. Nobody's having a particularly poor day, other than Castillo, kind of. Darla's just taking people on. Oh, he's still going. Darla's still going. Pulls it back for Velasquez, and it's cleared. Oh. This is where it could get dangerous for us in these positions if we don't get back fast enough. But I think Abdelnaby's got the pace to cover this. He's up against Emre. Should get a block in. Or at least shepherd him out the way a little bit. Oh, God. Nice. No, get him. No. Shit. I have a horrible feeling that we're about to concede here. Long ranger, maybe? Oh, wow. Another woodwork. So much posts being hit lately. 2 for Porto, admittedly, in this game. I'm just going to open us up a little bit. Not getting a lot of the ball, so I think we need to be a bit more... Not careful with it, but more... If anything, less careful. Darla's looking a bit tired out there. Montiel's having a really poor day. Yeah, Anchor's making runs like that just seems to happen. I wonder if it's a... No, I have no explanation for it. I thought he maybe had like a random trait that was like, you know, gets into opponent area or something strange like that. But no, I have noticed that especially when Jarju plays that role, we do find the Anchor popping up in slightly obscure positions. Just thought I'd try it. We'll try Silva through the middle. Get your Boa on. Navarro needs to come off for Diaz. And then Seri for Yoshi. Yeah. This has been tight. Oh, please not another 1-1. Oh, what a save. That initial stop was genuinely excellent from Big Joao. He's kept us in. This is a tight game, which we are incredibly edging for once. Which I'm a little bit worried about, because I'm worried about how it's going to come back on us in a minute. That's a lovely pass. Right, keep the moves. Yes. No. Oh, go on. Please win it. Shit. Now we're caught out. Yep, now we're caught out. Ah! Come on, lads. Get back enough. Oh, Joao again. Joao Virginia is having a good game. I don't know how that made his rating drop, honestly, but we move. We might have to just start to drop things down to try and see this out now for the rest of this game. Ah, great. When you have to sub a sub, isn't that everyone's favourite? Get to stoppage time. Switch that over again. Oh. Bit of that. Now we just have to try and slow down and frustrate Porto. That is a very good win. Very tight game. Took one little chance in that. There was not a lot of opportunities in that match. Well, Virginia, right, for me, actually had a really good game. In fact, does he win man of the match? Oh, no, of course he doesn't. Navarro did. He scored a goal. That's a really good win. Almost slightly unexpected. Not one of our best performances. We played much better against Newcastle and didn't win. So the fact that we've got that, and that's 7 points on the board straight away, And we actually performed at least to expectations for once. First time all day, I think. Other than the buying game. We've been better in Europe with that. Liverpool have been cracking to start with. Newcastle as well, doing very, very well. That's a good start for us. Gives us a chance at being top 8. Even though I don't mind so much not being. £2 million as well, which is important. A little bit of that as well. Good for the cash. The question is there any Europa League this week? 23rd for that. And Conference League. Yes, okay. So we're going to see what happens here as well. We have played Porto, I think, in each of the last 4 seasons. Yeah, we've played Porto more than anyone else in the Champions League. It's actually kind of ridiculous. Past meetings with Porto. We've played them in the league phase 5 times. That's insane. Can I extend that so I can actually see the bloody... So we had them in 26, then 28. Then we had them in the... Then this, yeah, the following season as well. Then we played them in the knockouts of that season as well. And then 2 more. I don't mind it, Raul. It's just that I think in real life it's going to be shit. But in FM it actually does make things quite fun, honestly. I do quite like the way it works in Football Manager, but I just think in real life it's going to be just more big sides performing really, really well constantly. Not expecting the amount of football outline at Ajax. Well, you were the one that was desperate to go there, bud. So, you know, you've made your bed, now eat it. The bookmarks, it's part of the skin. So no, it can't be done in the default skin. It's specifically one of the main features of the SAS23 skin, which is just one of my favorite things about it, is just to be able to have that stuff down there whenever I... Say I really want to look at this random ground in, I believe it's in Latvia, with the park bench and random people in it that allegedly has a capacity of 4,000 or something. I can just click that. Oh, technically 1,000. 3,000 seating. Doubt. Bring your own deck chair. Eating in a bed is the best. The one thing about the Champions League games in January is it's annoying because if you make a lot of January signings, you can't register them for those 2 final groups, 2 final league phase games. I think they might have to bring in something that will allow that to happen because it seems a bit silly. But, yeah. How many scouts? I think we have 19 now. Yes, 19 scouts, a chief scout, and we also use our recruitment analysts and performance analysts for extra scouting knowledge, since apparently that works. We found out that you could, when you bring in someone like a performance analyst or a recruitment analyst, if they have any scouting knowledge, that also applies to the nations that you can then see more of when you bring them in. So we've just been finding recruitment analysts from like weird countries so that we can have extra, not weird, but like nations we don't know about, just to plug stuff there. So, what do we got? We've got Molfehavar. Oh no, they already played their game, didn't they? Wait. So there's no Hungarian sides in the Europa League at all here because they already played their 3rd match day game. So it's just wait, have I just progressed to this and then none of them are playing? Yeah, so none of them are actually playing anyway. But we can at least find out where the leagues now sit for them. So where they actually sit. So we've got Budapest in 15th and Kizvada in 20th. But they've only played 2 matches. Then Europa League, we've got Ferencváros in 2nd, 3 for 3, only on, presumably, I guess it must be done on goals scored or something. And then Molfehavar in 14th. It's quite random that the Europa League teams are doing better. You say Shamrock Rovers are in 4th. What a start. Who are their wins? Savetta. That's big wins for Shamrock Rovers as well. Does that allow Portugal to catch us a little bit? No. Wow, if anything, it actually seems like our win and Portugal's lack of wins, because obviously they lost, we've now gapped them by 1.3. I think we can just keep extending that for the rest of it, right? That's the hope anyway. Emmett hasn't had a youth intake yet, but he will be, by next stream, we will know what the preview will be. So, lovely little mutton chop situation going on here with Timo as well, which is lovely.
It's good you came in summer.
Ability you, thank you very much for the follow. So, whether Emmett keeps his... We'll have a good idea as to whether or not he might keep his job when the preview comes through during the next stream. Yeah, Scotland are really struggling. This season they're having an absolute woeful time of it. They do seem to have got a little bit better, but I think we get Portugal this year, which is the main thing. As long as we're above Portugal, the rest is history. That gets us the 6th spot that we want. Let us go. Let's see who's streaming this afternoon. Send you lovely people. All over to... Oh, what are we thinking? What are we thinking? What are we thinking? Have I got this filtered by English? I have. Excellent. Ha. Wow. It's very salty. I was probably going to do salty anyway, just as one, I like him. That's the main reason. but also as I don't recognize any of the others, and I obviously, you know, I like raiding people we've never raided before sometimes, but sometimes it's just nice to have a nice safe option, and Salty is safe as houses. Top 5 league. No, we're building it to number 1. Top 5 league is not, I mean, it is a goal obviously, but the goal is to go number 1. But I expect that we will have some of them win a European trophy as well. That's the overall goal. We've had Ireland and Norway in 3rd. No, Ireland was 3rd. Norway was 4th, I think, in the past. So it can be done. And I suspect Hungary's got the propensity to go even further. But we will have to see. The aim is to try to dethrone England. We'll see. We're only 10 seasons in. Midway through the 10th season. So we're making good progress up to challenging 6th spot already. So I'm pleased with that. We're obviously not going to get the 32 seasons like we did with Treaty, even if I was to speed things up a little bit. I don't think we ever get to that. We're just too far behind already, but we might not need it. That's the key thing. So, thank you for joining me today, friends. I've had a blast, and I'll see you lot on Tuesday. If you haven't already checked out the agent video from Friday night, do check it out. It's a lovely old time. And yeah, I'll see you guys soon. Thank you so much for joining me. Hold your gun, capybara. Where's my button to press? What am I doing? There's no buttons needed down there. I'm pressing raid up here. Off we go. Bye-bye.